Hi all, good morning. So first of all, let me introduce myself to the ones who don't know me. So my name is Manideep. I'm a chartered accountant and cost accountant. Okay, I qualified my CA and CMA in the year 2018. From then, my one-time job is into teaching. Here and there may be involved into administration, but full-time I'm into teaching only. From then, I was into teaching only two subjects. One is direct tax and the second one is like indirect tax. Okay, so currently, majorly I'm involved at final level only. Okay, so this is briefly about me. Then let us don't waste our time, sir. We'll go into the subject indirect taxes. So at inter level, I'm only dealing with indirect tax part. So what is the paper number, sir? Paper 7 is about taxation. In the paper 7, paper 7B is specifically about indirect taxation. Paper 7B is about indirect taxation. Okay, so coming to the weightage or how the paper pattern will be allocated. So indirect taxation, from indirect taxation, there will be 9 MCQs. So I think you know this pattern, like in our paper, there will be total 15 MCQs, 15 into 2, 30 marks. Out of that, IDT will have 9 MCQs. That means from DT, there will be only 6 MCQs, sir. From IDT, there will be 9 MCQs. 9 into 2 marks, here it would be 18 marks. 9 MCQs into 2 marks will be having 18 marks. Then so we'll be having questions like question number 2, question number 3, question number 4. So one is about MCQs, 15 MCQs. Out of 15, 9 MCQs are from IDT. Question number 6, question number 7, and question number 8. Question number 2 is completely from direct taxes. Question number 3 is also from direct taxation. 4 is also from direct taxation, and even 5 is also from direct taxation. Whereas question number 6 is from indirect taxes. 7 is also from indirect taxes. Question number 8 is also from indirect taxes. So overall the weightage of IDT is like here, each question carries 14 marks. All these questions each carries at 14 marks. So we have question number 6, 7 and 8. So overall 14 marks into 3. How much, sir? 42. Plus those 9 MCQs, 18 marks. So overall IDT is for how many marks, sir? 60 marks. And the subject including choice is for 128 marks. The total subject including choice is for 128 marks. Out of that, IDT will have only 60 marks. So DT part will only be having 68 marks. So then to continue further, so let me give you the list of the chapters we are having at interlevel as well. The first chapter is about introduction. The first chapter is about introduction. In introduction chapter, sir, we'll be learning the basic terminology first thing. Okay, so because for every subject there's a different kind of law, so the wordings they use and all will be different. So for indirect taxes also there is a different kind of terminology that we'll be discussing in the introduction chapter. And then the evolution of indirect taxes, when this indirect taxes has come into place, and then how this IDT has changed into GST, and then what is the significance of indirect taxes, what are the basic structure of GST. So all the basic things will be learning, because already DT part you understood. I mean, DT classes are completed for you. So what you learned in the first chapter of DT, like the basic definitions like assessment year, previous year, person definition. So such kind of things only even here also, except the tax rates. In income tax first chapter itself we learn the tax rates. But here in GST we don't learn tax rates, sir. So, but the basic things like what are the benefits of these taxes, how the tax system will work. So all those basics will be discussing in the introduction chapter. Then the second chapter is supply. The second chapter is supply. So what is called supply means, sir, understood? For any tax to be levied, there should be some activity should have been happened. Sir, when income tax will be levied? All you are paying income tax? How many of you are more than, I mean, how many of you crossed or attained age of 18? 18. So you all are adults only. How many of you are paying income tax? None of you are paying income tax. Don't you fit into the definition of person? Don't you fit into the definition of person? What is the definition of person? Individual, first one. So you all are, any zombies are there? No, you all are individuals only, right? Okay. So out of, you all are individuals, you all are not, you are not minors also. Then why you are not paying income tax? There is no income at all, first thing. So to levy income tax, the first thing is you should have income. So for levying GST also something should be there, na? So for levying GST, the event should have been happened is like supply. When supply happens, GST comes. Okay, now what is called supply? So in a layman language, I mean to understand at a basic level, supply means sale. When sale happens, then GST will come into picture. GST or indirect taxes will come into picture. You guys are selling anything? You are not selling anything, right? BCCA selling? BCCA selling coaching classes to you, right? So BCCA will pay indirect taxes. Or any DMart, if you went to DMart, they'll sell groceries, okay, clothes and all. So they are also into sell, okay, sale. So they will also pay indirect taxes. So what is the triggering point to levy? Or to, sir, levy means, okay, to pay or that to impose on us. Levy means imposing something on us is called as levy. Okay, when the indirect taxes will come into picture means when there is a sale. Okay, so the whole second chapter is about what is called that supply. Is it just sale or anything else is included? And if any other conditions has to be satisfied, all those will be discussing in the chapter called supply. Next. Third one is about charge. Third chapter is about charge. So charge means, so understand, sir, several times charge or else the other word for charge is levy. Okay, several times I'll be, okay, since our classes are in complete English, I'll be using these words most frequently, charge or levy. So first understand what is the meaning of charge. Charge means imposing on something, imposing something on you. I mean, you need to do that compulsorily. Okay, then that is called as charge. Okay, so if I say like if there is tax charge on you, that means you have the liability or you have the obligation to pay the taxes. Understand, sir? Charge or levy. If I say like there is a tax charge on you, that means you have to pay the taxes. Okay, so introduction, supply, and the next one is what, sir? Charge, levy. Okay, so charge or levy means there is, I mean, you have the responsibility to pay the taxes. Okay, sir, understand. Second chapter, what I said, like if sale happens, then GST will come into picture. Okay, so there's a fourth class student. There's a fourth class student who purchased a pen pencil. Okay, you know these pen pencils. Nowadays, like all are lid pencils only, but like some 10-15 years back, you used to see pen pencils. You need to remove one and then backside you need to push it, then you'll get a new lid and all. Okay, that is called pen pencil. So there's a fourth class student who has this pen pencil and showed it to his friend. And then he said like that pen pencil was brought from Dubai by his uncle. The other fellow believed also. I mean, the other classmate has believed that one. And then he said like his uncle brought this for 500 rupees. But this fellow selling to his friend for only 10 rupees. Okay, now his friend given 10 rupees to him and he given pen pencil to the second friend. Now on this GST will be applicable. Fourth class student sold a pencil to his friend. Sale only na? Is it a sale or not? It's a sale. But does GST is applicable? No. So why it is not applicable in that case? All this will be discussing in the chapter charge. Okay, it's not just a sale. Along with sale, there are some other conditions also has to be satisfied. Okay, only those conditions are satisfied, then tax will be, or the tax charge will come into picture. Okay, so introduction, supply, and the third one is about charge. So charge means levying the tax. Then the fourth one, sir, is about composition scheme. The fourth chapter name is composition scheme. So what does it mean by composition scheme means? So there will be so many tax rules. Okay, income tax you learned, already classes are completed. How you felt? Is it easy or hard? Moderate? Okay, moderate. For you, after studying for 6 months, 4 or 5 months, you felt it as moderate. For a normal people who didn't even studied anything, but they are doing business, how they feel about tax? Very hard, right? Okay, even GST also, if business they are doing, they need to pay income tax and they need to pay even GST. Okay, so they feel much more harder about the subject. And second one, sir, because of income taxes or because of GST, they'll have more burden. More burden. So burden means, sir, currently the GST rate is 18%. Okay, most of the cases average 18%. But there are some goods on which there is 28% also. On some goods there is 5% also. Mostly it is 18%. Okay, so that means when you go and pay, when you went to buy a good for 100 rupees, without the tax you will get it for 100 rupees only. Because there is tax, they'll not sell for 100 rupees, they'll collect from you 100 plus 18 rupees. Overall the price is becoming 118. Okay. Next thing, sir. So every person who is doing business has to collect the taxes. When they collect taxes, all these has to be accounted. All this has to be accounted. Now second thing, does accounts is easy? So again, so not from your side I'm not asking, sir. Maybe someone who is not having much accounts knowledge, tax knowledge, but doing business. For him, does carrying out or maintaining accounts is easy? For us itself, never balance sheet tallied. Okay, so for them it would be much more tough or complicated for them. But still they need to maintain accounts. Since they don't know accounts, they need to hire a person. Whom they will hire? Okay, so why you are studying CMA? Because those people will hire you, because they don't know how to maintain accounts. They don't know how much to pay income tax. They don't know when GST will come. So all those things, since you learn, you will be doing on behalf of them. Will you do freely? How much you will ask? Okay, you will be asking like for every client, average, sir. You have some 10 clients, 10 businesses, you have some connections with them. So all these 10 clients, you are working for them. For them, you will maintain books of accounts and you will pay the taxes and all. For each client, you are charging 10,000. Then monthly, you are getting 1 lakh. From client side, sir, he is a small retail store. He is a retail store. Every day, he will do some 10,000 rupees business. Okay. So every day, he will do 10,000 business, but he need to pay you per month, he need to pay you 10,000. Per month, he need to pay 10,000. Sir, understand, I am saying 10,000 as his sales, not profit. Kirana store atrandi. Kirana store guy sold 10,000, will be having whole 10,000 as profit. He'll have some 10%, 20% as margin. Okay. So now, if you are charging 10,000, all his profit he is paying to whom? You only. Or else, like, let's say, I'll give you an example here. Every day 10,000 na into 30 days, monthly, he's making how much, sir? 3 lakh sales. 10,000 into 30 days, na, he's making 3 lakh sales. And 3 lakhs into 12 months, na, in a year, he is doing how much sales? 36 lakhs is the sales he is doing. Out of 36 lakhs, let us assume he is having a margin of 20%. I mean, if he sell for 36 lakhs, in that 20% is profit. 7,20,000. Sir, this is not net profit, gross profit margin. Gross profit. Out of this 7,20,000, he need to pay you 1,20,000. Why 1,20,000 to you? Because you will be taking care of GST, income tax, books of accounts, all this. So out of 7,20,000 he earned, 1,20,000 just giving to you. It is not even tax. It is just to follow the rules. He is paying 1,20,000. To follow rules, he need to pay 1,20,000 means he feel it. I mean, normal business people will feel it as like so high. Okay, sir, understand one more thing. If you incur any cost or you incur any amount to follow rules, that amount or that cost is called as compliance cost. I'll tell you one more thing, sir. I'll explain it number of times also. Don't worry about it. It will be frequently coming in our explanations. First of all, rules means compliances. The other word for rules is what? Compliances. If any amount you incur to follow rules is called as compliance cost. Let's say, if you are going on a road, actually if you are driving a bike, as per rules you need to wear a helmet. The helmet cost is a compliance cost to you. The helmet cost is a compliance cost to you. Understood, sir? Second one, if you need to follow, if you need to do business in India, definitely you need to follow income tax, you need to follow GST. Then the tax you pay, and for this maintenance of books and all the cost you pay is also called as what? Compliance cost. Because to follow those rules, you need to pay something or you need to incur something. That is called as what? Compliance cost. That is called as compliance cost. Understand, sir? So, for normal people, for a person who is having just 36 lakhs turnover, that much compliance cost he cannot bear. It's something like your bike is 1 lakh, helmet is 60,000. You'll buy helmet. So compliance cost should be minimal. If helmet is for 1,000 rupees only, nobody is purchasing. Okay, you see anywhere here in Newsweek, anybody wearing helmet and going? Will not see. Okay, why? Okay, that because of not following the rules or not strict implementation and all. But the compliance cost should be minimal. Minimal, na? It should be as least as possible. If it is high, then people will be negative towards those laws. If at all he has only 7 lakhs profit, 1,20,000 he is just paying to follow the rules. That means he'll feel it as like so much he is paying. So he'll be having negative vibes towards the GST government and all. So that's why governments will usually feels like to reduce this cost minimal. Understand, sir? That's why they have suggested a simplified scheme for small and medium sized business people. Simplified taxation scheme for small and medium sized people, that is called as composition scheme. Okay, normal people will pay 18% tax, but these people will pay only 1% as tax. Normal people has to maintain accounts, everything detail, but these people did not to maintain anything detail. Why? Because these are small and medium sized people. For them that much costs and all they cannot bear. That's why they have introduced an alternate taxation scheme, which we call it as what? Composition scheme. So what are our 4 chapters as of now? Introduction, supply, charge, composition scheme. Then 4th one, exemptions. 4th one is about exemptions. Sir, indirect taxes are levied on both goods and services. Okay, give me examples of goods. Examples of goods. He's saying he started fans, tables, books, calculator, water bottle, computer. So in this room itself there are 50 to 60 goods. Okay, super observation, amma. Kirtiana. So in this room itself, there are 50 to 60 goods. On all those goods, indirect taxes will be applicable. Then services. Give me examples of services. Education service, done. Hospitals, third one. One by one, any one person. Transportation. Tax consultancy. Hotels. Then Kaushik. Police service. Yes, that is also a service, but again, it's provided by government and all. But for police service, are we paying anything? Okay, so talk about only those things which we need to pay money also. Lawyer service, correct only. Then entertainment services like movies. Then tax consultancy, audit, all those come into one group only. Okay, so the top 5 said are like education, healthcare, hospitals, healthcare. Third one they said about entertainment. Fourth one transportation they said. Some people said about hotels. So some 5-6 groups you said. So out of all this, which is most essential? Educational health. Educational health. So first we need to lose. Sir, first humans existed, then they survived. Okay, then the education came into picture. It's first health, but then education. Okay, but you don't take leaves and all saying like. So exemptions. The chapter exemptions is about, sir. It doesn't mean every good and service is taxed. There are certain essential goods and services which would be exempted from GST. Understood, sir? Sir, as I said in the previous example, the average tax rate is 18%. On 100 rupees, if there is no tax, you will get that good for only 100 rupees. If there is tax, then you have to pay how much? 118 rupees. The same way, in a hospital, for a surgery, they are charging 3 lakhs. If at all there is GST, you need to pay another 18% extra, which is like another 54,000 extra. So you need to pay 3,54,000 if there is GST instead of 3 lakhs. Already we feel like the healthcare services are costly and many people can't even afford those costly healthcare services and all. Now if GST is also added, it becomes much more costly. That's why certain services and goods are exempted from GST. I mean, on those services, there will not be any GST. The total list will be discussing in the chapter exemptions. Then fifth one, sir. Sixth one. The sixth chapter name is time of supply. Time of supply. So now the essence of chapter time of supply is in the as in name itself there is there. It is there. Time. You will decide when the sale is happened. Sir, when the sale is happened, it's easy only, sir. Whenever we pay money, that time itself sale. No, don't talk about the retail sale. Think something big like you order one day. You will be ordering today goods. Then after 10 days, you will make advance payment. After 10 days, they'll send goods. After another 10 days, they'll give invoice. Now all these are related to one transaction only, but there are 4 different dates. On one date, you ordered goods. On one date, you paid advance payment. On one day, they delivered the goods. On another day, they have sent the bill or invoice. Now, out of all these 4 days, which day you will consider as the date of sale? We don't know. That's why there is a provisions called time of supply. In different situations, which day you will be considered as the date of sale. So, further, there is a chapter called time of supply. The next chapter is about value of supply. The next chapter is about value of supply. Okay. The next chapter is about value of supply. So when you buy goods, there may be discount on it. On goods, there may be discount on it. If you went to DMart, there will be discounts and all, right. Okay, discount. Then second thing, sir, you want them to be packed in a special way. Maybe something like gift packing or in a different kind of packing, or goods are coming from so far, like some 1,000 kilometers away. So they need to came or they need to be delivered safely. That's why you're asking them to pack in a different way so that they'll not get damaged. So these are, and there will be, and then first one I said about discount. Second one, there may be something like package. Third one, sir, you don't know where those goods are available. You want some specific goods. Let's say I want coal, sir. I started a power station, thermal power station. So from there I'll be manufacturing, generating power. For generating thermal power, the raw material is what? Coal. So I don't know from where I could procure coal, from where I could purchase coal. So then obviously what I will do, sir? I'll go and approach a broker. So then broker will tell me who are the suppliers of coal. Now this broker will do it freely? Commission. So if there are such expenses like commission, packing cost, delivery cost, discount, whether all these has to be added and then GST has to be levied, or to be excluded and GST has to be levied. Understand, sir? 100 rupees is good value. 5 rupees packing cost. 5 rupees delivery charges. Now my simple question is, do we need to levy GST on 100 or on 110? That question answer will know only when deciding the value of supply. On what, you have a sale, what you should take it as the sale value. Okay, wherever the supply comes, you just, you said replace the word supply with the word sale. So introduction, second chapter is what, sir? Supply. Supply is nothing but what? Sale. Third one is about charge levy. Fourth one is about composition scheme. Fifth one is about exemptions. Sixth one is about time of supply. Time of supply chapter will be deciding when the sale is happened. The timing of sale. Next chapter, value of supply, will be deciding the value of sale. What has to be included, what not to be included. Then there is one more important chapter, sir, called ITC, Input Tax Credit. Sir, input tax credit, sir, we couldn't explain it now because it takes more time. So input tax credit as of now, understand like it is something like a cashback you will get on paying GST. Okay, I'm not discussing much about this. In the later classes and all, we'll discuss much about ITC. Then the next chapter is about registration. Then the next chapter is about registration. So registration means, sir, how, sir, okay, since you are in BCCA, I know you all are doing CMA. You all are CMA students. How our institute, ICMAI, knows that you all are CMA students? Because you registered under the CMA institute, so that's why they'll believe you are as CMA students. Okay, then how you can prove yourself as you are an Indian? You can't just start singing Janaganmana. Okay, so what you should do, sir? You have an Aadhaar card, voter ID, so something. So you are registered there. Okay, so for everything there is something called registration. Even for GST also, how do GST people will know that you are doing a business? Okay, and you are responsible to pay GST. For that there is a process of registration. So this talks about when to register. Does all of you registered under GST? No. So when the situation to register in GST will arise, and then if you need to register, how to register? If you want to cancel, how to cancel? All those things we'll be discussing in the chapter called registration. Then the next chapter is about invoice and e-way bill. Sir, invoice means nothing but bill. When you buy goods or services, the seller will be giving you some bill. So if they are giving bill, how the bill should be, what that bill should, what details the bill should be having. Okay, so all those details will be discussing in the chapter called invoice. Invoice means nothing but what? Bill. So what details should be there in that particular bill? Okay, what components it should be, all these we'll be discussing in the chapter invoice and e-payable. Introduction, supply, charge, composition, exemptions, time of supply, value of supply, ITC, exemptions, invoice and e-payable. Then the next chapter is about payment of taxes. Payment of taxes. Payment of tax means you need to pay GST. Okay. How do you pay GST? Okay, just like as your parents paying hostel fees. Okay, so they'll call to the admin team. They'll tell one phone pay number. Then your parent will call us again. Okay, we'll call like first, sir, is it the name and all? They'll call. Okay, first call. Second call again. Sir, I sent 1 rupee, sir. Does it received or not? Second call. Okay, if you confirm like 1 rupee received, then again they'll send the balance 6499. Okay, so okay, they'll send that one. And fourth call, they'll call like, sir, I'm not able to send screenshot, sir. Please send it to the main office once again. So like that, they'll be doing 4 calls and done. So if at all you also need to pay GST, will you do the same thing? Will you get the phone pay number of Narendra Modi or someone else? No, right? So how you pay the GST? What is the process of paying GST? Okay, or else can you pay and give directly cash? What are the modes of payment? How do you pay the GST liabilities and all? We'll be discussing in the chapter payment of taxes. And the last chapter for us in our syllabus is returns. So return means not here coming back. Okay, in the sake of taxes, return means not sales return, purchase return, not that kind of return. Here return means, okay, mummy returns, Spider-Man returns. Okay, so it's not that kind of return. Here return means, return is a statement of information. Return means a statement of information. So every month you will be submitting to the tax officials your total sales information, your purchase information and the overall tax payable. So for sales there is one statement, for purchases there is another statement, and then for the overall collectively and tax payment there is another statement. So you are having returns like sales return, purchase return. Sir, here return means not giving it away. So sales return means GST return for sales, GST return for purchases and GST return for taxes and all. So like that we are having so many returns. Returns means statements. So we'll be understanding which kind of return has to be filed when and to whom such kind of applicabilities are there. So this is the whole chapter about returns. So all these are our chapters in GST: introduction, supply, charge, composition scheme, exemptions, time of supply, value of supply, ITC, registration, invoice, payment of taxes, returns. Not only this, sir, we have even a complementary also. This is the full course, then desert is pending. Customs. Customs duty or customs. And the customs are again, there are 2 chapters. One is again introduction to customs. And the second one is like valuation of customs. 2 chapters only. Introduction of customs and valuation of customs. Introduction of customs means again, just like as how in GST we learnt basic terminology and all, even in customs also the first chapter is about learning basic terminology only. And valuation chapter, here there is a chapter called value of supply. Na? Value of supply means what? How the sale value. Same in case of customs also, you will be finding out the sale value, and then again on that you will be levying the customs and all. So overall this is our syllabus. These are our chapters. Okay. So the problem is like, as I said earlier, customs is altogether different. This GST is altogether different. Previously I said like if you don't, if you skip one class, then the other class you will not understand, because this is like orders are. Once you understand introduction, then you will understand supply, then charge, composition. So like that, one by one only we can go. But if at all you completely leave GST and then you listen customs also, you will understand, because that is altogether different act. But with customs alone you cannot clear. The weightage of customs is like there will be 1 7 marks question. There will be 1 7 marks question for customs, and there will be minimum of 2 MCQs. So 2 into 2 marks. So overall that is some 4 marks. So for customs you will get how many marks, sir? 11 marks. Our total GST indirect tax is for how many marks? 60. Out of 60, 11 marks is for customs, and the whole GST is for how many marks? 60 minus 11. Thank you. 49 marks. Okay. So now for you to tell the importance of chapters also. Sir, what are the questions we are having, like question number 6? In question number 6, we will be having 6A. Sir, in exam, main exam, we'll be having question number 6A, 6B. We'll be having question number 7A, 7B. And we'll be having question number 8A and 8B. Question number 6A is always from introduction chapter only. Which introduction? GST introduction. 6A is always from which chapter? Introduction chapter only. Then question number 6B is also from introduction chapter only. There are 6 questions. Out of 6 questions, 2 questions are from introduction chapter only, introduction from GST. 7A and 7B. 7A, sir, it could be either from charge chapter, one attempt if it is from charge chapter, sometimes it would be from composition scheme. But last time, sir, there is a change and they even asked from exemptions also. Because there are certain changes in exemptions chapter, amendments in exemptions chapter, that's why they have given the question. Otherwise, all these attempts, if you check, charge or composition, but last time they even asked them the exemptions also. Then 7B, sir, it would be either time of supply, TOS means time of supply, or it would be value of supply. Time of supply or value of supply. Then 8A. 8A, sir, it could be from ITC. ITC means input tax credit, or it could be from the chapter registration. Most probably from these 2 chapters. And the last 8B is always from customs. The last 8B is always from customs. So now, if you need to pick what are the important chapters, sir? Introduction, charge, composition, exemptions, time of supply, value of supply, ITC, registrations. Okay, we'll put some star marks. Introduction, then charge levy, composition scheme, time of supply, value of supply, ITC, registration, and then in customs, valuation. These are the chapters of much importance considering what exam pattern and all. But can we skip other chapters? Sir, max, first they'll teach us additions, then they'll teach subtractions, then multiplications, then divisions, then equations, all those will be going. Let's say you skipped multiplications and then you went into equations and all. Could you understand that one? The same here also. If you leave supply chapter also, it's of no use. But the point is like, conceptually, if you understand other chapters, it's fine. But for the important chapters, you need to do number of times of revision is there, sir. Okay. This is about our whole weightage, sir. So GST, most of the cases, sir, you could easily write 2 questions out of all the 3 questions. Okay. 99% of the times, I'm not sure about accounts or costing, maybe 1 or 2 points or maybe more than 1 or 2 points also may come out of the portions which we didn't discuss in the class. But here in GST, everything comes from our classroom discussion only. It's up to you how much you prepare and all, including each and every MCQ will come from our classroom discussion only. Okay. So how attentive you are, how good you are. So based on that, you will be deciding. And one more thing, sir, I'll be making it clear. These 2 questions are complete theory. 6A and 6B are complete theory only. 6A and 6B. Sir, in all, in your 10th class, how many of you are from this intermediate from corporate colleges like? So not the regular colleges, like little corporate, residential kind of colleges and all. Okay, so how do they, I mean, how do the teachers, like, how do they prepare us for the exam in intermediate and all? First 2-3 months itself, maybe they'll be completely explaining the board syllabus and all. And then in every chapter, they'll mark some 5 questions or 6 questions. And then every day there will be an exam on those 5 questions or 6 questions. By the time you write exam, you might have revised them for some 20 times, 25 times also. Okay, by the time of your exam. So that's why you got 70, 74, 75s in the maths and all, because you revised it number of times. Here also, sir. Okay, it's not like CMA also. For getting this 14 marks, I'll just give 8 questions. To get this 14 marks, I'll just give 8 questions only. But you guys cannot even get 10 marks out of those 8 questions. The problem is where? Because you will revise only for 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. We cannot remember in that way. Okay. The first 2 questions are for getting those first 2 questions. Like there are hardly 8 questions. You'll get tomorrow or day after tomorrow the workbooks. You'll see there. There'll be only 8 questions. Go back to any attempt and check. Scanners are given to you, right? So check in the scanner also. Okay. There are only 8 questions from the introduction chapter. Those 8 questions are only getting repeated from the past 4 attempts. Okay, it's not to you. Even the past attempt students also, I said the same thing. It's there in the YouTube also, on record. Okay, so and again, there are questions from the first 2 questions only, each for 7 marks. So out of 14, if you are that much sure, 8 questions only, we should get at least 12 marks, right? But the students are not even getting 10 marks. The only problem is like, you're not revising it enough number of times. And then for customs also, sir, there are hardly here some 6 model questions. Models are not like different kind of formulas also. Okay, the same kind of format only. With that format only, maybe 1 or 2 points will be changing. Hardly 6 questions. 6 questions. If you find less. Out of those 6 questions only, they'll ask every time 7 marks question. And again, there also will do somewhere mistake. Okay, so these 21 marks which we could predict so well. Because all the other chapters are, they are not asking from one single chapter. There are like 2 or 3 chapter combinations are coming into picture. So that's right. And even, sir, for this time of supply and value of supply also, there will be hardly 8 questions here also. Okay. So these 3-4 questions you could do perfectly with little preparation also. So the only thing needed is what? Every day you need to study only, sir. One more bumper offer for you is like, I'll be there in the study hours also. Okay, I'll take 1 hour slot for study hours also. So that 1 hour slot you'll be studying in IDT only. Every day we'll be having exam. Every day. So okay, once the first chapter completes, like every day we'll be having exams. So at least in this 20 days, you should get confidence of IDT I have completed. Along with coaching, you should have the confidence like IDT I can do. Once you get confidence over IDT, you'll get the whole tax paper related confidence. So that if you need to get means you need to study every day. Okay, for us there is no Vinayak Chavithi. Okay, so మా ఊర్లో నేనే ఉద్యమకారుణ్ణి, నేనే ఓకే గ్రూప్ మెంబర్ని, కమిటీ అధ్యక్షుడిని. ఓకే, ఇవన్నీ పక్కన పెట్టండి. ఓకే, సో 1 year even if you are not there, that will not stop. Okay, Vinayakudu will come. Okay, he'll get all the pujas. Okay, all the people who came there will get pulihara also. And then there will be DJ, there will be Nimajjanam, everything will go as it is only, even if you are there or not there. Okay, so 1 year you forget that things. Okay, so even here also, the fest and all. Sir, as I said already, last year also, if you remember, majority of you, last year fest, your seniors didn't involve. That time also I said to you. Okay, your senior, once you became seniors, you will not get much involved into that. Last year మీరు ఇన్వాల్వ్ అవ్వలేదండి, అయ్యారు కదా. ఓకే, సో వన్స్ యూ బికమ్ సీనియర్స్ యూ విల్ నాట్ బి ఇన్వాల్వ్ ఇన్ టు ఫెస్ అండ్ ఆల్. సో యూ విల్ నాట్, ఓకే, డాన్స్లు అవే మన సంబంధం లేదు సార్. మన పని ఏంటి? చదువుకోవడం. అంటే మహా అయితే నెక్స్ట్ ఫెస్ట్కి అప్పుడు రండి ఫ్యామిలీని తీసుకుని. సో ఫ్యామిలీ అంటే పెళ్ళి అవ్వలేదు అనుకుంటా. ఫ్యామిలీ అంటే ఇక్కడ ఐ మీన్ యువర్ బ్రదర్స్ సిస్టర్స్ అండ్ పేరెంట్స్, నాట్ వైఫ్. సీరియస్ గా తీసుకొని ఎవరైనా తీసుకొచ్చారనుకో. సులమాన్, so every day sir will be having 4 hours class. Okay, so starting with our first chapter, introduction. So write along with me. Introduction to GST. As I already said in the first class, the weightage for this chapter is like 7 marks into 2, 14 marks, and there will be an MCQ also. So total it would be 16 marks. Introduction to GST. So first of all, what is called tax? Tax means what? Tax is a charge levied by whom? Tax is a charge levied by government. So when it is levied, it differs from act to act, but basically tax is a charge levied by government. Where it was said, Article 265. Tax is a charge levied by government. So the next one, sir, Article 265. Article 265. What is Article 265? Sir, understand, in India, whatever we do, that should be within the limits or within the permutations or within the scope of constitution. You cannot do anything beyond the constitution. Okay, so now if government wants to collect tax, the power also should be given by whom? Constitution only. It's not government, constitution. From the constitution we'll get the power to levy taxes. Next, second one, why can't we levy taxes? Why can't we levy taxes? Sir, understand my question, very simple question. There is a land dispute, okay, in front of our college. There is a land, to that land there is a dispute going on. Okay, so I went there and said like, okay, so I kept a gun there. I threatened both the parties and said like, okay, pay some 2 crores and settle the issue. Like that I did some settlement and all. And then for that, for doing such transaction, I asked the tax of 5 lakhs and they gave me 5 lakhs. Do I have the right to collect such taxes and all? No. Why? Because the constitution does not give that power to me. Okay, or else like if someone is selling goods or buying goods, okay, in some old movies and all, if you see, sir, these rowdies and all will be going to shops and all. Their gang will go to shops and all, and then the shop people will be giving some cash and all, or some few people will be saying like, today no business and all, so we cannot give money and all. So okay, like that our Sai Babu also started a gang. Okay, Don Sai Babu also started a gang and his friends, okay, went to collect the money and all. Okay, so Babjan and all went to collect the money and all. Okay, now is it legal? No. Okay, if some some strict police officer will come na, then point blank they'll shoot, gone. Okay, so understand the point, sir. Why nobody else can levy na? Article 265 gives the power to levy tax to the government. It says like no, I mean anyone other than government can levy taxes. Okay, so let us write down what was mentioned in Article 265. No tax, no tax shall be levied or collected. No tax shall be levied or collected except by authority of law. No tax shall be collected except by authority of law. Authority of law na nothing but government only. No tax shall be levied or collected except by authority of law. So that's why the right to levy tax is only with the government. So now first you should understand the basic difference between direct taxes and indirect taxes. Okay, so let me write down this side. I'm not writing the differences and also just an example to explain the direct taxes. So direct tax, sir, our Chiranjeev is working in a company. Okay, so Chiranjeev is working and he got salary of rupees 30 lakhs. Chiranjeev got salary of 30 lakhs per annum. Chiranjeev got salary of how much, sir? 30 lakhs per annum. Okay, assume this is the net salary. Assume this is the net salary also how much? 30 lakhs. On 30 lakhs, he needs to pay now. Assuming the old tax rates, sir, not the new tax rates, old tax rates, old slab rates. On first 10 lakhs, he has to pay how much, sir? 1,12,500. First 10 lakhs, what will be the tax, sir? Up to 2.5 nil, 2.5 to 5 lakhs, 5%, 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, 20%. So like that you calculate on first 10 lakhs how much? 1,12,500. Here his salary is how much? 30 lakhs. So now on the balance 20 lakhs, what percentage, sir? 30%. So it is how much? 6 lakhs. So overall Chiranjeev has to pay how much as the tax, sir? 7,12,500 plus cess at a rate of 4%. Okay, calculate that one as well. Cess at a rate of 4%. Okay, together you are saying 7 lakh 41,000 is the tax plus cess. So assuming if he has only salary income, then out of the 30 lakh salary he got, he's paying 7 lakh 41,000 as tax only. Okay, that means almost 25% of his income is straight away going for salary. Okay, 1/4. 30 lakhs now, 1/4 is almost how much, sir? 7.5 lakhs. So almost 7.5 lakhs is paying as what? Tax. He knows this or not? He knows this because the salary which he received 30 lakhs, from that again he is paying 7.5 lakhs as tax. So first money received by you and then from your pocket you are paying the money. So which is direct tax. So directly you only paying the taxes. Okay, your money, your income, and you only directly paying the tax. So this is called as what? Direct tax, because you yourself will pay tax directly to the government. Okay, here Chiranjeev will pay directly tax to the government. Write down these also, sir. No, you need not to wait anything. I'll not even tell what to write, what not to write. You just keep on writing only. Here Chiranjeev has to pay this tax. Here Chiranjeev has to pay this tax directly to government. Here Chiranjeev has to pay this tax directly to the government. So let me take an example of even indirect taxes. Sir, understood now this one? Out of the salary he got, he has to pay directly. He is knowing the pain. It's almost like 4 months, 3 months salary he is giving away. He worked for 1 year, but again 3 months salary he is giving it to government only. So then he knows the pain more. Now coming to indirect taxes. Again, Chiranjeev went to purchase a car. Okay, so Chiranjeev went to a car showroom. Chiranjeev went to a car showroom, and to the car showroom person he paid 30 lakhs. And the car showroom, I mean those people has delivered him a car. Car has been provided. So now in this 30 lakhs, sir, price paid is how much? 30 lakhs. This price paid 30 lakhs, whatever he paid 30 lakhs is inclusive of 28% GST. Is inclusive of 28% GST. I mean, he knows like the car price is how much? 30 lakhs. So he paid 30 lakhs and taken the car. But the 30 lakhs, whatever he is paying, not completely related to the car price only, 28% is GST. That means you need to separate this, sir. How do you separate the tax part in this? Simply 30 lakhs into 28 divided by 128 you will do. 30 lakhs into 28 by 128. 6 lakh 56,250. Balance only will go to the car showroom guy. Okay, balance now how much, sir? It is like 23 lakh 43,750. This 23 lakh 43,750 will be taken by the seller. Will goes to seller. Whereas this 6 lakh 56,250 will be paid as tax. Paid as tax by seller, not by Chiranjeev. Paid as tax by whom, sir? Seller. Includes of 28% GST, and that 30 lakhs we have separated now. The 30 lakhs even includes GST part also. So GST is how much? 6 lakh 56,250. The balance will only be taken by seller. Sir, in anything, if you buy a 100 rupees chocolate, it's not like the total cost of chocolate is 100 rupees. In that also, tax 20 rupees might be included. If you purchase a phone for 20,000, in that 20,000 also, maybe 3,000, 4,000 is tax only. So in whatever the good you buy, whatever the service you buy, that even includes tax also. But always do you felt like paying taxes? In almost every 1 lakh rupee fees you paid to BCCA, it includes 18,000 rupees tax only. Okay, so every time when you are paying for these goods and services, are you feeling like paying taxes? No. How you are feeling like? You are feeling like you are paying that for that particular good or for that particular service. So here without knowingly you are paying taxes. And I mean, the money is taken from you only, but you are not paying directly to the government. Who is paying? The seller is paying on behalf of you to the government. Sir, in direct taxes, if it is your money, you only paying the taxes. But in indirect taxes, you will pay money to the seller. That also without knowing. Now, out of the money recovered, seller will pay part of amount as tax to the government. So in indirect taxes, you are not even knowing. But whereas in direct taxes, you are knowing it. I mean, you know that you are paying tax. That's why it is called as direct. This is called as indirect. Okay. So indirect na, okay, direct tax na, like something like, okay, manaki. ముందు నుంచి వచ్చి ఒకటి నీకు గన్ను పెట్టి కాల్ చేస్తాడు అనుకో, నీకు వాడు వచ్చి కాల్ చేస్తాడని తెలుసు. డైరెక్ట్ టాక్సెస్ వాడే వెళ్ళని తెలుస్తుంది. ఇండైరెక్ట్ టాక్సెస్ నీకు తెలియదు బాబు, నువ్వు నడుచుకుంటూ వెళ్తావు, వెనకాల నుంచి వాడు షూట్ చేస్తాడు. సేమ్ బుల్లెట్ తగలడం సేమ్, బ్లడ్ రావడం సేమ్, టికెట్ వేసుకొని వెళ్ళిపోవడం కూడా సేమే. బట్ ఓన్లీ థింగ్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఈజ్ లైక్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ కేస్ యూ నో Second case, you don't know who is collecting taxes also. So that's why it is direct taxes and this is indirect taxes. So which tax would you think it is better for government? Not for us, better for government. Indirect taxes only. Because when you pay direct taxes, you always scold government. Okay, out of my 30 lakh salary, I paid 7,50,000 taxes to you, but the roads are horrible. Okay, you say like the street light is not even lighting, I paid 7,50,000 as tax. Okay, so for everything, okay, wherever you get frustration, you will be saying like, I paid 7,50,000 as tax. But whereas when you buy a car, when you buy a soap, when you buy a chocolate, every time you are paying taxes. But are you complaining? No, we are not complaining about the government. So that's why the government will not face much reluctance with respect to indirect taxes. Across the globe, sir, almost all the developed countries now, they have decreased the income tax rates drastically. I mean, like income tax rates for us, sir, the highest rate is even 30%. On that, even we are having surcharges also. Okay, the surcharges also again goes up to 37% also. So we are having tax and surcharges. So almost our average tax rate, including surcharges, cess, everything would be 35%. But whereas in US, okay, and other some developed countries, if you see, it would be only 10 to 12% only. Okay, and there are in countries like Dubai and all, there is no income tax at all. There will be only indirect taxes. Why? Because they don't want to know that, I mean, they don't want to tell to the public like we are directly taking money from the public. Through indirect taxes, government will get money, but the public will not feel like they are giving it to the government. Okay, so that's why indirect taxes are psychologically better to the government because the public will not feel it as paying more. Okay, direct taxes and indirect taxes. Then, so basic indirect tax structure, sir. Keep the heading, sir. Everybody wrote this, na? So now keep the heading as structure of basic structure of indirect tax. Basic structure of indirect tax. So there is a seller. This seller actually, I mean, the better name to call him is like supplier. Okay, seller. So better name to call him as like supplier. And there is a buyer. But the better word is what? Recipient. So now this seller or this supplier will be supplying to the, I mean, will be selling to the buyer either goods or service. Any good or service. The seller will be providing any good or service. For that, buyer has to pay what, sir? Consideration. Buyer pays consideration. Seller provides or supplies goods and services, for that buyer pays consideration. Now, how much? Let's say the good value is 10,000. But it's not just 10,000 is enough, sir. Good value is 10,000 only. But on 10,000, you need to even add tax, and tax plus good value together you need to give to the seller, not just the good value. Okay, because since we don't know this much technically, we think like that 100 rupees itself is the good value. But actually, whatever, let's say for chocolate you paid 100, but that 100 is good value plus tax. Okay, so now good value is 10,000. On this, assume the tax rate is some 20%. How much, sir, then? 2,000. So overall, how much you are paying? 12,000. Now overall seller got how much, sir? Seller got how many rupees, sir? 12,000. So out of this 12,000, seller pays rupees 2,000 as a tax to government. Seller pays rupees 2,000 as a tax to government. The other 10,000, sir, it is for his cost manufacturing, his profit. All those will be there in the 10,000. Okay, so this 10,000 is for what? To prepare that good. He need raw material. He'll be having labor cost, machines cost, his profit. All that is for 10,000. And the other 2,000 is for tax. For now, if you see, government will ask if at all this 2,000 tax is not paid. Government will come and ask buyer or seller. Seller only. Okay, whereas in income tax, sir, they'll ask Chiranjeev only. Because his income, he only have to pay tax. But in indirect taxes, car purchased by Chiranjeev. But government will not come and ask that the tax has to be paid by Chiranjeev. It has to be paid by seller. It has to be paid by the car seller. So understand, sir, the one who has the responsibility to pay tax, we call it as obligation. Understand the word, sir? The word is called obligation. Okay, so you are obligated to study and clear exams. That's your responsibility, right? So the same way here, the seller responsibility is to pay tax. So, but we don't use the word responsibility, we use the word obligation or liability. Okay, the obligation or liability to pay tax is on seller. But did the seller is paying it from his pocket? So then from where he is collecting? Buyer. So ultimately the money is going from buyer pocket. So the burden of paying tax is on buyer. But whereas the obligation or liability is on seller. So we'll be writing here clearly that one. The obligation or liability to pay tax the obligation or liability to pay tax is on seller. Obligation or liability to pay tax is on seller. Whereas the burden to pay tax is on buyer. Whereas the burden to pay tax is on buyer. So to make sure you remember it much more better, we are writing the entry in seller books. If there is indirect tax, how seller will record the sale entry in his books? Entry in seller books. So now tell me, sir, what is the usual sale entry? Cash or credit sale? Any sale entry? Cash or bank account debit to sales. Okay. So why you are debiting cash or bank? Okay. Cash comes in. That's why you are debiting. Okay. Why you are creating sales? Income has to be created. That's why you are creating sales. Here na. Okay. Sir, tell me. First one is what? Cash or bank account debit. How much money you got, sir, here? The seller got, in our example, the seller got 10,000 or 12,000. Cash or bank account 12,000. To sales, we should take 12,000 only 10,000. Only 10,000 only we should credit. Why only 10,000 we have to credit? Means the other 2,000 not belongs to seller. He has to pay it to whom? Government. Okay, so that's why he will be creating a liability for it. Okay, GST payable liability he will create. When asset increases, you will debit. When liability increases, you will credit. So here, when the seller receives 12,000, 10,000 only his money. The 2,000, even though he received, he again need to pay it to the government. So for that he is creating liability. So cash or bank account debit 12,000, to sales account his income recognizing 10,000, and to tax payable. Tax payable 2,000. So this point very important, sir, for us. Even in the third chapter, fourth chapter also, the connections will come to this point. You are not recognizing tax as your income. Tax part you are separately showing because it's a liability to you. Okay, if you are a seller. Then so clear na this point? Paka. So then we'll be discussing our next concept is called federal structure. It's not, it's a general point to be learned, sir, not from the exam purpose. Federal structure. What is called federal structure means, see, in India we are having state government, central government, local authorities. There are three layers of government for us. One is local authorities, the second one is like central government, and the third one is state government. So out of all these three, who is superior? Second, third one. That means whoever there in the central, if they decide one thing, that has to be followed by. If state government decides one thing, then local authorities has to follow. Then why 3 elections? You just conduct central elections, na? Okay, so what is the use of in Telangana you electing Ravant Reddy? In central, if there is Narendra Modi, BJP, in state, if at all the central decision only has to be followed by the states, then what's the purpose of you guys electing in Telangana Congress government? So that is not our federal structure. Our federal structure says like the central is separate, state has separate powers, and local authorities has separate powers. No state need not to listen whatever the central says. Okay, so state has its separate autonomy. I mean, state can work independently, state can generate revenues independently, state can decide on its own independently. Okay, so that's called federal structure. So federal structure or federal essence means we looking after the central, state and local authorities as a different things. Okay, now one more thing, sir, here. Are you guys are dependent or independent? Huh? Dependent. Okay, so how you say like you guys are dependent? Why you are dependent? You don't have income, that's why you are dependent. Okay, if you have your own income, then independent only, na? But let's say you all are studying LKG, I mean just 4 years old, you have your own income, then dependent, independent? 4 years only, dependent only. So to be independent, you should have two things. One is like ability to take decision on your own. That ability comes based on age. So some people may not even get after getting that age also, but majority will get after getting some age, they'll get the ability to think on their own, decide on their own. First one. Second one, to be independent is like income. You should earn your own income, then you are called as independent. So same way, states also should think on their own, should decide on their own, and state should have income on their own, then only the states could be independent and the federal structure will remain. Otherwise, there won't be any federal structure. It will again become the king's rule. Sir, previously we learned na there used to be kings and all. Why we came out of king's rule and all? Why there are no kings in India? Why we completely avoided the such kind of king system and all? Sir, in king system, whether you like or not, the same family member will always be the ruler. But now it's not like that. We are into what? Democracy. Okay, if you like that guy, you'll vote for it. If you don't like, you'll vote to some other person. So that's why the problem is like, that's why we eliminated the kingdom and king system and then we came into the government. In the governments also, there is a separate central structure and there is a state structure and there is a local authority. Whoever, if a different party comes into power in the state government or local authority also, it should be independent. To be independent, that local authority can generate its own income, can decide on its own. So now the question is, how state government can decide on its own? State has assembly. State has an assembly. There all these MLAs will sit and decide what is good for state, what is not good for state. So there they are thinking and deciding. That is the ability to think and decide. Then next one is about revenue. They should generate their own revenue. Okay. So Constitution clearly separated the powers of central and state. Certain powers are given to central. Like let's say military, army, all these are navy, air force, all these are maintained by central only. States are not in, I mean the whole country production is taken care by central. Whereas the local civilians production, if someone came to attack you here, military will come, huh? Who will come? That would be taken care by state government. So like that the responsibilities has been divided between the central and states. Now they will be having their powers separately, their incomes also separately. For that, in constitution only they have divided separately on what matters central can collect taxes, on what matters state can collect taxes, on what matters local authorities can collect taxes. Sir, in your house, if you, I mean, in your place, wherever you are, you, for your house, you might be paying the property tax. Even if you are not paying, in house property chapter, you have might have understood about the property tax. Property tax, water tax, sewage tax. In the previous government in Andhra, there used to be even chatta tax. Okay, so but now that has been abolished. So now the point is, this water tax, property tax, all these are levied by local authorities. With that money, local authorities will maintain the local areas related street lights and the sewage facilities and all. Okay, so those would be taken care by the local authorities. And maybe certain times their funds may not be enough. Then from state governments and all, they'll get grants. They'll get grants. Now the question is, sir, if sent from state governments, if they want to receive money, again there is no independence. Again, these local authorities has to listen whatever states will say. For that, sir, there is something called Finance Commission for us. Okay, in India there is something called Finance Commission. This Finance Commission will say, sir, one simple logic, sir. Ultimately, we are one country. Now, central government is there without states. If central government has money, it has to spend somewhere, where it will spend. If it spends in Andhra, then Andhra state. If it spends in Telangana, Telangana state. So, at any place if it spends, that is again belongs to some other states. Now, central government cannot show partiality also, no. If it likes only Gujarat, it cannot spend the whole money in Gujarat and leave Andhra, Telangana set aside. Or South, the Tamil Nadu set aside. It has to spend everywhere, right? So that's why there is something called Finance Commission, which says like how central government has to spend money in each and every state. Nothing but the central taxes again will be transferred to states only as per the percentages given by Finance Commission. Nothing but based on population. Nothing but based on population. If, okay, in this state, how much population are there? Based on that population ratio, each state, the money will be divided and given to you. Same state governments also will be again giving to some amount to local authorities based on again this kind of criteria only. Okay, like that there are three structures. All these three structures will function independently. The same way, since local authorities collect property taxes, state governments also should have their own revenue. you sell property, sorry, if any properties are sold, you see there is something called registration. People have to go to registrar office and there they will be signing and their stamp duty has to be paid. That goes to state government. And then even on sale of goods also, whatever the tax is there, that would go to state government only. Whereas income tax will go to central government. So like this, at the time of 1947-48 only, they have decided what tax has to go to which government and how do they will be spending everything. So that essence is called as federal structure. Understood, sir? So if you need to recreate it or to explain it to someone, what is called federal structure means we have 3 layers of government, but these are not, one is superior to another or inferior to another. All the 3 are independent. All these 3 can function autonomously. They can generate their own incomes and they will be doing their own functions. Federal structure. Three layers of government. Three layers of government. Central government, state government, local authority. All these 3 can function independently and generate their incomes. All these 3 can function independently and generate their incomes independently. All these 3 can function independently and generate their incomes independently. So then we are going to discuss the taxes that were there prior to GST. Currently, the indirect tax, mostly it is GST only, sir. But GST came into force in 2017 only. But before GST, there used to be so many other indirect taxes. So we will be knowing like what are those indirect taxes, their names, and who is to levy those taxes, that one. So take 3 columns, sir. Name of tax, levied by, I mean whether central government levies or state government levies or local authority levies, and then the reason for levy. Sir, this reason is not relevant for exam. I'm writing because you guys will again by heart this also. Not relevant for exam. This is just for general knowledge. Okay, so before going further, sir, here leave one full page, sir. More than 1.5 page also. Okay, one full page would be enough. So I'm writing now here intrastate sale. Intrastate sale. So what is called intrastate sale means where supplier and recipient, where supplier and recipient, so supplier means seller, recipient means buyer, where supplier and recipient are in the same state, where supplier and recipient are in the same state, where supplier and recipient are in the same state or same union territory. Where supplier and recipient are in the same state or same union territory. Where supplier and recipient are in the same state or in the same union territory. Example, sir. Seller is from AP and buyer is also from AP. Then it is called as what? Intrastate. Then seller is from Pondicherry. Buyer is also from Pondicherry. Okay. So for you, for buyer can be even taken as Annam also, because Annam is also part of Pondicherry. Okay. So both these are also treated as again what? Intrastate only. Where both seller and supplier and recipient are in the same state or same union territory, then it is called as what? Intrastate. Then we'll be discussing about interstate. Interstate sale. Interstate sale. What is called interstate sale, sir? Where supplier and recipient where supplier and recipient are in different states, different union territories, and one state and one union territory. One union territory are in different states, different union territories, or one state and one union territory. So first one, sir, seller in Hyderabad, buyer also in Hyderabad. Sorry, buyer is in okay, Goa. Seller is in Hyderabad, buyer is in Goa. Sir, Hyderabad, which state? Telangana state. Goa. Goa state only, sir. Okay, Goa is Goa state only. Seller Hyderabad, buyer Goa. So it is what? Interstate or intrastate? Interstate. You know intercaste? The same interstate. Intercaste means different caste. Now here also different state. Guna knows very well. Huh? Gunlakshmi. చెప్పలేదు. recently. చూపులేనా పెళ్లి కూడా అయిపోయింది. So then, seller is in Ladakh, buyer is in Delhi. Sir, Ladakh is an union territory, buyer is in Delhi, so again it is what? Interstate. So this is a union territory and this is a state. Okay, or both you could take it as like union territories also for the time being, no problem. Delhi is a union territory as well. Then third one, seller is in Bangalore, whereas buyer is in Pondicherry. So now what is the difference, sir? Bangalore is a state, and then not Bangalore, Karnataka is a state, and whereas buyer is from a union territory. So one state and one union territory. So again it is what? Interstate. So is it clear, sir, for everyone? Interstate and intrastate. When the both seller and buyer are in two different states, two different union territories, or one state and one union territory, then they are called as what? Interstate transactions. Okay, now coming back to you. Tax that were there prior to GST. The first one is like central sales tax. Central sales tax. So it's a tax levied on sales, but levied by whom? Central government. That's why it is called as central sales tax. It is levied by central government. It is levied by central government. What is the reason for levy, sir? The reason for levy is like interstate sale. The reason for levy is like interstate sale. The seller and buyer are in two different states. That's why instead of the tax revenue going to the selling state or buying state, the revenue is completely taken by whom? Central government. Okay, but here, sir, you should understand one thing. I said previously something called federal structure. As per federal structure in Constitution, on sale of goods, the tax should go only to states. On sale of goods, the tax should go only to whom? States. But here they are levying central sales tax, which is on goods only, and taken by whom? Central government. Why central came into picture means, understand, AP person selling goods to Telangana person. Okay, now AP government is saying like, since seller is in our state, the tax way has to come to AP. Whereas Telangana is saying like, since buyer is in Telangana, the tax has to go to Telangana. Okay, now there is a dispute going on between who is important, seller important or buyer important. Okay, both are important only. Without seller, what? Okay, there is no market. Then there is no commodities availability to the buyer. Without buyer, what seller will do? So both are equally important. So, but there is a fight going on between these two states, whereas AP is saying like, since seller is there in from our state, revenue has to come to AP. Whereas buyer is in Telangana, Telangana is saying like the revenue has to come to Telangana. Okay, we already had so many disputes like water project disputes, okay, road disputes, buses disputes, so many disputes already there between AP and Telangana. So this will become a new dispute like to which state has to take the tax revenue. That's why, sir, to avoid these kind of conflicts between the states, central came into picture and central is collecting the taxes. There is something like, sir, there are two cats which were fighting for the meat. Okay, these two cats, okay, somehow got some meat and they both are fighting about the distribution. Then a fox came and said like, you both don't fight, I'll take away the meat, and it went away. So it is something like, since both the states are fighting, central came into picture and the tax is taken by central. Sir, understand here, okay, that fox story even states will also know, right? So central will only collect but again it gives away to the state whichever is selling. Okay, so it will give away the tax again to the state whichever is selling. So central here not retaining the tax money, because the tax shall always go to states only. So it just collects the tax and give it back to the selling state. Okay, write down, sir. Central sales tax shortcut name is like CST. CST collected will be transferred by CST collected will be transferred by central government to selling state. Okay, CST collected will be transferred by central government to selling state. So central sales tax is there, which is levied on sale of interstate sale by whom? Central government. Okay, central government just collects the taxes and again ultimately it gives away the tax to the state governments only. Second one, sir. Advertisement tax. Advertisement tax. This is levied by state governments. Advertisement tax. Advertisement. ADVRTISEMENT. Advertisement tax levied by state governments. Again, the reason is what? Simple advertisements only. But doing the advertisements, the state used to levy advertisement tax, state government. And there is something called lottery tax. Lottery tax. If they want to sell lottery tickets, then on lottery tickets there is something called lottery tax. But lottery tickets, sir, we don't see much regular in AP, Telangana, and even in Karnataka. But it is more Kerala, you find more in the Kerala, this lottery tickets. So lottery tax is levied by state government on sale of what? Lottery tickets. Sale of lottery tickets. Lottery tax is levied by state government on sale of lottery tickets. Then there is something called luxury tax. Luxury tax. So on luxury goods means high-end model cars, cosmetics. Okay, so all these will come under the luxury goods. On these luxury goods, there will be normal tax and additionally there is another luxury tax also. Okay, so luxury tax are levied by state government on sale of luxury goods. On sale of luxury goods. Then fifth ones are octroi tax. Okay, the other name for this octroi tax is even entry tax. Octroi tax can even be called as entry tax as well. Again, this also levied by state governments only. What is the reason? Sir, in a village, you only own a particular shop. Okay, you own a shop like grocery shop. Now, some other person also wants to start a grocery shop. Then you feel obviously insecure. And if he is from your village only, then you can't do anything other than just, okay, thinking, doing chatabadi, black magic to him. Other than that, nothing you can do because he'll also do business. Half of your profits will be now going to him. But if it is a guy who is coming from the other village and starting shop in your village, then what you will do? You will then say like, only these villagers can start a shop here, the other villagers cannot. Okay, but what is your problem here? Basic problem. The problem is not other villagers coming here. The problem is what? He eating away your profits. Because half of your customers may be diverted to him and your profits may also go to him. That's your problem. So, but you will tell it in the name of the outsiders will not come here. The same way, states also will feel, especially a state like Maharashtra, sir, where in Maharashtra, lot of business used to happen. All the neighboring states of Maharashtra, whatever the goods they produce, maybe cotton they produce, paddy they produce, whatever the goods they produce, all these people will be going into Maharashtra because Mumbai is a big market. They will be selling in Maharashtra. Okay, we have even learnt like Maharashtra is our business capital. Okay, even though Delhi is our capital, the most of the businesses will happen in Maharashtra only. So many people from neighboring states will be going into Maharashtra and selling their goods there. Then local or native Maharashtrians feeling like because of all these people coming into their state, they are having so much of competition and they are losing their profits. So they felt like since they are native Maharashtrians, they should have some little more advantage. And they even forced the government to do also. Then government introduced something called as entry tax. So what is entry tax? You are from some other state, then you pay some 2% as tax. Then your cost will increase by 2%. So, sir, are you able to understand, sir? If I could sell at 100, you cannot sell at 100 because you have an extra 2% tax. You will sell at only 1 or 2. So that means I have an advantage here. If there is a customer, he'll first choose me because I will be selling at only 100, whereas you will be selling at 1 or 2. So to give that advantage to the local or native business people, they introduce something called as entry tax. If an outsider, if a person from other state is coming and selling goods in this particular state, then he needs to pay entry tax. Okay, so write down, sir, for allowing to sell goods from other states. For allowing to sell goods from other states. Then the next one is called VAT. The other name of the full form of VAT is value added tax. And previously it is even called as sales tax. Previously it is even called as sales tax levied by state government on intra-state sales. So on intra-state sales, states will levy sales tax, but that only called as now VAT. If it is an interstate sale, then central sales tax will be levied. Sir, the sales are two types: interstate sale, intrastate sale. On intrastate sale, there is state sales tax, which we call it as VAT. Whereas on interstate sales, there is central sales tax. Okay, but ultimately, sir, CST also will be transferred ultimately to whom? State government only. Even though levied by central government, the revenue further again it is transferred to whom? State government only. Whereas VAT directly it goes to state government only. Then seventh one. Entertainment tax. Entertainment tax, sir. It is in some places it is levied by state government, whereas in some places it is levied by local authority. Entertainment tax na, on entertainment activities they levy something extra as tax. If let's say if there is an exhibition, the ticket price is 100. On that the state government may levy entertainment tax 10 rupees. If there is a movie, on movie ticket they may levy some 10 rupees, 20 rupees as entertainment tax. Or if there are amusement parks like Wonderla, Ocean Park, these kind of things, then for their entry tickets also they may be charging some 10 rupee, 20 rupees as tax. Or any sporting event is going on, cricket match, kabaddi match, further the entry ticket may be 300, 500. On that if they are collecting any 10 rupees, 20 rupees as tax extra, that is called as what? Entertainment tax. So entertainment tax in certain states it is levied by state government, whereas in certain states it is levied by local authorities. So entertainment tax is levied on entertainment events. Entertainment events. Example like movies, circus, those kind of things. So to the students who are listening online, are you able to understand clearly? Does the voice, everything clear for you? Respond quickly. Then eighth one, sir, excise duty. Sir, excise, E-X-C-I-S-E. Don't write it as exercise. Excise duty. So excise duty. Excise duty is levied by whom, sir? Central government. On what is the reason for levying excise duty? Manufacture of goods. Manufacture of goods that also accept alcohol. Except alcohol. Then the ninth one, the last one, service tax. Service tax, which is again levied by central government. The reason is providing services. The reason is providing services. So these were the taxes that were there prior to GST. And it doesn't mean only these are indirect taxes. The other indirect taxes are like, one now, anyhow there is GST now. The other one is like customs. Additionally, what are the other indirect taxes? If you want the list of all indirect taxes, then you will write all of them. Additionally, GST and even customs duty, that is called as the total list of indirect taxes. Understand, sir? Customs is not merged into GST. Customs is there separately. But now, all these taxes are not there. Okay, the problem is like, let me tell you one problem only. Sir, if you see from state government only, there is advertisement tax, lottery tax, luxury tax, octroi tax, VAT tax, entertainment tax. If it is only one state government, why this many names and all to confuse us? Okay, so that's why they want to merge all these into one tax and make it simple for us. Otherwise, you need to learn Advertisement Tax Act, Lottery Tax Act, Luxury Tax Act, Octroi Tax Act, VAT Act. This many acts can we study? For this itself, we are hair itself turning into grey. Some people hair itself is going. Okay, so all this happening. So that's why we can't read this many acts. So that's why they thought like to make it easy or simple, all these acts were merged into one act called as GST. Okay, but even after this, sir, to a little extent, these taxes are there. That will be understanding in the after, next coming classes and all. It doesn't mean completely these taxes are now scrapped. There is some existence or some scope for these taxes, only a limited scope. To tell it like, petroleum products are currently not there in GST. Okay, and even alcohol is not there under GST. So now on these products, the taxes will be there, but the taxes are as per the old ones. Whereas on other goods and all, GST will be there. So majority of goods they brought under GST. So now 99% GST, 1% only all these acts has scope now. Okay, so to make it simple, they have merged into GST. That again will be learning like class by class, will be learning much more detailedly also. Okay. So now first sir here, this is a 7 marks question sir. I will show you that one as well for you. So this question number two, sir. So how the question they asked, enumerate any 7 state taxes which were subsumed in the GST. They didn't ask the whole list of taxes subsumed. They asked only 7 state taxes that were subsumed into GST. Now we'll discuss what is the list we learn. First one, central sales tax levied by, so we don't need here. Second one, advertisement tax levied by, so first one. Second one, lottery tax. Second, state government, yes, we can take here. Luxury tax levied by state government. Then octroi tax levied by state government. Then fifth one, VAT levied by state government. Then entertainment tax levied by state government. Sir, here if you see, they even included central sales tax also. Why they included central sales tax also means, what is the explanation we wrote for central sales tax, sir? See, even though collected by central government, ultimately the revenue goes to whom? That's why even though collected or levied by central government, it was taken as a state levy only and written in the answer. So state tax, I mean VAT, central sales tax, purchase tax, sir. Actually, it was abolished long back, purchase tax. And then there is something called luxury tax, entry tax, entertainment tax, tax on advertisement. Sir, purchase tax no nothing but sale means because of sale the seller has to pay. Purchase means because of purchase the buyer has to pay. But the transaction is one only, na? One transaction, one side it is sale, other side it is purchase. But on a single transaction, they are levying 2 taxes. That's why it was abolished so long back, not even before GST. Somewhere like 30-40 years back itself, they removed purchase tax. Okay, that's why I didn't explain it, but still it is there in the answer now. So that's why what are the state levies that were there prior to GST? State tax, I mean sales tax, purchase tax, luxury tax, entry tax, entertainment tax, advertisement tax, and even sales tax or VAT. Okay, so all these are the taxes that were subsumed into GST. Okay. So now we'll be discussing about what is the basic reason for levying tax. Keep the heading as basic reason for levying tax. Basic reasons for levying tax. So why government has to levy tax? That is the question. Understood, sir? చెప్పండి sir. Basic reason for levying taxes. What is the basic reason, sir? Write down the first reason, sir. For that we'll give explanation also. To provide basic facilities for every citizen of country. To provide basic facilities for every citizen of country. So basic facilities means what? Like to provide basic facilities for every citizen of country, nothing but welfare of citizens, sorry sir, so let me write it in another way. The tax money is spent, the tax money is spent by government, tax money is spent by government, tax money is spent by government for the welfare of citizens, tax money is spent by government for the welfare of citizens, tax money is spent by government for the welfare of citizens. Some of those services are like healthcare, I mean government hospitals, okay, and these vaccination campaigns, okay, all these will be taken care by government. So for all that, how do the government will get money? From taxes only, to provide healthcare, electricity. You might be saying like, sir, for electricity I am paying electricity bill now, but whatever the amount you pay is not enough to lay those electric lines and all initially. To lay those electric lines and all initially, whatever the money we pay is not enough. So government has spent so much of money to connect all these electric lines, to connect each and every village. Already they have spent so much of money. Okay, now whatever we are paying is for just the production of electricity. For all these infrastructure they provided, infrastructure now, all these poles, lines and all, for that we didn't pay anything. For electricity connection, are you paying any 1 lakh or 2 lakhs initial amount? No, right? Freely they are giving you electricity connection. But what are the cost already they have? Like to connect all these grids and all, that money is spent by whom? Government only. So electricity. Third one, roads. Roads, okay. So whatever it is, like is the CC roads, cement roads, tar roads, what highways, national highways, all these roads are constructed by government only. You may say like again, toll is being collected, but still on majority roads there is no toll. Okay, in front of your house also there is a road. For that you are paying toll, huh? But then you are freely using that road only, right? In your village, in your town, there were local roads and all. For all that, are you paying taxes? But who is laying that roads? Government only laying roads now. So, but for that there is no, for that you are not paying anything. So that's why from the tax money only government laying those roads. Then fourth one, sir, education. To run these government schools and colleges, education, free houses, healthcare, electricity, roads, education, free houses, free houses, free transportation, all this, etc. If we go on writing, this list will go. Free transportation, police, firefighters, courts, judiciary system, all these are providing by the government only. So the tax money is going for them to provide basic facilities. All these will come under the welfare, taking care of health, providing electricity, the basic infrastructure, providing roads, providing education, providing free houses, free transportation. All these will come under what? Welfare. Okay, pensions. Pensions. Amulya, vastundamma pension? ఎవరికి వస్తుంది? ప్రభాస్ గారు, అబ్బాసా? So then, this is the first one, sir. The first reason is what? To provide basic facilities for every citizen. What are called basic facilities, sir? To taking care of their welfare, like roads, infrastructure. Okay, these roads, education, health, all these will come under the basic facilities. Second one, sir. To finance multiple governments. To finance multiple government. To finance multiple governments. So what is called financing multiple governments, sir? Central government, okay, let's say the taxes will go to central government. Now central government will distribute this money directly to local authorities, and even state governments also. Central government will distribute, central government will distribute, and even certain taxes may be even collected by state government also. Again, state government also will be given this, okay, or will be giving it as like grants. Okay, or will distribute again grant or distribution to local authorities. For what purpose are local authorities? For local authorities, then with this money, local authorities may lay roads. Again, ultimately, local authorities will use it for laying roads, etc. Okay, roads, sewage, those things. So now, how this distribution is happens, na? This distribution is as per finance commission. Finance commission. As per finance commission, the central government or the state government will distribute their taxes to local authorities. Sir, simple problem, sir. Let's say you are living in a small village where there is some 1,000 population. Okay, so now in Andhra Pradesh, if you see how, what is the property taxes and all, okay, based on the type of house, the property tax is decided. Whether the house is with the palm leaves and all, tataklilu, palm leaves, or whether it is constructed with the tiles, pinkitillu. Third one, whether it is a concrete structure one, concrete slabs. Okay, so based on this, the property taxes are differentiated, may vary from 50 rupees to 500 also. Now for each house, they are charging something like 50, 100, 500 also. How much they'll collect for an year? Let's say in your village, how many, okay, the whole population itself will be 2,000, 3,000. All these taxes together also, it would be only for some 3 lakhs only. Okay, that would go for the salary of the sarpanch itself. Okay, so now, okay, or even there are 1 or 2 officers also, or the panchayat secretary and all. So for them only the money will go. So for in your village, if they want to lay cement roads or to construct a drainage and all, how the local authorities will get money? So to finance that money, how do they get money? Na? Central government will give grants to these local authorities, and same way state governments will also give grants to these local authorities. Okay, so it's a mandatory grant, sir. It's not like out of optional they will be giving. Every time the central government some funds will be giving to each and every local authority, which is as per the recommendations of finance commission. Okay, so now where our tax money is going, na, central collected and given it to the local authorities to finance the particular village needs and all. Okay, so to finance multiple governments is the second reason. Third one, sir. Third one, protection of the life. protection of life. Sir, if someone is going to harm you, somebody is threatening you with a knife that I'll kill you, what you will do? You'll go and complain to Shiva sir, huh? And then to whom you will complain? Evarkamma? Kirtiga? ఏం చేస్తారండి? సమ్వన్ ఈస్ థ్రెటనింగ్ దట్, ఓకే సరే, మన చిరంజీవి వెనకాల అమ్మాయిలు వెంటబడుతున్నారు, నన్ను ప్రేమిస్తావా చంపేయమా అని. వాడు అప్పటికీ చెప్తున్నాడు, నేను ఒక్కడనే అమ్మా, నేను ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నాను, ఇప్పుడు మీరు మళ్ళీ అంటే ఇంతమందికి నేను ప్రేమను పంచలేను, అయితే నీ రక్తం పంచు అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు కత్తి పట్టుకొని తిరుగుతున్నారు. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి చిరంజీవి? రక్తం ఇచ్చేస్తాడు వాడు. సార్, ఇఫ్ సంబడి threatening you about your life and all, you'll obviously approach whom? Police. Okay, so you are paying tax. So the tax you are understand in another way, sir. Or else like you started a small clothing store. Okay, but all the clothes and all, or all the goods which you kept are so good. Now all the people in the village or all the people in that particular town planned like they'll hit you and take away whatever they want. Okay, so what is the production you are having? If at all you know this, what you will do? Sir, if there is a movie is releasing and you wanted to see movie, okay, you people like some 100 people formed as a group and hit the theater staff and you went into the theater and watching movie. So who is there to stop you? Police people. So tax is something like a security fees to get the production from government. If someone is about to throw a stone on your shop, then the police people will come, okay, and they'll take the, and they'll give you the treatment and all. So the safety you are getting, the protection you are getting for doing the business or for your life is the tax money. Okay, so write down, sir, protection of the life. Taxpayers receive protection of life and wealth. Taxpayers receive protection of life and wealth from government in case of external aggression. In case of external aggression. Sir, external aggression, someone from outside the country is going to attack. That is called as external aggression. Someone coming from outside the country. Or from internal armed rebel, internal armed rebellions or any other situation. Or any other situation. So in all these movies, sir, if you see, if there is some gunda who is there collecting money from all the shops and all, okay, so they'll be selling some small flowers, fruits, okay, they'll ask for money. If they say like don't money, na, that fellow, mad fellow, he can take flowers and fruits, na, he'll just kick them, those flowers and fruits. Okay, if he cannot sell that flowers and fruits, how he will get money? Even tomorrow also he cannot pay. But all these rowdies and all will be doing like this only. Then who will come? Hero will come. Hero in a cop dress. Police. Okay, so now why the police has to protect there? Because already these business people are paying taxes, or the tax money is something paid to the police people as salary to protect all these people. So what are the benefits you are getting by way of paying taxes, or why you need to pay tax? Now these are the answers. You need a road to walk, then pay tax. Okay, if at all. Okay, but you may say like, sir, all these facilities I am not getting. I am not getting free healthcare. I am not using free education. I am not using free houses. But you cannot say like that, because we are living as a society. Okay, sometimes everything may not be for your own benefit, but as a society benefit, here you need to see. Okay, so as a person, you may be paying 10 lakhs as tax, but you never went to government school. Okay, and you didn't got any benefit from the government. Free, no free house, no free transportation. Okay, electricity also you use solar power, nothing free you got. Okay, and then multiple governments also, but at least roads you'll use, right? Okay, without roads you cannot say like always you cannot travel in helicopter now. Sometimes you need to travel on road also. And then protection of life, obviously. If all these people gathered together, this fellow is a wealthy fellow, if we want to take away all his wealth and they start attacking you, now what you will do? Obviously the government will only be protecting you. If there is no government, what others will do, sir? You are the only rich person in that particular village. All other peoples are not even having food. But you have so much of money and paying tax to the government. Okay, so now who is there to support you or to protect you? Since you are paying 30% or giving 30% share to government, government is standing in front of you to protect from the other side of the people. If there is no government, what these people will do? Okay, all these people will form as a group. They'll come to your house. They'll break all the doors, everything. They'll break your head also and take all your money. Simple, right? So that protection, if you want, you need to pay tax. So this is not something there in the governments, even from king system also. Okay, that time king used to protect all these wealthy people. That's why wealthy people used to pay certain percentage of their amount as tax to the kings and all. Okay, so that's why king will protect them. King will be having this army and all, right? So that would be protecting these wealthy peoples. Understood, sir? So the basic reasons for levying tax are these three. Then we'll be discussing about the features of indirect taxes. Features of indirect taxes. Features of indirect taxes. So features means the qualities. First one, sir. Regressive in nature. Regressive in nature. చాలా మంచి తెలుగు మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు. So Vaishnavi is a rich girl. Okay, see in movies and all you will see, right? Vaishnavi. Okay, there are two more Vaishnavi. Here is one Vaishnavi. There is one Vaishnavi. There are three. You Vaishnavi. Okay, three Vaishnavis. Okay, all the three Vaishnavis are like rich girls. Okay, in movies and all, heroines will be there. Now, first half of the movie, full attitude only. Okay, till the point of time, interval point of time, they'll fall in love with the hero. Then their attitude will go away. So till that point of time, they'll be full attitude only. So okay, so there are three types of, I mean, the three girls. All these are like rich. If okay, and there are other, okay, others na, okay, there is inka mugguru evarni తీసుకుందాం next. Okay, there is even Kirti. Kirti is like poor girl. Okay, so you know, like serial heroines. They'll be poor, but so much of empathy, care, everything is there. Okay, so now understand, sir. You watched the movie called Narasimha, Rajnikant. Okay, there Rami Krishna will be there throughout the movie, full arrogant, and obviously she is rich also. And there Soundarya will be there, she is like poor and all. Now let's say they both went to a shop and purchased the same good. Just because Rami Krishna is rich, they will not collect more taxes. Just because Soundarya is poor, they will not take less taxes. Both will be having the same kind of taxes under indirect taxes. But whereas under income tax, Soundarya is having very less income. She is working as a maid in one house. Okay, she will be having very much less income, so she not even need to pay any tax. Whereas Rami Krishna is having so many properties and all, she will be paying more tax. So when it comes to income tax, sir, the tax rates are different. Rich na more tax you will pay, poor na less tax you will pay. But whereas under indirect taxes, it is not like that. Irrespective of rich, poor, if you buy a good, the same tax rate. Okay, so either irrespective of whether it is like Mukesh Ambani or the normal Mukesh had Mukesh. Okay, Mukesh had Mukesh or Mukesh Ambani, whoever he is, sir, the tax rate would be same. Okay, if both went and purchased some chocolate, then on both of them, see, even though he is the richest person, same tax. Even though he is the poorest person, there will be the same tax. So that is called as regressive. To show it as a graph, sir, regressive means it go as like a straight line. Like this it will go. So there will not be any ups and downs. Like this only, parallelly it will be going. Okay, so irrespective. Okay, so in this side will, so these are the tax rates, and this side their incomes. Sorry. This side their incomes. So here, sir, a person is having only 5 lakhs income. Here a person is having 50 lakhs. Here a person is having 5 crores. Whether he is having 5 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 5 crores, whatever it is, he is having the same tax rate. How much? 12% only. So that is called as what? Progressive in nature. Whereas, sorry, regressive in nature. What does it mean by progressive? Means income, sir, here a person is having 0. Here 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs. Then the tax is increasing like this. This is like 5%, 10, 20, 30. So if you look at this graph is going like what? Upwards. So then that is called as progressive. So it's getting progressed. Okay, so that's why it is called as progressive in nature. Income tax or direct taxes are progressive in nature, whereas indirect taxes are regressive in nature. So write down, sir, all persons rich or poor will bear equal rate of tax on goods and services consumed by them. Goods and services consumed by them. All persons, rich or poor, will bear equal rate of tax on goods and services consumed by them. So nothing but in bracket, there is no difference between rich and poor. 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 So this increases, sir. So there's a problem with this. This may increase the disparities between rich and poor. So nothing but the difference between rich and poor will be much more increased because of this kind of structure. So there is a guy who earns monthly 10 lakhs. Rich or poor? Rich only, right? So he earns monthly 10 lakhs. There is another guy who earns monthly 20,000. Poor, monthly 20,000. Now both of them purchased iPhones. Okay, latest model. And obviously the poorer will become much more poorer, because out of the total yearly earnings 2,40,000, 1 lakh is spent on iPhone only. That means almost up to 50% of his annual earnings is spent on iPhone. And out of that 50%, 10 or 15% is nothing but tax. Okay. But whereas another guy who is having monthly salary of how much? 10 lakhs. Yearly 1.2 crores. And he spent 1 lakh on iPhone. Okay, it's not a big thing. Not even 1% is spent on iPhone, whereas the other person spent almost 50% on iPhone. So whatever the money you are having, you spent on phone. He spent only on 1%. Now the difference between the poorer became much more poorer. So the difference has been increasing, sir. So because of this regressive nature, since both are paying equal amounts for the same good, equal taxes for the same goods, their difference, their disparity of rich and poor will be much more increasing. Understand, sir? So regressive in nature is not a good thing, but still we cannot change it based on the income and all, because practically it cannot work. It will not work, because whenever you go to a store, the seller may not verify always your income status. You just went to buy a soap. Can the seller can scan you and tell like what is your income and all, everything? That much technology is not about. If at all in future after 100, 200 years, if there is that much technology, there will be something like the scanning device and all. Once you go there, your whole family income will come. So based on that, your tax rate will automatically gets there. So then there may be changes, but based on the current technology and all, we cannot find out each and every person's individual incomes and all. So that's why they kept it as regressive. Okay, maybe based on improvement of technologies and all, this also may become progressive nature. Currently it is regressive in nature. What does it mean by regressive, sir? Irrespective of rich, poor, everybody taxed at the same rate. Then second one, sir. Inflationary in nature. Inflationary in nature. So there is a seller, supplier, there is a recipient. There is a supplier, there is a recipient. The supplier supplied, okay, a soap to the recipient. Recipient is paying for this ₹50. But since it is a good, on sale of good, there will be what? Indirect tax. So now let us take indirect tax at a rate of 20%. How much, sir, it is? 10 rupees. So then overall the price came to how much? 60. If there is no indirect taxes, for what price you got the soap? So because of indirect tax, price increased or not increased? Increased or not? So write down here, sir. Because of tax, soap price became 60. Otherwise ₹50 only. So this itself is called as inflation. Inflation is nothing but increase of prices. Okay, when prices are increasing, we cannot afford. Sir, inflation is something which we cannot avoid. The only thing is like our income should also grow in parallel to that of inflation. Understand? So because of taxes, The goods are becoming inflated. Because of tax, their prices are increasing. When the prices of the goods or commodities are increasing, that itself we call it as inflation. If there is no tax, it is at only 50. Because of tax, the price increased now. That increase itself, we are calling it as what here? Inflation. Okay? Inflationary in nature. So write down, sir. The cost of goods and services. Cost of goods and services increases. Cost of goods and services increases due to levy of indirect taxes. Due to levy of indirect taxes, which promotes inflation. Cost of goods and services increases due to levy of indirect taxes, which promotes inflation. Third one, sir, it's a tax on goods and services. It's a tax on goods and services. That means indirect taxes are not just levied on goods. These are levied on both goods and services. And even on goods also at multiple stages. On manufacturing of good they'll levy. On sale of good they'll levy. Manufacturing is different. Selling it is different. Manufacturing is one-time activity. But selling may happen many times. Understand, sir? MRF tires, MRF company will manufacture tires only once. So on manufacture, they'll pay tax once. And again, they'll sell it. They'll sell directly to customers. Huh? For your bike, you need to replace your tire, sir. You want MRF tire. Are you directly approaching MRF company? So how it is going then? MRF will sell to wholesalers. Wholesaler will sell to retailers. And retailer will be selling to you. So on all these sales, there will be tax. Okay? But there is only one time manufacturing. On manufacturing also there will be tax. So either on goods, indirect taxes will be levied. On both on services also indirect taxes will be levied. So it's a tax on goods and services. So indirect taxes are levied. Indirect taxes are levied at the time of supply indirect taxes are levied at the time of supply or manufacture or purchase or sale or import. So indirect taxes are levied on both goods and services when at the time of supply, at the time of manufacture, at the time of purchase, at the time of sale, at the time of import. It's not like every time, okay, for some goods based on sale, for some goods based on purchase, for some goods based on import. So different times they will be levying the taxes and it is levied on both goods and services. Next, fourth one, sir. Fourth one is about burden. Burden. We already discussed this one, sir. Who will be having the burden of indirect tax? Seller or buyer? Buyer. Even though seller is responsible to pay tax, ultimately he recovers it from buyer. So the burden to pay tax is on buyer. So write down, sir, burden. Tax being indirect tax. Being indirect tax paid by seller but recovered from buyer. Tax being indirect tax paid by seller but recovered from buyer. That means the burden is shifted from seller to buyer. That means it is shifted from seller to buyer and ultimately to consumer. And ultimately to consumer of such goods or service. And ultimately to consumer of such goods or service. Tax being indirect tax is paid by seller but recovered from buyer. That means the burden is shifted from seller to buyer and ultimately to consumer. Sir, understand? MRF company is there. It sells to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, and retailer to consumer. So how many transactions are there, sir? This is transaction 1. This is transaction 2. This is transaction 3. Right? Transaction 1, transaction 2, transaction 3. Sir, MRF will recover tax from whom? Wholesaler. Okay, so now here the burden shifted from whom to whom? MRF to wholesaler. Now wholesaler will again recover it from whom? Retailer. So the burden again shifted to retailer. And now retailer will be again collecting it from customer or consumer. Sir, customers, consumers, now we only. So from where we will recover taxes? No else. We are the end point. So ultimately every seller will recover taxes from buyer. Okay, and again if he sells, he'll recover from his buyer. So it goes on, and ultimately till the end consumer. So obvious and nothing but the burden is on end consumer. It's not just the burden is on buyer. If buyer again going to sell those goods, he'll pass on to his buyer. Okay, so in other words, sir, the burden is shifted to the end consumer. If you are an end consumer, then all the taxes will be shifted to you. Understand, sir? So when the dairy milk chocolate is manufactured, Cadbury company there paid the taxes first, recovers from wholesaler, and now wholesaler pays much more extra tax. Okay, Cadbury paid 20 rupees as tax, recovered from wholesaler. Now wholesaler paid 30 rupees as tax, recovered from retailer. Retailer paid 35 rupees as tax, recovered from from the customers. So all these taxes are ultimately paid by whom? Consumer only, the end consumer. So ultimately the end burden is on consumer. Understand, sir? So what are the 4 points, sir? First one is like regressive in nature. Second one, they are inflationary in nature. Third one, these are tax on both goods and services. Fourth one, the burden is shifted from seller to buyer, but again the buyers will shift to the end consumers. Fifth one, sir. Wider tax base. Wider tax base. Wider tax base. What does it mean by wider tax base, sir? Here under indirect taxes, there is so much scope. There are so many goods, so many services. Whatever you want, levy tax. Okay, for government, there are so many goods, wide range of goods and services available to levy taxes. That means government have so much revenue, so many alternatives here. In income tax, now hardly there are 5 sources of incomes, 5 heads. Salary income, house property income, business income, capital gain income, others. Other source, na, some interest, dividend, hardly some 10 to 15 sources. But here, sale of any of these items, government will get income. So there are so many goods, so many services. On all of these, the government can levy taxes. So there is wide range of goods and services available. So the base is so wide to levy taxes. So write down, sir. Majority of goods and services are liable to indirect tax. Majority of goods and services are liable to indirect tax. Majority of goods and services are liable to indirect tax with very low thresholds. With very low thresholds. Majority of goods and services are liable to indirect tax with very low thresholds. So the base is more wider compared to income tax. So the base is more wider compared to income tax. So the base is more wider compared to income tax. So the base is more wider compared to income tax. Sixth ones are no pinch. Pinch means గిలితే వచ్చే నొప్పిని పించ్ అంటాం. ఇప్పుడు గిల్లి మరి మీరు తెలుసుకోక్కర్లా. No pinch. So no pinch means, sir, if you remember beginning of our class we discussed Chiranjeev example. Chiranjeev has 30 lakh salary. When he pays 7,40,000 as tax, okay, he felt as if he has given his kidney. Whereas the other way, when he purchased a car, that time also almost same amount he has paid as tax. But then he didn't even felt like, okay, even some 1 or 2 hairs fell down, he don't feel like that only he felt. Okay, whereas when he paid direct taxes, he felt like he almost lost a kidney. The other way, he didn't even felt the pain. But in both the cases, the same amount is paid as tax. So here he is not feeling the pain. Where in indirect taxes, when you are paying indirect taxes, you will not feel the pain. You'll scold whom? The car manufacturer. Why this fellow kept this much car price? You'll scold BCCA. Why this much fees they kept? Okay, but the 18% is going for what? Tax only. Okay, so in everywhere, sir, because the pinch is not on the government, the pinch is on the seller. Okay, so it's not the pinch. The buyer does not feel actually he is paying it to the government. సరే ఇప్పుడు 1 lakh పే చేస్తే మాకెందుకు అనిపించదు, తెలుస్తుంది కదా అంటే తెలుస్తుంది మీకు. కానీ పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే గవర్నమెంట్కి పే చేస్తున్నట్టుగా తెలియదు కదా. ఓకే, ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ యూ మే హ్యావ్, ఐ మీన్ ద పర్సన్ పేయింగ్ హ్యావ్ ద పించ్, బట్ ద పించ్ ఈజ్ నాట్ దట్ హీఈస్ పేయింగ్ ఇట్ టు ద గవర్నమెంట్. అంటే నా ఇంకా తెలుగులో చెప్పాలి అంటే గిల్లినోడు ఎవడో తెలియట్లే. ఓకేనా? సో కాబట్టి ఇంకా నొప్పిని పట్టించుకోకుండా వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు అనమాట. ఓకే, no pinch. Seller does not perceive the direct pinch. Seller does not perceive a direct pinch. అసలు సెల్లర్కి నొప్పి ఉండదంట. ఎందుకు నొప్పి ఉండదు? వై? Because he is not paying from his pocket. He'll take from buyer and pay. Seller does not perceive a direct pinch as it is recovered from buyer. As it is recovered from buyer. On the other hand, since it is inbuilt in price, on the other hand, since it is inbuilt in price, on the other hand, since it is inbuilt in price, the ultimate payer pays, the ultimate buyer pays without knowing. The ultimate buyer pays without knowing. Sir, seller knows that he is paying tax, but not from his pocket. So he don't know, he don't feel the pain. Whereas buyer, he don't even know that he is paying taxes. So that's why he may have pain, but he don't know that pain is from tax. Understand, sir? So in both the cases, seller don't feel the pain because he is not paying from his own pocket. Understood, na, sir? Sir, we both went to a restaurant. We both, na, let's say me, Chiranjeev. Okay, so Chiranjeev is ordering whatever he want. Okay, he ordered what are the things and all he has. Okay, then at last I paid the money and came back, but it is from his purse. No, understand, sir? Throughout the time we are in restaurant, I am happy only. I am not having any pain. Why? Because ultimately I am paying from his money only. And whereas Chiranjeevi is also happy because he don't know that the amount is being paid from his purse. Okay, so both didn't feel the pinch. Okay. So okay, then maybe after 2 days he realized like what happened to the money and all. Then he thought like maybe somewhere he has lost the money and all. He thought, and never he get to know about the pain of eating that much food in that restaurant. 7th one. The last one, sir. Social welfare. Even indirect taxes contributes to the welfare also. How indirect taxes contributes to welfare? Or Banu? Huh? Baswa. So okay, so random example, sir. Take it like social welfare, sir. Let's say one bottle of water, 90 ml. Okay, is like 100 rupees. Assume. On that, the government, sir, the government will levy more taxes on water. You know water means, right? Here. No. Okay, water with that kick. Alcohol. Okay. So now sin goods like alcohol, tobacco items. Chepna tobacco items ante. Hari, jeblo unnaya anna. Okay, so on tobacco items, alcohol, the government will levy taxes at a higher rate. So that means, I mean, on normal goods, if they levy at 10%, on alcohol, tobacco, they levy at 50%. So actual price of this 90 ml bottle is 100 only. But government levy 50 rupees as tax. So how much it is becoming? 150. So again, basic economics formula. Don't say we are from CAT. Okay, so the basic economics formula is like when the price of commodity increases, then the demand will decrease or increase? Decrease, right? And the price increases, then demand will decrease. The same here, this bottle price is going from 100 to 150. Then the demand is also decreasing. When demand for alcohol and tobacco is decreasing, then that is good only, na? Okay, when demand for alcohol and tobacco is decreasing, then that is good only. So obviously it leads to what? Welfare of the society. That's what they meant. But actually it does not happen like that. Okay, when the government increases the prices of alcohol, then Gudumba comes into place. No, Gudumba, not Sara. Okay, so then people will go for them, which were not even having the safety standards. Okay, so people will go like that would be coming for some 20 rupees, 30 rupees only. People will go to them. They don't have any standards and all. So that they will drink and then lose their life also. So, okay, so that's why it's not actually applicable, sir. That rule is correct only. Government is using that rule when price increases, demand decreases. So when demand of these products decreases, then it is contributing to the welfare of the society. But understand, sir, for addictive substances and all, you will not, okay, you will not, I mean, the demand will not decrease because of the price and all. You will be seeing in movies also. Okay, these people, drug addicts and all will be saying like, I'll give whatever I want. Give me that shot, give me that shot. So they'll be asking and all. So their price is not a matter for them. So for these addictive kind of substances and all, even though price increases, demand will not. It decreases. You'll see in so many movies, they'll be selling the gold. They'll be selling whatever they find in house, and obviously again they'll be buying the alcohol only. Who? Okay, so understand, sir. So actually, okay, now as per the rule, it is like, or as per the syllabus context we are having is like, indirect taxes are levied at a high rates on the sin goods. So because of these high rates, the sin goods prices will increase. So their consumption will come down, ultimately leading it to the welfare of the society. Write down, sir. It is a useful tool. It is a useful tool to promote social welfare by restricting. It is a useful tool to promote social welfare by restricting. By directly not restricting, sir. By restricting the consumption of harmful goods by restricting the consumption of harmful goods or sin goods. It is a useful tool to promote social welfare by restricting the consumption of harmful goods or sin goods by levying higher tax rates. By levying higher tax rates. It is a useful tool to promote social welfare by restricting the consumption of harmful goods or sin goods. Sir, you could write in brackets also, harmful goods and sin goods means what? You know already, right? What are those, Kaushik? Alcohol, tobacco, drugs and all we are not referring here. Why means drugs and all are not even legal. So we are talking about only which were legal. Narcotics and all are not legal. Okay. Only alcohol and tobacco are legal, but still those also will be restricted by the government by way of levying higher tax rates on them. Okay. So now there's a question on this, sir. So look at the question number 3. So it was asked in 2 attempts are already. December 23 exam, this question is asked. December 24 exam, this question is asked. Maybe December 25 exam also, this could be asked. Analyze the basic reasons to impose a taxation. The basic reasons to impose taxation and also state the features of indirect taxes. The basic reasons to impose tax. First one, to provide basic facilities for every citizen of the country. Okay. Now see, sir, whatever money is received by government from taxation is spent by it for what purpose, sir? For the welfare of citizens of the country. Some of the services provided by the government are like healthcare, electricity, roads, education, free houses for the poor, water supply, police, firefighters, judiciary system, disaster relief, taking care of bridges and other things from public welfare. Okay, so with the money you are paying, they are taking care of the welfare. Welfare means all those activities. Second one, to finance multiple governments, all the local governments of the state like village panchayats, block panchayats, municipal corporation receives funds from the finance commission. So finance commission will not give directly from central government. The funds will be allocated to the local authorities based on the recommendations of finance commission. Then protection of the life. Taxpayers receives the protection of life and wealth from the government in case of external aggression, internal armed rebellion. Sir, internal armed rebellion, so like let's say some kind of revolution, some kind of dharnas, okay, are being happened. So those people or those mob may come and attack your shops. We see, sir, so many times like when this kind of strikes, dharnas are being happened, those people, the mob who are mobilized, may be pelting stones on the shops. Okay, they may be just lightening them. Okay, the public properties may be destroyed and all. So for all of them, who will be protecting them? The police people only, right? They'll be tear gas they'll use. They'll be, I mean, the fire people will come and they'll be pouring or throwing water on them so that to control them. So all this is for what? Because we are paying taxes, it's the government responsibility to protect our properties and all. So that's why that is the reason. First reason is like to provide basic facilities for every citizen. Second one, to finance the multiple governments. Third one is like to protect the life. Then the features of indirect taxes. First one, tax on goods and services. Indirect tax is levied at the time of supply, manufacture, purchase, sale or import of goods. So it is levied on both goods and services and also at different stages. What are those different stages? Like sale, manufacture, purchase, import, all those. Then burden. We wrote this point burden also in our notes. Tax being indirectly paid by the indirect tax paid by the seller shall be recovered by the seller from buyer. So buyer will not be feel the burden. Thus one can say that the burden of indirect tax is shifted from seller to buyer and ultimately to the whom? Consumer of such goods and services. Then inflationary in nature. What is called inflation, sir? Increase in price. Cost of goods and services increases due to levy of indirect taxes. Thus indirect taxes promote inflation. Then social welfare. It is useful tool to promote social welfare by checking. Checking means here restricting only. To restricting the consumption of harmful goods or sinful goods. How they are restricting, sir? Through higher rate of tax. Then wider tax base. Wider tax base. Now here there are so many goods and services for the government to levy taxes. Okay, compared to that of income tax. Majority of goods and services are liable to indirect tax with very low thresholds. So tax base is much wider in case of indirect tax in compared to direct tax. Then regressive in nature. What does it mean by regressive in nature, sir? Rich and poor will bear the equal rate of tax on goods and service consumed by them irrespective of their ability. In other words, indirect tax does not create any difference between rich and poor. Poor people also are required to pay equal tax on certain goods and services. Thus, it increases the disparities. Disparities, na differences between rich and poor. Then when the last one, no pinch. Why seller will not feel the pinch? Because seller is not paying from his pocket. Since seller is not paying directly from his pocket, he will not feel the pinch. Whereas buyer is not knowing. He is thinking like it is the price of the good and paying the money. So buyer also will not feel the pinch. See here. Seller does not pursue direct pinch as it is recovered from the buyer. On the other hand, it is inbuilt in the price of the goods. The ultimate buyer pays without knowing that he is paying any tax to the government. So he also will not feel the pinch. So as of now, sir, we have completed question number 2, question number 3. Both are having, sir, importance of asking exam. So today in study hours, sir, you will be completing these 2 questions. Okay, whatever in your notes, so we'll start with today only. Okay, so tomorrow, sir, if you don't study today, tomorrow we'll be covering much more. So then for tomorrow, it will be like 5-6 questions. Then again, you will be leaving here. Then burden will be piling up by tomorrow. So to remove tomorrow's burden, today itself you study, sir. Okay. So I'm closing for now. Okay. Today, first day, na, so that's a little concession and all. From tomorrow onwards, we'll not have any. Sir, in yesterday's sessions, we have initially discussed about the chapters flow and their weightage. Then we started with the introduction to GST. So first we started with what is called tax. Tax is a charge levied by government. Why only government can levy tax? Because Article 265 says like no tax shall be levied or collected except by authority of law. Then the basic thing. So why the name itself is direct tax and indirect tax we have discussed. Why they are called as direct taxes? Because directly from the one who is earning income, the tax will be collected. If you are the one who has earned income, from you only the tax will be collected directly. But whereas in indirect taxes, ultimately we all are the consumers of goods and services. We all are consumers of goods and services. The tax will be going from our pocket only. But government will not ask us directly. Government will ask whom? The seller. So we will be paying the tax money as well as the good money together to the seller. Now from the money received by seller, seller will be paying the tax to the government. So you only paying tax even in indirect tax also, but you don't know that you are even paying. So in an indirect way you are paying taxes. That's why it is called as what? Indirect taxes. Then the basic structure of indirect taxes. When a seller sells any goods and services to the buyer, buyer not only pays the money for the good, he also pays the good value and even the tax together. So if you look at this example, here the good value is 10,000 and the tax is 20%. So overall the buyer is paying how much, sir? 12,000. Okay, so out of this 12,000, what seller will do? 10,000 his money he'll retain with himself, whereas the 2,000 tax money will be paid to the government. Obligation or liability to pay tax is on seller, where the burden to pay tax is on buyer. Then we even discussed about the entry. What is the entry, sir? Here, cash or bank account. The normal sale entry first. Cash or bank account debit to sales. But here sale even includes the GST part. That's why we recognize sales excluding tax. And the tax money, since it has to be paid to the government by the seller, it is created as a liability. So to tax payable, this is a liability creation. And to sales, 10,000. So overall the entry is like cash bank account debit 12,000, because you received 12,000, you debiting cash 12,000. Out of 12,000, only 10,000 is sales. So 10,000 recognized as sales. The 2,000 you need to pay government. So that's why created as a liability. Then we discussed about federal structure. What is federal structure, sir? The federal structure means the different layers of government itself is called as federal structure. Central government, state government, local authority. Okay, so what is the federal essence there? The essence of federalism there is like all these governments are not independent on each other. Okay, they are independent of one and they are independent of their own. Okay, so state governments can generate their own revenues and state government can perform independently irrespective of the who is there in the central government. That is called as what? Federal structure. And then we started discussing about taxes that were there prior to GST. Okay, reason once or twice if you study it's fine, sir. Reason you need not to by heart. Only the tax and the person who is levying the tax alone you need to, okay, you need to revise number of times. The first one is like central sales tax. Central sales tax levied by central government, but ultimately it also will be given to state government. Yesterday we seen in the workbook also. So it is considered as a state levy only. Central sales tax. Then next one is like advertisement tax. Then the next one is like luxury, lottery tax, luxury tax. Advertisement, luxury, lottery, octroi. All these are levied by state government only. Then VAT, state government. Entertainment tax, state government or local authority. Excise duty, central government. Service tax, central government. Then we discussed about what is called intrastate sale and what is called interstate sale. Sir, intrastate sale means where the seller and buyer are in the same state or same union territory. We call it as intrastate. When they are in two different states or two different union territories or one state and one union territory, then we call it as interstate sale. Then the basic reason for levying taxes. Okay, the basic reason for levying tax is like what's the first one? To provide basic facilities for every citizen of country. So, okay, so why government has to levy tax now? The reason is what? To provide basic facilities to the citizens of the country. What are those basic facilities? Means to look at, to taking care of the welfare of the citizens. So welfare means it could be health care, electricity, roads, education, free houses, free transportation. If anything extra you remember also you can write there. Then to finance multiple governments. I mean the funds or the taxes which were collected by central government. Okay, yes, for infrastructure they will spend. And even they will be giving it as grants to several local authorities. Okay, to fund the local authorities, the tax money is used. Okay, so local authorities also has their autonomy. They will also generate taxes, but that money may not be enough for the local authorities. So as per the recommendations of Finance Commission, central government will be again giving certain grants to the local authorities. Second one. And the third one, protection of the life. Since you are a taxpayer, by paying tax, you are protecting your life and wealth. Okay, so if any thief comes and try to rob you, so then who is the one protecting you? Police only. So police is provided by government only. So taxpayers receive protection of life and wealth from government in case of external aggression. I mean from some outsiders are invading us. Okay, then the police army is protecting us. That only right, sir. Okay, and then internal rebellions. From internal rebellions, police are protecting us. So to provide this protection and all, tax money is getting used. Then we discussed about what are the features of indirect taxes. The first one is about regressive in nature. What does it mean by regressive in nature? Rich and poor, no difference. Everybody will be taxed at a same or equal rate of tax. Okay, so there is no difference between rich and poor. But is it good now? It is not good, sir, because it increases the disparity between rich and poor. Then inflationary in nature. What does it mean by inflationary in nature, sir? If you levy indirect taxes on goods, the prices will increase much more. If there is no indirect tax, maybe they'll sell the product for 100 only, but because of indirect tax, it may increase 18%, means another 18 rupees it will increase. 20% means another 20 rupees it will increase. Okay, so that's why, since because of indirect taxes, the prices will increase. That's why we are calling it as what? Inflationary in nature. Then tax on goods and services. Indirect taxes are levied on both goods and services also, and on goods also at multiple stages. On manufacture, on sale, on for some goods even on purchase, and on imports and exports. So like that, on different occasions they will be levying the taxes. Then burden. So who will be having the tax burden in indirect taxes? Buyer. If buyer is also a seller, then he also transfer it to his ultimate customer or ultimate consumer. First seller will pay tax, but seller will recover from buyer. If buyer is also into business, then what he'll do, once he is selling goods, he will recover it from his again customer. So that customer is the ultimate one. I mean customer na ultimate, the person who consumes those goods. Okay, he will be having the tax burden. Then wider tax base. What does it mean by wider tax base? Under indirect taxes, there are so many goods and services available. So to government for the government to tax, there are so many goods and services rather than compare it to the income tax. And the exemptions are also very less. Let me give one example here. Sir, in income tax, there is something called basic exemption limit. Okay, so every person, if he didn't cross basic exemption limit, he don't have any income tax. But under indirect tax, there is no such basic exemption limit. From 1 rupee, you will be start paying indirect taxes. You buy a 1 rupee chocolate, in that also there is tax element. Okay, so that's why there is no basic exemption limit. So since there is no basic exemption limit, the base becoming much more wider. Because of basic exemption limit, sir, in India, so many are escaping, not escaping, so many are relieved from income tax. Because all these wage laborers, daily wage laborers, their income would be monthly 15 to 20,000. Since their income is only 15 to 20,000, in an year, it would be less than 2.5 lakhs. So they need not to pay taxes. But under indirect taxes, even though his income is monthly 20,000 only, that 20,000 he'll spend on buying clothes, buying groceries, buying food. Okay, and all this again, indirect taxes involved, he's paying taxes. So there is no such kind of basic exemptions or exemptions here. That's why the base is so wider. Then no pinch. What does it mean by pinch, sir? The pain. Okay, pinch means here pain. Seller will not have any pinch, sir. Why? Seller will pay by recovering the tax money from buyer. Does the buyer will have the buyer will have, but he don't know that he is even having the pinch. Why? Because when buyer is paying money, he thinks like the price of the good itself is some 100 rupees or 200 rupees. What government is doing, out of the 200 collected, only some part is taken away by the government as tax. So the buyer don't feel he is paying as taxes to the government. He just feels like he is buying a good for that much value. The next one, sir, social welfare. How social welfare, sir? All these sin goods, harmful goods are discouraged or restricted by way of indirect taxes. How? By levying high tax rates on them. So by levying high tax rates, their consumption will come down. In that way, they are contributing to the welfare of the society. Okay. So now we'll be starting with the concept, sir. Input tax credit. So one warning before input tax rate, the simple thing, the caution is like, you will not understand this input tax rate clearly now itself. Just understand it like something like a rule. Okay, then later on, like once, maybe today class or afternoon class, you'll understand much more better. In the coming classes, day by day, you'll be getting much more clarity over input tax rate. So now you just, even though you don't remember or you don't understand the conceptually properly, just remember it as like a rule for the time being. Okay. There's a seller. And this seller supplies goods or services to buyer. We'll assume both are registered persons only. Seller is a registered person. So registered na register under where GST. Seller is a registered person and even buyer is also a registered person. So okay, so every time we don't write fully registered person, RP means registered person. Okay, this buyer paying, sir, rupees, okay, the previous kind example only I'm writing, rupees 10,000 is the value of goods. And on this, the tax at 20% which equals to 2,000. Overall buyer paid how much, sir? 12,000. 12,000. Now what the seller will do, sir? 2,000 rupees he need to pay to the government, na? Rupees 2,000 pays to government. Pays to government. So this is completely understood. Now, after this, sir, the buyer will get back his tax money. What is the buyer directly or indirectly? How much is the tax money he paid in his purchase? 2,000. That 2,000 is given back to him as like a cashback. Something like you purchased online, you first pay 12,000. And then out of 12,000, the 2,000 you'll get back as cashback. Okay, the same concept like, same like that only input tax rate concept also will work. Whenever you purchase any good or service, in that purchase, whatever is the tax component, the tax component will be again given back to you in the name of input tax credit. Okay, so buyer will be getting back this rupees 2,000 as ITC. Okay, I'll tell again. Once he got this rupees 2,000, where he'll receive this? Will he receive it in bank account or somewhere else? I'll explain it slowly. Okay, understand first. So buyer, whatever the tax money he paid in a transaction, that money will be again getting back it as cashback. How many times you paid for goods services, did you ever got back the tax money as cash back to you? Why? Because the buyer should be a registered person to get back this cashback or ITC. Okay, but you all are not registered person. That's why you are not getting. Okay, sir, understand here. If you are a registered person, means the government intention is you are not the end consumer. Okay, so first, okay, plainly understand, sir. This ITC concept is something which helps, like this buyer will pass on with the benefit of this ITC. He will be passing on the tax burden from him to his buyer. Okay, so to make sure that the tax burden is passing from one person to another person, this ITC concept should be there. Okay, you'll understand, like once we progress, you'll understand much more better. But as of now, what I want you to remember is like, whatever is the tax element in your purchase. Okay, actually we shouldn't even call it as purchase, we call it as inward supply. Purchases are called as inward supplies because it is an inward to you. That's why we call it as inward supply. Whereas sales are called as outward supplies. Understand, sir? So on your inward supply, whatever is the tax element, that tax element you can take it as ITC. That tax element you can take it as ITC. So here 2000 is the ITC. Okay. Now I'm extending it. This is the registered person, buyer. So assume this is his inward supply. On his inward supply, what is the total amount, sir? 10,000 rupees is the value. And tax is how much? Tax 2,000. So total 12,000. Now out of this 12,000, sir, this tax component 2,000 is there, na? This 2,000 will be given to buyer as what? ITC. This 2,000 will be given to buyer as ITC. Sir, will it be reflected into bank account? No. This ITC will not be reflected into bank account. You will pay 12,000 and you will get back 2,000. But 2,000, first when you are paying, the money gets deducted from bank account only 12,000. But when the 2,000 you are getting back, it does not reflect into bank account. Then where it will reflect? This ITC will be reflected into a special ledger. Into a special ledger. The name of this ledger is called electronic credit ledger. So your balance which you got as cashback or which you got as ITC will be reflecting where? In electronic credit ledger. So now Kaushik wants to go to a movie. Okay, maybe War 2 or Coolie. He don't have money, but he has money in this electronic credit ledger. He wanted to pay from this electronic credit ledger for the book my show. Can you do that? Okay, or else he wants to eat like a biryani, so he wants to order it from Zomato. Can you do that? No. So this electronic credit ledger, we can't use it like our money in our bank account. And what's the purpose of having that? The purpose is like this credit ledger balance, whatever is the money there, you can use it for payment of any tax. Any tax, especially since we are into GST. Okay, this balance can be used only for payment of GST. But this person's a registered person, obviously he'll be again selling goods now. Once he sells goods, okay, let's say he sells goods for what price? He's selling for, assume 12,500 is the value he's selling. On this tax, so tax at 20% means how much? On 12,500. 2,500. So now on his sale he need to pay how much as tax, sir? 2,500. Now actually he'll be collecting from his customer 15,000. Sir, buyer selling goods from to the customer for how much? 12,500. But from buyer he'll collect what? The good value as well as tax. He'll receive 15,000. But to pay tax 2,500, he need not to use his cash. Why? He has balance in ITC. That balance can be used for payment of tax payment. So now see, sir, buyer cash account I am draw. Cash account. Okay, this buyer, sir, instead of buyer I am giving him name. His name is like Sai Babu. సో మీరు ఇట్లా చేయకుండా చిటికేస్తాడు ఎప్పుడు లెగిసిపోతారు మీరంతా. సార్ when he purchased goods, how much cash outflow he is having? When he purchased goods, how much cash outflow is having? 12,000. So 12,000 is getting credited for him. Yes or no? 12,000. When he purchased goods, he got credited how much? 12,000. Now on sale, again how much money he received? 15,000. Overall he received how much? 15,000. He received 15,000. So debit again that is 15,000. Okay, this is on sale. So when he purchased, he paid 12,000. So 12,000 money got reduced, we created. When he sold, he got 15,000. So he debited 15,000. Then again, sir, he has to pay what? Pay tax. When he has to pay tax on sale, he need to pay tax. How much, sir? 2,500. But did he use that whole total 2,500 for paying tax from cash only? No. To pay this 2,500, he has already ITC how much? That 2,000 will be used. Another 500 will only be used from what? Cash. So to payment of tax, write down here. So let me write down one more thing. Purchase 12,000. Correct only. Next one. GST payment. How much he'll do? He'll do only 500. Why 500? Because total tax payable is 2,500 only. But from there you will adjust what? 2,000 rupees ITC. So effectively you will pay how much? Only 500. Okay, so if you see, sir, what is the cash outflow you are having? The cash outflow is 12,500. Okay, but you are having inflow as how much? 15,000. So you received extra 2,500. Why you got extra 2,500? Simple logic, sir. He purchased for 10,000, sold for how much? 12,500. What is his profit? 2,500 profit. That profit only your cash increase. Understood, na? So since you are 2,500 profit, your cash also increased by 2,500. Okay, so this is to explain that tax will be paid after adjusting ITC. So and to explain you that the profit will be remaining in your cash balance only. So why you got here the closing balance as 2,500? You will get the closing balance. How much? 2,500. Why you got this closing balance 2,500, sir? First opening 00. Opening 00. But then you paid some 12,000 and you got another 15,000. Okay, think it as like a OD account also. So you used 12,000 and you got again 15,000. So 3,000 surplus is there. But out of 3,500 used for tax payment. So ultimately you are having 2,500 rupees only with you. How you got 2,500? Because 10,000 good you sold for 12,500. The profit is only there with you. But how you paid tax? 2,500 tax, 2,000 adjusted ITC, 500 only paid with cash. Okay. If someone who don't know accounting and all, who don't know accounting rules also, no problem. Remember one thing. Okay, I'm not going to teach all these ledger rules and all. One thing you remember, ITC can be used for payment of taxes. The only purpose for which ITC can be used is to payment of taxes. You cannot use it for any other purpose. Okay, you can't even sit and cry like, sir, in emergency, sir, very much needed, sir, I need to pay hospital bill. Please give me the amount from electronic credit ledger. Nobody listen to you. The balance in credit ledger can be used only for payment of taxes. Understand, sir? When you will get ITC? When you are having a purchase and you are a registered person, the tax element in that purchase can be taken as ITC. The conditions are like, first, you are a registered person. Second one, you are having an inward supply. On that inward supply, the tax element that can be taken as ITC. That would be reflecting where in your bank account. Where? In electronic credit ledger. Okay, you have ITC. For what purpose ITC can be used? ITC can be used only for payment of taxes. That also not for income tax and all. Only for GST. So write down, sir, as a here. Okay, you completed this explanation and all. Okay, now write down, sir. To a registered person. To a registered person. The tax element. To a registered person, the tax element na here they are referring to GST only. To a registered person, the tax element GST on his inward supply. To a registered person, the tax element GST on his inward supply can be availed as ITC. Can be availed as ITC. To a registered person, the tax element on his inward supply can be availed as ITC. To a registered person, the tax element on his inward supply can be availed as ITC. Now the next condition is like, for what purpose this ITC can be used? ITC can be used only for the purpose of payment of GST. ITC can be used only for the payment of GST. Sir, very basic, sir, what we learned in ITC. There is so much in ITC. What we learned is so basic only. So then, before going further, sir, we'll discuss one more concept and then basic concept. Then we'll go into, then we'll link into this ITC and all. So the next concept is about differences between direct and indirect taxes. Difference between direct and indirect taxes. Many feel like you already know the differences between direct and indirect taxes. But in GST, sir, they are checking as per their key only. Understand? So in income tax also, the first topic which they explained might be difference between direct and indirect taxes. But in DT, that is not an important question. But here in IDT, sir, this has been asked till now. Okay, in the recent June 2025 exam also, this is asked for 7 marks. Difference between direct taxes and indirect taxes. Okay, but do you think you got 7 out of 7? ఓకే 7 out of 7 వచ్చాయనుకుంటారా? రావు. ఎందుకు వచ్చిండో? బికాస్ మీరేం రాస్తారు మళ్ళీ లైక్ రాసి చిన్న చిన్న పదాలు రాస్తారు. ప్రోగ్రెసివ్, రెగ్రెసివ్, సిబిడిటి, సిబిఐసి. ఓకే, సో ఇఫ్ యూ పుట్ దోస్ frames and all, if you don't frame it like properly, what institute is expecting as per their key, then you will not get marks. Okay, so even though you learnt the differences between income tax, a difference between direct and indirect tax in income tax, that is of no use for us. Whatever the differences, whatever the points we are saying here, these are only relevant for us. These only you repeat number of times. Sir, first chapter, sir, no other option. You need to by heart like it anything. Okay, concept anyhow you'll understand. So this we cannot say like by hearting, sir. The meaning of by hearting is actually without knowing the meaning. If you by heart, then it is mugging up. So we are not mugging up here. We are trying to remember it here. Understand? We know it. We know what the purpose of it. What is the meaning? Everything we know. But still we know it to remember it like as it is. That's why you need to revise number of times only, sir. That's the only option. Okay. Simple reason, sir. It's okay. Why you need to revise it number of times? Na? I'll ask. Hari, what is your father mobile number? Huh? Tell. Okay. When you remember that number, at what age you remembered your father mobile number? Make a guess, like third class or fourth class, you'll be remembering your father mobile number, right? Fifth or sixth. Okay, just once if your father says the mobile number, do you remember how important your father is to you? Yes or no? But still, with one time, could you remember his mobile number? Just if he say his mobile number once, do you remember his number? No, or else like now a special person comes to you. You have only one chance to talk with her face to face. That time you don't have any paper, you don't have any pen. She tells the mobile number and goes. Okay. Obviously special person like she only. Okay, all are normal persons only other than she for him. So now what you do? నువ్వు రోడ్ మీద వెళ్తున్నానన్న, ఏదో ఆటోలో ఎక్కావు, మాట్లాడావు, ఓకే, నీతో ఫోన్ లేవు, ఏం లేవు, పెన్ లేదు, ఏం లేవు, ఓకే, ఏదో ఒకటి సమావు నీకు కాలం కలిసి వచ్చింది, అప్పుడు మొబైల్ నెంబర్ చెప్పింది, ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని ఎట్లా ఏం చేస్తావు? రక్తంతో రాసుకుంటావా? కదా, దాన్ని ఏం చేస్తావు? ఫస్ట్ అనుకుంటూ వస్తావు, అంతే కదా. సో నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ నువ్వు అనుకుంటూ వస్తే అప్పుడు గుర్తుంటుంది. ఓకే, సేమ్ థింగ్. ఓకే, నీకు అంత స్పెషల్ అయిన మొబైల్ నెంబరు గుర్తుండదు, ఈ ఫాదర్ నెంబర్ మొబైల్ నెంబరు ఒకసారి చెప్తే గుర్తుండదు. అసలు ఈ జిఎస్టీ అంటే ఇంట్రెస్టే లేదు మీకు, ఏదో చదవాలి కాబట్టి పాస్ అవ్వాలి కాబట్టి చదువుతున్నారు, అప్పుడు ఇది ఎట్లా గుర్తుండదు మీకు? గుర్తుండాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి ఇంకా? ఓకే, సో ఆ మార్జినల్ కాస్టింగ్ ఫార్ములాలు అయినా, ఓకే, కాస్టింగ్లో వచ్చే ఫార్ములా, ఆల్ ద ఫార్ములాస్ ఇన్ కాస్టింగ్ ఆర్ ఎఫ్ఎం, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద చాప్టర్ ఇట్ ఈస్, దీస్ ఆర్ నాట్ స్పెషల్ ఇన్ ఎనీ వే. ఓకే, నార్మల్ ఓన్లీ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ సిన్స్ వీ నీడ్ టు స్టడీ సంథింగ్, సిన్స్ వీ నీడ్ టు సర్వైవ్, వీ నీడ్ టు లివ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ పేరెంటల్ ప్రెషర్ మోర్ దాన్ దట్ నeighborhood pressure. So because of all these pressures you are studying. But then if you need to remember, sir, then you need to feel them as special. Once you feel them as special, then you will revise it number of times. You will recall it number of times, not revising, recalling it number of times. Just like as like. So ఇప్పుడు హరి ఆటోలో మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత వెళ్ళి ఏం చేస్తాడు? ఆ రోజు నిద్ర పెట్టదు వాడికి. ఎందుకు నిద్ర పెట్టదు? అదే గుర్తు వస్తూ ఉంటుంది. He'll be revisiting the same scenario once again. ఓకే, మళ్ళీ దాన్ని ఆల్టర్నేట్ వేస్లో రీఫ్రేమ్ చేస్తాడు. ఇలా చెప్పుంటే ఇంకా బాగుంటుందేమో, ఓకే, ఇట్లా చెప్పుంటే ఇంకా అసలు అబ్బా ఇన్స్టా ఐడి కూడా వచ్చేదేమో. ఓకే, సో ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ విల్ బీ అగైన్ రీవిజిటింగ్ ఇట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్, విల్ రీక్రియేట్ ఇట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్. ఒక 2 సంవత్సరాలు దాన్ని తలుచుకుంటూనే ఉంటాడు. ఓకే, సో నౌ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ నౌ. ఇప్పుడు సో నేను మర్చిపోలేకపోతున్నాను అంటాడు. తర్వాత ఆ నెంబర్ రాంగ్ నెంబర్ అనుకో, లెట్స్ సే. If the number is wrong number, then to all his friends he'll be saying like, cannot forget her. Why he cannot forget her? Because he's revisiting it number of times. మళ్ళీ అక్కడికే వెళ్ళి ఆలోచించి వస్తున్నాడు కాబట్టి he cannot forget it. Whereas when it comes to GST, he'll come and say to me, sir, like, sir, I read it so many number of times, sir, but still I can't remember it. Because నువ్వు జస్ట్ చదువుతున్నావు అంతే, వెళ్ళి ప్రతిసారి దాన్ని ఫీల్ అవ్వట్లా, ఎక్కువసారి వెళ్ళి రీవిజిట్ చేయట్లే, సో అది గుర్తుండదు. ఓకే సార్, అండర్స్టాండ్ ద మెమరీ వీఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ సేమ్. నాకు ఎక్కువ కాదు, మీకు తక్కువ కాదు, అందరికీ సేమ్. ద ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఏమన్నా డిఫరెంట్ ఉందంటే, ఫ్యూ పీపుల్ మైట్ నో దీస్ ఇంగ్లీష్ వర్డ్స్ మచ్ మోర్ బెటర్, సమ్ పీపుల్ మైట్ నాట్ నో ద ఇంగ్లీష్ మీనింగ్స్ నాట్ బెటర్, బట్ అదర్వైజ్ ఆల్ అవర్ మెమరీస్ ఆర్ సేమ్. Okay, if you revisit it number of times, then your brain becomes షార్పర్. సో ఆన్ ఏ ప్రాసెస్ అలా జరుగుతున్న తర్వాత ఇంకా బ్రెయిన్ అలవాటు పడుద్ది. వీడిని అనవసరంగా రాంగ్ అర్థం చేసుకున్నా, వీడికి ఇది కూడా ఇంట్రెస్టే. సో దీన్ని కూడా ఇంకా మనం ఫస్ట్ సారి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి, లేకపోతే వీడు ప్రతిసారి రీవిజిట్ అని చంపుతాడు అని చెప్పి ఏం చేస్తుంది, ఇంకా తొందరగా 2 సార్లకి 3 సార్లకే గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవడం స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాయి. సో ద ఓన్లీ ఆప్షన్ ఈజ్ లైక్ వాట్, రివైజ్ ఇట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్, recall it number of times, then only you will remember. Okay, forgetting is not an excuse. Okay, so ఎవరికైనా చెప్పండి వెళ్ళి, tell to a faculty, tell to your parents like, I studied so much but I forgot by the time of exam. Then what's the purpose of you studying? You're studying itself to learn it, to read it. Sir, 6 ఒక పర్సన్ లైక్ 3 months కార్పెంటర్ కోర్స్ చేశాడు సార్. 4th month ఒక క్లయింట్ తీసుకొని, క్లయింట్ ఏమో వచ్చి నాకు లైక్ డూ ద డోర్ ఇన్ సచ్ ఏ డిజైన్ అండాలి, ఆఫ్ చేసిన తర్వాత మర్చిపోయాను అంటున్నాడు. ఏం చేస్తాడు, వాడి దగ్గర ఉన్నది తీసుకుని వాడిని పొడి చేస్తాడు. ఓకే, ద సేమ్ థింగ్. సో ఫర్గెటింగ్ ఇస్ నాట్ అన్ ఎక్స్క్యూజ్, ఓన్లీ థింగ్. ఓకే, మర్చిపోకుండా ఉండటానికి దారి కూడా ఒకటే. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ రివిజన్. Differences between direct taxes and indirect taxes, sir. So we want only these points to be remembered. The first one, sir, direct tax, keep the heading as direct tax. And this side keep the heading as indirect tax. Payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and same. Payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and same. Payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and same. So payer of tax means who is paying the tax. Sufferer means burden. Okay, so in direct tax, sir, if you are having salary income, you only have to pay, and you have to pay from your money only. So you only, I mean, you are the payer and the burden is also you only. So payer and sufferer of the tax are one and the same. Whereas in indirect tax, sir, payer of tax, not sufferer of tax. Whereas sufferer is not paying tax directly to government. Whereas sufferer is not paying tax directly to government. Payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and the same. Whereas here, payer of tax, not sufferer of tax. Whereas sufferer is not paying tax directly to the government. Sir, what is the meaning here? Payer of tax. In indirect tax, who is the one paying tax? Seller. Okay, so but he is not the sufferer. Why? Collecting from buyer. Now coming to the sufferer. Who is the sufferer? Buyer. Buyer is the sufferer, but he is not paying directly to the government. Okay. So whereas in direct tax, both payer and sufferer are same. Second one, sir. Direct taxes are income-based taxes. Direct taxes are income-based taxes, whereas indirect taxes are supply-based taxes. I mean, nothing but the reason to attract these taxes. To levy or to attract direct tax, you should have income. To attract indirect taxes, you should have supply. The supply should have been made. Rate of taxes are different from person to person. Where direct taxes. Rate of taxes are different from person to person. Sir, how these are different? If your income is 5 lakhs, then still only 5 lakhs, na? Up to 2.5 to 5 lakhs only 5%. If your income is 8 lakhs, then you are into 20%. If your income is into some 15 lakhs, 30%. So there are different of tax rates, right? And even if your income exceeds 50 lakhs, then additionally surcharge will come. Because of that, again your tax will change. So under direct taxes, person to person, based on his income, the tax rate may change. But in indirect taxes, sir, the rate of duties or rate of taxes, or duties are not rate of taxes or duties are not different from person to person. Rate of taxes or duties are not different from person to person. Direct taxes, sir, entire revenue goes to central government of India. Entire revenue goes to central government of India. Entire revenue goes to whom? Central government of India. Whereas here, sir, the revenue, it is a revenue source not only to central government and even to state government also. Revenue source to central government as well as state government. So the income tax collected, everything will go to central government only. But in indirect taxes, if you remember the list, certain taxes are going to central government, whereas certain are going to state government. That's why. Fifth one, income tax, there is a concept of previous year and assessment year. Okay, so previous year income is assessed in assessment year. Previous year income is assessed in the assessment year. Previous year income is assessed in the assessment year. Whereas here, sir, there is no previous year and assessment year concept. There is no previous year and assessment year concept. There is no previous year and assessment year concept. Then direct taxes are progressive in nature. What does it mean by progressive in nature, sir? Income increases, tax rate will also, or the tax will also increase. Whereas indirect taxes are regressive in nature. That means irrespective of your income, the tax rate remains constant. Irrespective of your income, the tax rate remains constant. Then under direct taxes, sir, CBDT. What is the full form of CBDT? Central Board of Direct Taxes. CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes, is an important part of Department of Revenue. Is an important part of Department of Revenue. CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes, is an important part of revenue. Whereas here, sir, CBIC, CBIC means what, sir? Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs is an important part of is an important part of Department of Revenue. Is an important part of Department of Revenue. Eighth one, sir, for direct taxes, what are the examples, sir? Income tax. And previously, sir, now it is not there. There used to be something called wealth tax. Previously, there used to be wealth tax. Till 2014, there used to be something called wealth tax. And then here it is like GST Customs. Difference between direct taxes and indirect taxes. So let me show it even in the workbook also, sir. The first question is, it was given in December 23 MTP. Okay, sir, for us, there is something called mock test papers. Mock test papers or model test papers. Every attempt before exam, our institute will release something like model exam papers. Okay, MQPs, model question papers. Okay, so or model test papers. So from there, this question was given in December 23 model test paper. December 24 it is there, June 25 it is there, and it is there now in June 2025 exam also it has been asked. So discuss any 7 differences between direct and indirect taxes. Payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and same. But whereas here payer of tax not sufferer of tax, whereas sufferer of tax is not paying directly to the government. Direct taxes are what? Income based taxes, whereas indirect taxes are supply based taxes. Then direct taxes, rate of taxes are different from person to person, whereas indirect taxes, rate of duties are not different from person to person. In direct taxes, entire revenue goes to central government of India, whereas indirect taxes, revenue source to central government of India as well as state governments. Then previous year income is assessed in the assessment year, whereas here there is no previous year and assessment year concept. Then CBDT is an important part of Department of Revenue. Here, sir, CBIC. Why, sir? Before introduction of GST, it used to be called as CBEC, Central Board of Excise and Customs. But after GST came, they renamed it to Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. These are progressive in nature. Indirect taxes are regressive in nature. It's okay, sir. Now coming back to concept. So we'll be understanding, sir, now the concept of double taxation. Understanding the concept of double taxation. Understanding the concept of double taxation. See, sir, here there is a manufacturer, there is a wholesaler, there is a retailer. M means manufacturer, W means wholesaler, R means retailer. So first here we are taking the cost. Let us take the cost to manufacturer as 900. Manufacturer cost. Cost means what? Is raw materials, is cost, all those things is 900. Profit not added, only cost 900. Now is margin or profit. Yes, take it as 100. So after margin of 100, what is the selling price? 1000 is the selling price. Sir, now you should remember these two things also. Before GST we are in now, currently. Excise duty, okay, because if I tell about excise duty and VAT also, for the next question also there will be connections and all, it would be easy for us. That's why even though it's little harder, I'm going with the excise duty and VAT route only. Before commencement of GST or before introduction of GST, there used to be excise duty, which is levied on manufacture of goods. Sir, you are a manufacturer, you manufacture cars. Okay, then you manufactured 10,000 cars. What you will do those cars? Sale na. So since you manufactured excess duty, since again manufactured goods you are keeping in your warehouse only or selling them. Since you are selling, again you need to pay VAT. VAT is nothing but what? Sales tax. Since you manufactured, you will pay excise duty. Those manufactured vehicles again you are selling. Since you are selling, you need to pay VAT also. Understand, sir? Excise duty is leviable on manufacture of goods, whereas VAT is leviable on sale of goods. Okay. And remember one more thing. Excise duty is levied by whom? Central government or state government? Central government. VAT levied by state government. Understood, sir? Okay. Now first year we will be levying excise duty. Let us take 10%. Excise duty will take it as what? 10%. How much it is? Like 100. Now do again total. Subtotal we call it as like. ఎందుకమ్మా డిస్కరేజ్ చేస్తారు అట్లా మీరు? వీళ్ళందరికీ జెలస్. ఎస్ ఇక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చిందండి, అక్కడి నుంచి రావాలి కదా. Then there will be VAT. VAT at what rate, sir? 10%. On what? Subtotal you need to levy. VAT on subtotal. So how much, sir? It is like 110. So overall, the price collected or the invoice price we call it as like. This is the price which he will be collecting from his buyer. Invoice price. How much? 1210. Okay. Now forget about ITC, sir. There is no ITC. No ITC in example. So we are not taking about, we are not including ITC here. Because if there is ITC, then there is no double taxation. First we'll understand what is double taxation. Then we'll take another example and we'll see how ITC eliminates that double taxation. Sir, if manufacturer price is 1210, then wholesaler buys for what price? 1210. So his cost is 1210. Nothing but this straight away goes as his cost. $1,210. Manufacturer selling price only, wholesaler's cost. Again, wholesaler will sell it for the same cost. I will also have margin. So take it as even 100. 1,310. And then on this excise duty will be there. Think and tell. Excise duty when it will come? Manufacturer. Manufacturer will manufacture, or wholesaler will also manufacture. Only manufacturer will manufacture. So wholesaler will not manufacture. So there is no excise duty. So the subtotal remains same, 1,310. Now on this VAT at what rate? 10%. See. How much, sir? 131. So overall it comes to 1441. 1441. So now I'm taking this 1,310, sir. 1,310. So what you are doing, 1,310 into 10% if you do, you are getting again 131 as tax, right here. So understand, sir, have you got this 1,310? Have you got this 1,310? This 1,310, sir, I am giving breakup. 100 is wholesaler's addition. To get or to make this price as 1310, wholesaler added how much price, sir, to this 100? Wholesaler addition 100 is wholesaler's addition. Then what is this other 1210? The other 1210 also we can do further breakup, sir. The other 1210 includes 1000 is cost plus profit of manufacturer. Cost plus profit of manufacturer. The other 100 rupees is what? Excise duty. Whereas 110 rupees is what? VAT. Sir, now you are levying tax on this 100 or on total 1310? 1310. Sir, now this 1000 already once taxed na? Already once taxed here, that's why there is excise duty and VAT. But the same 1000 again is being in this 1310 also, right? So here, see here, this 1000 already taxed here. But this 1310 also includes this 1000 as well again. So the same amount is getting taxed multiple times, which is called as double taxation. Okay, the 1000 which was the selling price in manufacture stage is even included in the selling price of wholesaler stage. Okay, so the same amount, since it is getting taxed in all these amounts, it is getting taxed for more than once, which we call it as double taxation. This is one thing, sir. Understand, sir? Okay, sorry. Okay, మీరు చేసింది ఒకటే మిస్టేక్. కానీ దానికి ఒక స్కూల్లో 6 టీచర్స్ ఉంటే 6 టీచర్స్ ఒకటే రీజన్తో కొట్టారు, సైన్స్లో మార్క్స్ తక్కువ వచ్చాయని. సైన్స్లో మార్క్స్ తక్కువ వస్తే ఎవరు కొట్టాలి? సైన్స్ టీచర్ కొట్టాలి. ఓకే, సో దెన్ ఓకే ఫైన్, సింగిల్ టాక్సేషన్. బట్ ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తున్నారు? సైన్స్లో మార్క్స్ తక్కువ వస్తే పీటీ సార్కి ఏం సంబంధం? ఓకే, డోంట్ టెల్ హీ లైక్స్ సైన్స్ మేడం. Okay, so why, sir, if for the same reason, if both are, I mean, multiple times if it is happening, then we call it as what? Double tax. Akkademo double punishment. Okay, oka reason ki iddaru punishment iste double taxation. Okay, so same anta intlo nu చదువుకుపోతే సరే అట్లీస్ట్ ఫాదర్ కొట్టారంటే ఒక అర్థం. ఫాదర్ ఒక పక్క నుంచి మదర్ ఒక పక్క నుంచి ఇద్దరు షటిల్ ఆడారు అనుకో మీతో, బ్యాడ్మింటన్, ఫుట్బాల్, ఇంకా ఏది దొరికితే అది ఆడితే దెన్ అగైన్ డబుల్ పనిష్మెంట్. బట్ యూజువల్లీ అట్లా ఉండదు అనుకోండి, ఫాదర్ హిట్ చేస్తా అంటే మదర్ కమాన్. ఓకే, ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ అంటే మరీ కమాన్ అని కాకపోయినా. So now the point is like for the same amount is being included in the seller stage, I mean manufacturer stage, and even in the wholesaler stage. So that's why there is what? Double taxation. The next one, there is something called cascading also. Cascading means levying tax on tax. What is tax on tax here? Sir, this 100 rupees is what, sir? Already tax. This also included here. 110 rupees is what, sir? Tax. So again on tax also, they are again levying one more time tax. Okay, so this is like dabba mein dabba. So not only double taxation, they are hitting on exactly on the same place. ఓకే, సో ఆల్రెడీ సినిమాల్లో కూడా చూపిస్తూ ఉంటారు, లైక్ ఆల్రెడీ హీరోకి బుల్లెట్ షాట్ దొరికింది అక్కడక్కడ, లేదా బాక్సింగ్ వాటిల్లో ఉంటాయి. హీరోకి ఆల్రెడీ ముందే ఎవరో పొడి చేసి ఉంటాడు, ఏదో ఉంటాడు, బట్ అయినా కట్లు కట్టుకొని హీరో బాక్సింగ్ కోసం వెళ్తాడు. ఇప్పుడు అవతల సైడ్ వెళ్ళని మాత్రం ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా వాడికి తెలుసు, వాడికి అక్కడే ఉందని. సో ఇప్పుడు వాడు పంచెస్ అన్ని ఎక్కడిస్తుంటాడు? అక్కడే. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ అని అరుస్తాడు, కొంతసేపటికి మళ్ళీ తలుచుకుంటాడు. ఓకే, అక్కడ మల్టిపుల్. ఓకే, ఒకటి అయితే దేవుడిని తలుచుకుంటాడు. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ సినిమాలో దేవుడు సెట్టిగాడు అనుకుంటే వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు అన్నో ఎవరినో తలుచుకుంటాడు, లేదా గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్ని తలుచుకుంటాడు. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా కమాన్ అంటాడు, ఇంక ఎంత కొట్టినా ఇంకా అసలు ఇంకా తగలదు. ఓకే, ద సేమ్ థింగ్ సార్ హియర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ లైక్ cascading means what? Tax on tax. Cascading means tax on tax. So here I'm writing, sir, 1000 taxed in manufacture stage, 1000 taxed in manufacture stage is included in wholesaler stage as well. So it is getting what? Double taxed. So it is getting double taxed. So it is getting double taxed. Next one, sir. This 100x, okay, 100 excise duty plus 110 rupees VAT in manufacturer stage, 100 excise duty plus 110 VAT in manufacture stage, 100 excise duty plus 110 VAT in manufacture stage is again included in wholesaler stage, and getting taxed. 100 excise duty and 110 VAT in manufacture stage is again included in wholesaler stage and getting taxed. So this is tax on tax, which we refer as what, sir? Cascading effect. This is tax on tax, which we refer as what? Cascading effect. Paka, this is done. Then, sir, not only here, sir, even in retailer stage also actually there is double taxation. How? Because retailer cost will be how much, sir? 1441, and again he will be having profit of 100. So it is like 1551. On this 1551 also again there won't be excise duty. Why? Because retailer is also not manufacturing. Who is manufacturing? Only manufacturer. So retailer also not manufacturing. So there is no excise duty. So it remains 1551. And then on this VAT at a rate of 10%, which comes to 155. So now here also, sir, this 1551 includes the previous stage 13 ton also, the previous stage tax 131 also. So the same amounts are again getting taxed. So here also again there is what? Double taxation and cascading effect. So the overall price coming to how much, sir? 17. Selling price, okay, this is what? Okay, so here I wrote wrongly. 1541. So here it would be 154 only. So it would be how much? 1695. So ultimately customer pays how much? Customer pays 1695. Customer pays how much, sir? 1695. Actually it was cost 900. తయారు చేయడానికి 900 అయితే, but to get it to the customer how much it became? 165. Does all the money eaten away by manufacturer, wholesaler and retailer only? No, government also has taken some amount. So what is the government revenue? All the stages taxes add, sir. All taxes add and tell. In first stage 100 plus 110, 210 plus 131 plus 154. Oh, how much? 495. So where customer paying 1695, in that 495 is taken by government only. And then manufacturer 100, wholesaler 100, retailer 100. So government 495, wholesaler, manufacturer, retailer all 100, now that is some 300. So total 795 if you subtract, you will get the cost. Understand, sir? Selling price is 1695. Out of 1695, 495 went to government. So subtract 495, 1200. Out of 1200, 100 taken by retailer, 100 taken by wholesaler, 100 taken by manufacturer. Then it is nothing but 900, which is the cost to produce it. Sir, understand, sir, here what is called double taxation? The same amount, if it is getting taxed multiple times by being included in the wholesale price, retail price, then that is called as what? Double taxation. And what is called cascading? The same amount, the tax amount itself being included in the cost of second stage or third stage, and again it is getting taxed. Then that is called as what? Cascading effect. Okay. So, okay, sir. We'll continue in the next session then. So now to continue with the example we discussed under double taxation. So morning class, we have discussed about the concept double taxation. So how double taxation will come? See here, there's a cost of 900, margin added by manufacturer is 100. So together the sale price is 1000. On that excise duty there is 10% which is 100, and together it came to 1100. On that again VAT levied at a rate of 110. So total overall invoice price is how much? 1002, which would be the cost to wholesaler. Which would be the cost to wholesaler. Now, wholesaler added margin, his selling price came to 1310. On 1310, there is no excise duty because excise duty is levied only on manufacture of goods. But if you see here, there is again VAT levied. Sir, VAT levied on the total 1310. This 1310 even includes the previous stage VAT of 110, previous stage excise duty 100, and previous stage selling price 1000. So already this 1000 taxed here, but now again by including it here, it is again getting taxed. So there is a double taxation here. Okay, so the same amount, if it is getting taxed for multiple times, then it is called as what? Double taxation. And then there is even cascading. What is called cascading? Tax on tax. This 100 rupees or 110 rupees which is tax is also included into this. So again on tax you are levying tax, which is called tax on tax. We call it as cascading effect. So now we need to discuss how do this double taxation and cascading has been resolved or has been removed. Okay, so for them ITC is the one thing, or ITC is introduced to eliminate double taxation and to eliminate cascading effect. So let us see, sir, how does ITC eliminates double taxation or cascading? Elimination of double taxation and cascading with ITC. Elimination of double taxation and cascading with ITC. Elimination of double taxation and cascading with ITC. Again the same columns will be taking, sir. Particulars, manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer. Manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer. So again, what is the cost to manufacturer, sir? What we took in the previous example, 900. On this cost, we need to add again margin or profit. How much, sir? Margin or profit? 100. So if you add cost to the cost, margin or profit, if you add, you will get 1000 as what? Selling price. The selling price is 1000. On this again we will be levying excise duty at a rate of 10%, which amounts to 100. Then we do subtotal. So subtotal is how much, sir? 1100. And again there is VAT. VAT at a rate of 10%, 110. So overall the invoice price is how much? 1210. 1210. Sir, previously I said like ITC is available to whom? To a registered person on his purchases or inward supplies. What amount you can take it as ITC? The tax component you can take it as ITC. Okay, so now the problem is, sir, before GST, if you have excise duty payable, then only you can take excise duty as credit. Understand, sir? If at all you need to pay any excise duty, then only you can take excise duty as input tax credit. Okay, here wholesaler has excise duty liability. Wholesaler excise duty pay cheyalsi vastada. Wholesaler doesn't have excise duty liability. Why? Because he is not manufacturing anything. That's why the ITC of excise duty is not given to wholesaler. But again, now come to VAT. Does wholesaler has to pay VAT? That's why you can take even VAT input tax credit also. So whatever the tax you need to pay, that tax you can take it as ITC. So okay, I'll write down here, sir, as a note. Excise duty allowed as credit only to manufacturers. Excise duty allowed as credit to manufacturers. So now 1210 should be the cost of wholesaler. But out of this 1210, sir, how much wholesaler can take it as ITC now? Can he take excise duty also as ITC or only VAT as ITC? Only VAT as ITC. So you pay 1210. But how much is coming back to you? 110 is coming back to you in the form of ITC. Sir, understand my simple concept. When you purchased goods, you paid 1210. But you are getting back 110 as ITC. Okay. So ITC is something like what I said in the beginning, treat it as something like cashback. Sir, you paid 1000 rupees to buy some goods, sir. But once you paid 1000 rupees, once the good is delivered, another 100 rupees got as cash back to you. Now, what is your cost means how much you will say? You paid 1000, but again 100 you got back afterwards as cash back. What is the amount you paid? 900 only now. So the effective cost to you is how much? 900 only. You paid 1000. Since 100 is came back to you, your cost is only 900. Here also, wholesaler pays how much? 1210. But how much is getting back to him in the form of ITC? 110. So his cost is not 1210. His cost will be only 1100. Understand, sir? మీరు 1210 కడుతున్నారు కానీ మీకు 110 వెనక్కి ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ అనండి క్రెడిట్ అనండి ఏదో ఒక పేరుతో సో మీకు ఎఫెక్టివ్గా కాస్ట్ ఎంత అవుతుంది ఓన్లీ 1100. సో దట్స్ వై ద కాస్ట్ టు బి టేకెన్ ఈజ్ హౌ మచ్ హియర్ 1100. Okay, but the other 110, sir, will take it as like what? ITC. ITC is 110. Now margin or profit. Again they will add margin of how much, sir? 100. So how much here? 1200. Now excise duty is not there. But again if you take subtotal 1200, on 1200 if you levy tax 120. So overall here it becomes how much? 1320. The overall how much it becomes? 1320 only. Sir, understand here. You need to understand it here. The point is, previous example, what is the tax here, sir? 131. Now it came to how much? 120. That means what is the decrease made? 11 rupees only, na? So you will be saying with me, sir, previously here in this 1310, this 1100 is, sorry, in this 1310, the previous stage 1000 is there, 100 is there, and even 110 is there. Now what is missing in this 1200? Previous stage 1000 is there, 100 is there, only 110 only, na, reduced. That means still here there is double taxation, na? But what is the example heading? We said like elimination of double taxation. Logically speaking, does double taxation eliminated? No. But understand, sir, here while paying this VAT 120 rupees, okay, he will not pay this 120 rupees in cash. How you pay this 120? Okay, sir, I'll do comparison study also, you'll understand easily. This 120 rupees for this 110 rupees is adjusted by way of what? ITC. So if you adjust that, balance 10 rupees is only paid in cash. Balance 10 rupees only paid in cash. Okay, so now let me prove you, sir. Okay, you need not to write because already some of you feels confused here. I know it's a common point, sir, where everybody gets confused. No problem. I'll repeat it 2 or 3 times. Wholesaler. See, look at the wholesaler. Wholesaler, previously, just like previously when I explained how we took the cash balance, like that only we'll do here also. So wholesaler, how much he paid initially? 1210. The total cash went outside is how much? 1210. So 1210 got credited. Okay, 1210, his account got credited. And then this is what? Purchase. And then wholesaler, this is cash account. Wholesaler cash account. Now again, for what price he sold, sir? 1320. Invoice price is 1320. That means from his customer, how much he'll get? 1320. So what is his purchase price? Sorry, sale price, sale amount is 1320. Now, how much he is paying tax, sir, wholesaler? Even though written as here 120, did he pay 120 in cash? How much he'll pay? 10 rupees only he'll pay in cash. So there is an outflow of tax payable, how much? 10 rupees. So effectively he is having balance of how much? 100 rupees he'll have balance. What is this 100? This 100 is his profit. Understand, sir? This 100 rupees is his ప్రాఫిట్. ఓకే సార్, మళ్ళీ ఇంకొకసారి చెప్తున్నా అందరికీ తెలుగులో అర్థమయ్యేలాగా ఈ పాయింట్ కోసం. ఇక్కడ మీకు 120 రూపీస్ పే చేస్తున్నట్టుగా కనిపిస్తుంది. కస్టమర్ దగ్గర నుంచి కూడా 120 కలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటాడు. కానీ వాడు పే చేసేది మాత్రం ఎఫెక్టివ్గా గవర్నమెంట్కి ఎంత? 10 రూపీసే. అర్థమవుతుందా అండి? సో వాళ్ళు 120 లాగా మనం క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసినా, అంటే దీన్ని ఇంకొక వేలో చెప్పాలి అని అంటే, ఈ ఐటీసీ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ నథింగ్ బట్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ట్యాక్స్ యూ పెయిడ్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్, adjust that one and extra only you pay. First stage VAT, how much you paid? 110. Second stage, how much you need to pay? 120. To eliminate double taxation, they are saying like the first stage amount you set off, extra amount only you pay. So what is the extra amount you paid? 10 rupees. So you are paying here only 10 rupees as the tax. Whereas previously there is no such kind of set off. So ITC, the logic of ITC is like, even though like rule we'll take it as credit and all we'll do, but actually the logic of credit is like, at the time of purchase already the goods has been taxed once, and again when you are selling they are again getting taxed. So whatever the tax you paid at first will be adjusted when you are paying it for the second time. So manufacturer, when he sold goods, he already paid 110. Wholesaler selling the same goods again. So instead of paying 120, the first stage already 110 paid na, that was being adjusted and extra is paying only 10. Okay. So in every stage only on the addition you are being taxed. I'll tell it in an alternate way. Sir, here wholesaler, what is the new extra thing he added to the good? Margin is the only thing he added to the good. Everything, rest everything is came from the previous stage only. So you tax only on the margin. If you tax only margin, margin how much? 100. What is the tax rate? 10%. 100 into 10% na, 10 rupees. That only they are paying na. So that means what they are doing means here with ITC, or you remember it as ITC, or setting off of the previous stage taxes. With this, in every stage you will pay tax only on the value addition or the value added. So here the value added is only how much? Margin. On that margin only you are paying taxes. That's what I wanted to prove. So why the concept of ITC has been kept means, every time instead of taxing the whole amount, they wanted to tax only the additional amount. Okay, that's the main concept of ITC. But instead of making this, so the problem is like, here the example we are taking is like some kind of, manaki ikkada ee example lo ila చెప్పేయొచ్చు కదా సార్ సింపుల్ గా, like every, like whatever the tax paid in previous stage you could simply set off. Why you are making us by heart like something like ITC, it will come on purchase and all? Sir, the processes are not so easy in the real world, because both may be manufacturers. Here we took an example like manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, but there may be both are manufacturers. So many other costs also might get involved. Okay, so we cannot find out the relation of one to one. Here we can find out the relation like the same good came to wholesaler, same good was sold to retailer, like that. But in real world there will be number of goods. That's why we are remembering it like, on whatever the purchase, that tax paid will be given to you as ITC, and that ITC will be used for what? Setting off with the outward tax payable, setting off with the GST payable. So ee rule tho emavutundante ultimately what happens means, the tax paid in the previous stages were eligible to set off with the tax payables in the current stage. Okay, previous stage you paid 110, here 110 is getting set off. So effectively the difference 10 only you are paying. Why 10 you are paying? Because you added 10 rupees. Let's say here wholesaler didn't have margin. For example, wholesaler didn't have margin. Then what is the selling price here? 1100 only na. So if he don't have margin, he'll have selling price 1100. Then this is also 1100. Then what is the tax here? 110. No value addition. This 110 he'll not pay anything because fully adjusted with ITC, and the tax payable is 0. Why here 0? Because no value addition. So nothing but GST, or the, with the introduction of ITC concept, every stage instead of taxing the whole amount, value added alone will get taxed. That's why the name of sales tax is kept as VAT, value added tax. That means at every stage the value addition will only get taxed. You may say like, sir, for manufacturer stage full amount is getting taxed now. Yes, because manufacturer only added the full value. Wholesaler will not do much value additions except the margin. Retailer also will not do much value addition except the margin. That's why at every stage value addition alone will get taxed. Understand, sir? The benefit of ITC. Now with ITC, this 1000 is not again getting taxed, because this tax amount anyhow you are adjusting here. Effectively you are paying only on the 100 rupees only. Sir, I know like, అంటే ఇంకా ఒక 40-50% స్టూడెంట్స్కి అర్థం అయ్యి అర్థం కానట్టుగా, నేను ఇంత స్ట్రాంగ్గా 4-5 సార్లు చెప్తున్నాను కాబట్టి ఓకేలే అది నమ్ముదాంలే అని ఉండొచ్చు. బట్ స్టిల్ ఓకే, ఇట్ టేక్స్ మచ్ మోర్ టైమ్ ఫర్ యూ. కొంచెం ఇంకా టైం పట్టిన తర్వాత ఇంకో 3 డేస్కి 4 డేస్కి, దట్ టైమ్ ఇఫ్ అగైన్ ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ సో దట్ యూ విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద లాజిక్ మచ్ మోర్ బెటర్. But as of now, sir, again I am saying like, here understand this point, sir. Here they need to pay 120 as tax, but they got already 110 as ITC. Sir, simple cheppali ante, you are using Paytm for payments. Okay, you are getting this cash back into your wallet. In something Paytm and PhonePe, there is something called wallet also. So you got cash back which was added into your wallet. Okay, now you need to pay 1000 rupees payment. You have already wallet balance 200. So now you will pay total 1000 rupees in cash, or first you will use wallet balance. First you will use wallet balance because that's not real money. So wallet balance, why you will use wallet balance and all? Because this 1000 rupees in your account can be withdrawn and also can be used. But wallet money cannot be withdrawn like that. So first you use wallet balance, then the balance 800 you pay from account. Same here also. First, whatever is in the ITC account, in electronic credit ledger, that is not the real cash which you could use like that. So that money you are using for tax payment first, and the balance only you are using from your real bank account. ఓకే, ఇంకా చెప్పాలి అని అంటే అసలు ఐటీసీ అనేది ఒక మనీయే కాదు. నీకు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు, నువ్వు ముందు స్టేజ్లో ఎంత ట్యాక్స్ పే చేసావు అనేది అక్కడ చూపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. అర్థమవుతుందా? ఇంకా చెప్పాలి అంటే ఐటీసీ అనేది ఇంకో సెన్స్ ఆలోచించాలి అంటే నువ్వు ఇప్పటిదాకా ఎంత ట్యాక్స్ పే చేసావు అనేది అక్కడ చూపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు మళ్ళీ కొత్తగా ట్యాక్స్ పే చేసేటప్పుడు ఆల్రెడీ పే చేసిందని ఏం చేస్తావు, అడ్జస్ట్ చేసేసి బ్యాలెన్స్ మాత్రం పే చేస్తావు. దట్స్ కాల్డ్ ఐటీసీ. అండర్స్టాండ్ సార్? సో ఇలా ప్రతిసారి క్యుములేటివ్ ట్యాక్స్ అవ్వట్లే. ఇంకా నువ్వు ట్యాక్స్ క్యుములేటివ్గా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేస్తావు, కానీ ముందు పే చేసిన దాన్ని అడ్జస్ట్ చేసేస్తున్నావు కాబట్టి యు ఆర్ పేయింగ్ ఓన్లీ నెట్. సార్ ఆల్రెడీ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ సార్? సార్ ఓకే, నేను ఇంకా సింపుల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కూడా చెప్తాను మీకు దాన్ని అర్థం కావటానికి. సార్ ఒక 100 స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు సార్. డోంట్ నీడ్ టు రైట్ దిస్ వన్. ఈచ్ ఫీజ్ ఒక 10,000 అనుకుందాం. ఈచ్ ఫీజ్ 10,000. ఇది స్టేజ్ 1లో ఈచ్ ఫీజ్ 10,000. స్టేజ్ 2 అగైన్ 100 స్టూడెంట్స్, ఈచ్ ఫీజ్ at rupees 20,000. Okay, or else like it's like by the time they complete stage, okay, each stage the fees here is like rupees 20,000. Now you wanted to know how many students are not paid. Okay, I have an example also, like 20 students unpaid. సరే, ఇప్పుడు మొత్తం ఎంత ఫీజు రావాలి అని అంటే 100 into 10,000 చేస్తాము, ప్లస్ ఇక్కడ ఎంత చేస్తాం, 100 into 20,000 చేసి మైనస్ చేస్తాము. అప్పుడు ఓకే, ఎంతైతే వచ్చిందో ఫీజు కలెక్ట్ అయిందో దాన్ని మైనస్ చేస్తాం. అప్పుడు మనకి ఏమొస్తుంది, బ్యాలెన్స్ పేబుల్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ వే. ఇంకొక వే ఎలా చేయొచ్చు అని అంటే 100 స్టూడెంట్స్కి ఒకటేసారి 30,000తో కూడా మల్టిప్లై చేసేయచ్చు. సో వాట్ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ 100 కామన్ కాబట్టి మన నార్మల్గా మనం చేస్తున్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్లో కూడా వీఆర్ టేకింగ్ stage 1 first we are calculating like 100 rupees. On this we calculated 10%. We got how much? 110. Stage 1. Stage 2 మళ్ళీ మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, యాక్చువల్గా స్టేజ్ 1కి స్టేజ్ 2కి యాడ్ అయింది 20 కదా. ఈ 20 మీద క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయకుండా మనం ఏం చేస్తామంటే స్టేజ్ 2 అగైన్ వీఆర్ క్యాలిక్యులేటింగ్ 120 into 10%, విచ్ ఈస్ హౌ మచ్, 100 ఓన్లీనా? ఓకే. సో స్టేజ్ 2 ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, మళ్ళీ 120 మీద 10% చేస్తే 120 వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ మనకు కావాల్సింది ఎక్స్ట్రా ఎంత అంటే 120లో నుంచి ఫస్ట్ పే చేసిన 100 సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసిన ఎఫెక్టివ్గా పే చేసేది ఎంత, 20. సో సారీ, ఐ డిడ్ రాంగ్లీ హియర్, లెట్ మీ షో యూ. 1000 ఇక్కడ తీసుకోవాల్సింది, 1000 into 10% చేయండి, ఎంత, 100. దిస్ ఈజ్ స్టేజ్ 1. స్టేజ్ 1. స్టేజ్ 2కి వెళ్ళేసరికి సార్ 200 యాడ్ అయ్యేది ఎంత అయింది, 1200. ఇప్పుడు ఒక సింపుల్ అప్రోచ్ ఏంటి, యాడ్ అయింది 200 కాబట్టి 200 into 10% చేసేయండి, విచ్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు 20. దిస్ ఇస్ వన్ అప్రోచ్. డైరెక్ట్గా ఆ ఎడిషన్ ఎంత అయింది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసి హౌ మచ్ ఈస్ ద యాడెడ్ వాల్యూ ఎడిషన్ దట్ యూ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ మల్టిప్లైడ్ విత్ 10%, విచ్ ఈస్ 20 rupees. But whereas the other approach is like in stage 2 also calculate full amount. On full amount calculate tax, how much, 120. Okay, now you don't pay 120 also. What you will do, how much is paid in first stage, 100. If you subtract that, then also the answer is how much, 20. So this feels like simple to us. Every stage you just find out value addition and multiply on that tax. But what the government is suggesting is like you cannot do that simple way. Every time you levy tax on the whole amount. But already if any tax is paid, that alone you should subtract. That's why here also we are levying tax on total 1200 and adjusting the tax which was paid in the first stage 100. To adjust this 100 we are calling it as what? ITC. Understand, sir? So it could be done even this simply also. Okay. So when I am studying CA Inter and all, that time we used to have VAT in our syllabus. In VAT, they used to teach us both the methods. One is like we'll be calculating the cumulative tax and from there we'll be adjusting the first paid tax. The other way is like we'll just to find out the difference amount, and difference amount we used to apply the tax rate and we'll be getting the tax payable. But in the current GST laws and all, this approach is not permissible. Okay, so you need to do always what? On sale price you compute tax. If on purchases, if any taxes are paid, that subtract them. Effectively the answer remains same. The value addition alone will get taxed. Okay. Sir, you see here also. Now 1320 sir, what is the retailer like? Retailer paid how much? 1320. Retailer paid 1320. Out of that 120 rupees is tax. Sir, you may argue with me. Sir, wholesaler paid only 10 rupees only, not tax. Wholesaler paid 10 only, but manufacturer already paid 110. So together how much? 120. So that's why we'll be taking here how much? 120. So retailer ITC will be how much here? 120. Okay. So 1320 out of that 120 is what? ITC only. So what is his cost? What is his cost? 1200. On that you add margin of 100. How much? 1300. And excise duty no. Here again 1300. Here it would be how much? 130. The total customer price will be how much? 1430. 1430. Sir, whether this 130 will be paid in total in cash? For 130 what we will do? ITC 120 will be adjusted. And the cash is how much? 10 rupees. So here also only 10 is getting taxed. Why? The value addition here also is how much? 100 only. That's why only 10 rupees is the effective tax. So now understand even the entry in buyer books. మనం ఇంత ముందు నేర్చుకుంది ఏంటంటే previously we learned entry in seller books, entry in buyer books if there is ITC. So first tell me sir, without ITC entry, the sale entry, the normal purchase entry tell first. Sorry, normal purchase entry. Normal purchase entry is like what? Purchase, or it could be even like good account to debit to what? Cash account. This is the normal purchase entry. Now we want not just the purchase entry, sir. We want the purchase entry with what? ITC. Purchase entry with what? ITC. So with what? ITC, sir. So for wholesaler, you just see wholesaler perspective. Wholesaler paid how much money? Paid 1210 he paid, but 110 he is getting back. Okay, so first cash outflow, sir, he has two cash account is 1210 because from his account first 1210 went away, and then he got goods purchase or good account debit is only 1000. Sorry, good account debit is only 1100. What is the other 110 then? ITC. Okay, sir, ITC గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి మళ్ళీ ఐటీసీని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు, ఐటీసీ బ్యాలెన్స్ వీ కెన్ అడ్జస్ట్ ఫర్ పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాక్స్. ఓకే, సో అంటే యూ నీడ్ టు నో ద డెఫినేషన్ ఆఫ్ నౌ అసెట్. అసలు అసెట్ అంటే ఏంటి? మీకు ఎంట్రీలు ఎప్పుడు రావాలంటే అసెట్లు లైబిలిటీలు క్లియర్గా వచ్చి ఉండాలి కదా. వాట్ ఈస్ ద డెఫినేషన్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్? Asset means something which gives future economic benefits or which reduces our future cash outflows. దానివల్ల మన మనీ బయటికి వెళ్ళేదన్నా ఆగిపోవాలి, or else it should generate money. Then we call it as what? Asset. Okay. Now here, sir, ITC we are recognizing it as asset. Why we are recognizing it as an asset? Because it could be offset with a liability. నీకు ఈ వంటని అడ్జస్ట్ చేయడం వల్ల నువ్వు పే చేయాల్సిన ట్యాక్స్ తగ్గిపోతుంది కదా. సో దట్స్ వై ఇట్ ఈస్ వాట్? ఇట్స్ అన్ అసెట్. సో దట్స్ వై పర్చేజ్ ఆర్ గుడ్ అకౌంట్ డెబిట్ టు ఐటీసీ అకౌంట్ హౌ మచ్, సార్? 110. సో నౌ ద ఎంట్రీ గెట్స్ బ్యాలెన్స్డ్. అండర్స్టాండ్, సార్? యూ గాట్ 12,210 outflow, but you got goods worth 1100 only. Other 110 you are recognizing it as ITC. So now I'm giving one more example, sir, just to make sure you'll understand it better. Where is Arvind? Arvind ఏమైపోయాడు? నో, ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, కనపట్లేదు. పిచ్చికి కూడా అడ్డొస్తుంది. నైస్ హెయిర్ స్టైల్, ఐ లైక్ ఇట్. నిజంగానే బాగుందా? ఎగ్జాంపుల్, సార్, పేరేనా? ఫనీ. Funny is a supplier. He sold goods worth 1 lakh rupees on this indirect tax at a rate of 10%. I'm not confusing you with excise duty and VAT. Take only one rate as how much? 10%. To whom? Seshu. To Seshu recipient. Now Seshu paid total 1,10,000 Seshu paid. Clear, sir? Now tell me how much ITC Seshu will get. Seshu will get ITC of how much? 10,000. On his purchase value, whatever is the tax component, that he will get as ITC. How much the funny has to pay, sir, out of the 1,10,000? 10,000 is the tax payable to government. Is rupees 10,000. Now tell me the entry in funny books. Overall entry for this in funny books. Sir, funny what he did? Only tax he paid. First what he did? Sold goods. Because of sale of goods, he is responsible to pay tax. Okay, so first Funny got how much money? 1,10,000. So first I am writing, sir, cash account debit. How much? 1,10,000. So Funny got 1,10,000. So cash you debited 1,10,000. Okay. To sales. To sales how much? 1 lakh. The other 10,000 he could enjoy. He has to pay tax. So to tax payable. Sir, why here we are crediting 10,000? Because tax payable is a liability. If you don't pay, they will not allow you. That's why it's a liability. So liability you are crediting. ITC is an asset. That's why you are debiting. Now we'll write down entry even in the Seshu books. Sir, Seshu books. Seshu purchased goods or sold goods? Purchased goods. Seshu has a cash outflow of how much? 1,10,000. So here I am writing, sir, cash account credit to cash account. How much? 1,10,000, because from this 1,10,000 went away. So that's why we are crediting. Sir, asset increase debit, asset decrease credit. Now he is having what? Purchase. Purchase or goods. 1 lakh. The balance 10,000, sir, he is having an asset because the 10,000 he can adjust with any other tax payable. That's why we are recognizing here as ITC account. How much? 10,000. Okay, so now we understand together what would be the treatment in seller, what would be the treatment in the buyer. So ITC which you have is an asset. Why it is an asset? Because that could be adjusted for your tax payables. అర్థమవుతుందమ్మా? లాస్ట్ బెంచ్ వాళ్ళు రాసుకున్నారు ఎంట్రీ? ఓకే. ఇందాక ఆ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక్కటే రాయొద్దన్నాను, ఇంకా అప్పటి నుంచి రాయడం మానేశారేంటి? Write down, sir, only that previous example only, need not to write. This you need to write only. So now the next concept is about need for GST. Need for GST, or it could be even understood like the difficulties need for GST or the difficulties in pre-GST regime. So the question could be asked as like, what is the need for GST, or what are the difficulties in pre-GST regime that were removed with introduction of GST? That were removed with introduction of GST. Difficulties in pre-GST regime that were removed with introduction of GST. That were removed with introduction of GST. Difficulties in pre-GST regime that were removed with introduction of GST. So first point, sir, in pre-GST regime, na before introduction of GST. In pre-GST regime, Indian indirect taxes are highly fragmented. Indian indirect taxes are highly fragmented. Fragmented word meaning, sir, it was like divided into pieces. So, okay, so the word meaning of fragmented is divided into pieces. So there are so many pieces kind of. It's not like one thing. It was into so many parts. That's called fragmented. Indian indirect taxes are highly fragmented. Sir, if you know, okay, yesterday we discussed the concept called what are the taxes that were there before GST? What are those? Central sales tax, advertisement tax, luxury tax, lottery tax, octroi tax, VAT, excise duty, entertainment tax, service tax. So, what are the taxes that were there in direct tax? Currently, only income tax. So, if you need to say income tax now, you need to study only one act. But for indirect tax, how many acts you need to study? So many acts, but that also one major problem, sir. Income tax, either you know Andhra, Telangana, Chennai, Maharashtra, anywhere, the same income tax act. But in indirect taxes, VAT is levied by whom? State government. So Andhra Pradesh VAT may be different from Maharashtra VAT. Maharashtra VAT may be different from Gujarat VAT. Gujarat VAT may be different from West Bengal VAT. So you need to study what? All these states VAT tax. So that's why it was divided into small pieces. It was highly fragmented. Okay, sir, there are so many bits and pieces which you need to study to understand the whole indirect taxes. So all bits and pieces ga undi and chapdanne they are using the word what? Fragmented. Indian indirect tax was highly fragmented, where central and states were fragmented. Central and states were separately taxing the goods and services. Central and states were separately taxing the goods and services. Central and states were separately taxing the goods and services. There are many taxes like VAT, excise duty, CST, lottery tax, octroi tax, etc. So the first problem to introduce GST and to remove all these kind of taxes is what? This fragmentation. The first problem is like the whole indirect tax is not one single thing. It was into bits and pieces. That's a problem, because you need to study all those things. Not only you, every business person has to follow all these things. You cannot find all these rules and conditions at one place. Some set of conditions will be at one place, another will be another place, so like that. So to make these these are the problems in the pre-GST regime. That's why all these were merged and a single GST has been introduced. Okay, first one. Second one. In addition, there was multiplicity of rate. There was multiplicity of rates, laws and procedures. This caused heavy compliance burden. This caused heavy compliance burden. Sir, you are a manufacturer of something like some luxury goods like this cosmetics and all. So, okay, so you are manufacturing some cosmetics which comes under the luxury category, luxury goods category. Since you okay, so one thing is like, let's say you are manufacturer of lipsticks, okay, which is a luxury good. Now on this lipstick, you need to find out the excise duty rate. First, you are a manufacturer there. Okay, so you need to pay excise duty. So for lipstick, you need to search the whole act and you need to find out the tax rate for lipsticks. That is not enough. Again, since it is a sale, lipsticks you manufacture and sell, then in VAT Act, you need to find out again the tax rate. That only not enough. Since it is a luxury good, there is even luxury tax. You need to find out the tax even in luxury tax also. And that was within the sale now, within the state now, VAT Act. If you sold to a different state person, again CST is applicable. Then again in CST Act also you need to find out the tax rate for lipstick. What is the problem what is the mistake you did? You manufactured laptop, you manufactured lipstick. That's the first problem. Because of manufacturing lipstick, you need to find out the tax rate in excise duty, VAT Act, Luxury Tax Act, and they were in CST also. But now under GST, since all these are merged into one thing, so you will find out only one tax rate. So it's easy only now. First thing. Then you need to provide information, all your sales data, purchases data, all information has to be submitted to Excise Department because you are covered under Excise Act. You need to provide information to the state departments because there is even the VAT involved. You need to provide information again with respect to luxury tax involvement and again to the CST involvement. So the same data you need to provide to for the purpose of excise, for the purpose of CST, for the purpose of VAT and for the purpose of luxury tax. So this many times you are providing the same thing. And you need to follow the rules which were said in Excise Act, Luxury Act, VAT Act and even CST Act. Okay, if they tell all these rules and all, you will run away. You will leave lipsticks there only, then you will run away. So that's why compliance burden. So now understand. Since you are a common businessman, okay, you don't know all these things and all. That's why you appointed a consultant. Now consultant will be asking you like, sir, excise duty, excise return I filed, please pay me fees. Then next day he'll come and say like, VAT return I filed, pay me fees. Third day he'll come and say like, luxury tax return I filed, so pay me fees. Fourth day, sir, he will again come and say like, CST return I filed, again pay me fees. One thing, you sold only one lipstick. That's for this many taxes, this many things and all. This consultant is asking 4 times fees now. Because 4 acts he is following. But now all these are merged into GST. So now only one time he'll do all these things. So there is only one time he'll be paying the taxes. So this is a problem or not? So this problem has been addressed by what? GST. Understand, sir? So in any movie, sir, if you see KGF 1, so okay, so till that point of time, Rocky will not take that hammer. Okay, when the problems are piling up, we'll also lose the frustration like, okay, so till that time, the hero will not take the hammer. So I am here also GST. So GST is our hero. Throughout the course, we'll be learning what? GST. That's why this much elevation we are giving. So each elevation is like first phase, like all the people are like suffering here because of what? This fragmentation issues. There are so many taxes which needs to be complied. Second one, so many taxes, so many tax rates, so many procedures. This is also again a problem. Okay, at last the hero will come with what? GST. Okay, there is another problem also. Third one. Imposition of tax on tax was a serious problem. Imposition of tax on tax was a serious problem. Example, VAT levied on the value, VAT levied on the value including excise duty. VAT levied on the value including excise duty. Let's say, sir, the sale price is 1000. example this is, the sale price is 1000. On this first what we are levying? Excise duty 10%. How much? Sale price 1000, excise duty 10%. మంచిగా calculation చేసన్నా చెప్పమ్మా. Sale price 1000, excise duty at a rate of 10%. How much? 100. So overall it is how much? 1100. Now what is levied on 1000? 1100. 1100. Sir, again understand here, when VAT is levied on 1100, this 1100 even includes tax, no? So again you are levying what? Tax on? Tax. Even after ITC also. Here we learned here the example with ITC, but still to this extent here there is double taxation only, na? You are not levying VAT on 1000, you are levying VAT on 1100. This 1100 includes 100 rupees as tax. So always there is tax on tax. So selling price 1000, excise duty 100, now VAT is levied at 110. So which, okay, 110. This 1100 includes tax. So you are levying on tax, again tax. So that's why it is called as what? A cascading effect, tax on tax. Now GST eliminated this thing. How GST eliminated this thing? Na? There are not many these taxes. Okay, excise duty, VAT, everything merged, and there is only one thing, GST. Since there is only one thing, GST, you will not be levying on double times. So there is no concept of cascading effect. Okay. Imposition of tax on tax was a serious problem. VAT levied on the value included in excise duty. So to prove that, I wrote an example. VAT was levied including excise duty. Then sir, there is a seller who is in Chennai. There is a seller who is in Chennai. And there is a buyer who is in Hyderabad. Seller is in Chennai, buyer is where, sir? Hyderabad. Now the seller sold goods for 1 lakh. Pre-GST era, sir, what tax will come here? Pre-GST, what tax will come? VAT. Just think and tell, which tax will come? CST will come. CSK కాదు నాన్న, చెన్నై అనగానే CSK కి వెళ్తున్నారు మళ్ళీ. CST, Central Sales Tax. Okay. Why CST will be levied? Because seller and buyer are in two different states. Chennai na Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad na Telangana. So both seller and buyer are in two different states. That's why which tax has to be levied? CST. Let's say at 10%, how much? 10,000. Now buyer should get credit or not? Buyer should get input tax rate na. How much the total paid? 1 lakh 10,000. Buyer shall get how much ITC? 10,000. But that 10,000 is not given. Okay, CST paid is not given as ITC previously. That's a problem. Okay, only VAT is given as ITC. CST is not given as ITC. Okay, so VAT alone is given as ITC. CST is not given as ITC. సో అంటే నువ్వు వేరే స్టేట్ వాడికి అమ్మితే వాడికి క్రెడిట్ రాదు. అందుకని ఇప్పుడు వాడు ఎక్కడ పర్చేస్ చేస్తాడు? వాళ్ళ స్టేట్లోనే పర్చేస్ చేస్తాడు. దట్స్ ఎ బిగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ నా. సో యూ ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ పర్చేసింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవుట్ సైడర్ ఆల్సో, ఇఫ్ అట్ ఆల్ యూ విల్ ఫైండ్ బెటర్ క్వాలిటీ గుడ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్, బట్ స్టిల్ యూ విల్ నాట్ బై దర్, బికాస్ వెన్ యూ బై ఫ్రమ్ అదర్ స్టేట్ యూ లూజ్ ITC or input tax credit. So that was a problem in the pre-GST era. So ITC of CST is not allowed. Okay, so let me write down it as a sentence also. That's an example kind of. We'll write down it as a sentence also. ITC chain broke as goods moved from one state to another. Sir, now one more point, sir, here. What is the cost to be? 1 lakh, huh? 1,10,000. Sir, if ITC comes, then 1 lakh. Here ITC is not getting. So it would be how much? 1,10,000. మీకు ఏ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ లేదు ఇక్కడ. ITC is something like what? Cash back. You'll get back again the money. Here there is no ITC. That means whatever the 1,10,000 you paid, that remains like that only. Nothing cash back you will get. So your cost is how much? 1,10,000. So if at all there is ITC, what is your cost? So now unnecessarily 10,000 cost is increasing or not? So cost to B is also how much, sir? 1,10,000. ITC chain broken as goods move from one state to another, it results in hidden cost. Results in hidden cost. How it results in hidden cost? Because the cost is getting increased because of no ITC. Then fourth point, sir. There were tax nakas. Nakas means nothing but checkpoints. Okay, it's a Hindi word. Naka means. Naka. There were tax nakas. Nakas means checkpoints. There were tax points at tax checkpoints at every interstate border. At every interstate border. There were tax nakas at every interstate border. There were tax nakas at every interstate border. So every vehicle which is passing through, which is crossing the border of the state, they have to halt there and they need to verify them. Okay, the state department people will be verifying what goods this vehicle is carrying on. So every time each and every truck passing will be verified and then only be sent. But now there is no such kind of tax naka system and all. So unte enti sir problem ante, the problem is like every truck has to wait there. Okay, so which creates bottleneck. Bottleneck means, sir, so simple example, sir, if at all we'll open this bottle and just will turn around like this, the water will come straight away. Okay, will come with so much of force. If at all, if you take a thumbs up bottle, so what is the difference between this bottle and thumbs up bottle? The bottle will be, the neck of the bottle will be, the mouth of the bottle will be only small. Okay, so the water, which bottle will get empty first, this bottle or the thumbs up bottle? Because this doesn't have this has a broader neck, okay, or a wider neck. That's why the water will flow fastly. That's we call it as like bottleneck. Same there also, since every truck will get weighted there, so the unnecessarily 4 or 5 hours every truck has to wait there. They need to wait for their turn, then only it gets verified, then it can go the other state. So at every stage 4 or 5 hours it needs to wait, means logistics, transport industry is suffering so much of losses. Otherwise they could finish the trip much little earlier and they can go for another trip. And even for us also, the goods will reach much more quicker way and in a faster way. But because of this tax nakas at every state border, it's creating a bottleneck. Bottleneck na, like thumbs up bottle, small cap is only there. Okay, sir, even here also, when you are coming from a highway, suddenly at one place road is diverted. Some repair work is happening and road diverted to some single road. Now what happened again? A little bit of traffic jam will happen there. Till now 3-4 vehicles can pass easily. But now only one after one has to go. So which creates again a bottleneck. Understand, sir? The concept of bottleneck means an obstacle there. Okay, so till now the water could be, water or anything could be flown freely, but there the mouth will get narrow. So once it gets narrow, the flow will get disturbed. Only little water or little vehicles only can go. So which creates a bottleneck. Here also same thing. The vehicle cannot go freely. They'll stop all these vehicles. So since they are stopping there, it creates a bottleneck there. Understand, sir? There are tax nakas at every interstate border, resulting into, okay, creating bottlenecks. Creating bottlenecks in interstate transport of goods. Creating bottlenecks in interstate transport of goods. Because of this, logistics industry na, what does it mean, sir? Transport industry. Logistics means transport. Because of this, the logistic industry remained inefficient. Remained inefficient. And it negatively affected their business. Logistics industry remained inefficient and it negatively affected their business. Sir, understand? Now, when you want to sell goods to other state, your goods has to be verified at every state border. One problem. Then instead of VAT, CST will come into picture. Third one, the buyer will not get ITC. Since there are this many problems with selling goods outside the state, what you will do? You will sell goods only within the state. Because of this, your market is getting lower only, na? So that's why, that's the problem here. So instead of they expanding their businesses across the country, they are restricting themselves to a single state. That's a problem here. So the seventh point is every state was, and even, sir, what the law followed in AP may not be the law in Telangana. Why? Because here VAT Act is different, Maharashtra VAT Act is different, Telangana VAT Act is different. So that's why there is a problem. So every state acted as a separate market. Even though whole India is same, but every state is having a separate kind of market because separate rules, separate procedures, everything. Okay, so that's a problem, sir. Even though we are united as a nation, every state is having a different law. When every state is having a different law, we'll be following different kind of approaches. So that's a problem here. So write down, every state was effectively a distinct market. Every state was effectively a distinct market for the industry, as well as consumer. Every state was effectively a distinct market for the industry as well as consumer. Every state was effectively a distinct market for the industry as well as consumer. Because of all these reasons, sir, now you want to start an industry. You are not thinking of where the raw material is cheap, where the workmen are available, that you are not thinking. You are thinking of about which state law is better, where the compliances are easy, that you are thinking now to start a business. So actually as a businessman, what should be his priority? If at all here raw material is available, he should start factory here. If at all in a state where he could find more laborers or more wage employees, there he should start his business. That should be his priority. Instead of that, law has become his priority. Where the tax laws are simple, where the tax laws are easy, that state is going to start a business. So this is not correct, na? So that's why that's a drawback for the pre-GST era. So write down, sir. Industry's choice of locating factories, or warehouses is heavily influenced industry's choice of locating factories or warehouses is heavily influenced by the tax regimes. Industry's choice of locating factories or warehouses is heavily influenced by the tax regimes than pure business consideration. So instead of you thinking of where you could do more business, where the market is there, where the suppliers are there, you are thinking of where the tax is easy, tax procedures are simple, that you are thinking of, which is not a good thing. So now the hero is entering. So this many problems are there, just like as in Boypart movie. Okay, hero sister will be in trouble. Hero grandmother will be in trouble. Hero Baba, Pinni, everything will be in the troubles only. Okay, so everybody is, I mean, okay, even if at all there are two Balakrishnas, the first Balakrishna is also into trouble only. He also went into coma and all has been happened. Then everybody there will be praying like, okay, oh God, come here. Okay, then the second hero will enter. Okay, you watch Legend, that would be the same thing. You watch Akanda movie, the same thing. Okay, you watch the movie Sarenodu, there also such kind of entries will be there. Okay, so in any movie, okay, that Bellamkonda Srinivas movie will be Jai Janaki Nayak. So every time, so like, okay, so when they are whole family, not one person, the whole family will be into problem, and if there are two heroes, na, the first hero will also be into problem. Okay, then first hero he'll do for at least like if the fight starts now 1-2 minutes he'll do fight, then he'll get caught. Then okay, if there is no other chance, everybody will be praying, then the hero will come. So all these are prayers now for introducing GST. Now to curb all these practices, GST was introduced with an idea to curb all this. GST was introduced with an idea of one nation, one tax. To curb all this, GST was introduced with an idea of one nation, one tax. To curb all this, GST was introduced with an idea of one nation, one tax. వచ్చాడు అన్న మ్యూజియంతో అప్పుడు ఏమైందమ్మా త్రిష, ఏం చేస్తున్నావు? స్నాక్స్ కావాలా? అవునమ్మా, వెళ్ళి తెచ్చుకో. So now tell me, sir, what is called India? India is a country. All Indians are brothers and sisters. ఏమో గట్టిగా అంటున్నారు, ఎక్సెప్షన్స్ అనేమో స్లోగా అంటున్నారు. వాడు ఇండియాతో పాటు అన్ని కంట్రీస్ చెప్పు. ఆల్ హ్యూమన్స్ ఆర్ మై బ్రదర్స్ అండ్ సిస్టర్స్. ఎవరు తరుణ్? So now Kirti will tell. So Kirti, I'll send you to snacks, Amma. Tell me the names of all the 8 union territories. చూసి కాదు. హలో, నుంచో ఒకసారి స్టాండ్ అండ్ టెల్. ఫస్ట్ వన్ వాట్? అండమాన్ అండ్ నికోబార్. ఎక్కడుంది అది? ఇండియాలోనే ఉందా? వావ్. అంటే ఎక్కడమ్మా? ఇప్పుడు ఇటు హైదరాబాద్ సైడ్ ఉంటుందా, విజయవాడ వైజాగ్ సైడ్ ఉంటుందా, లేదా ఖమ్మం నుంచి అటు పైకి వెళ్తే ఛత్తీస్గఢ్ వస్తుంది కదా, అటు సైడ్ ఉంటుందా? ఎటు? వదిలే కూర్చో, ఇంక చాలు. So what are the 8 union territories, sir? Write down, sir. First one. ఓకే, తెలిస్తే రాసేయండి, నా కోసం వెయిట్ చేయొద్దు, రాసేయండి. అండమాన్, Andaman Nicobar Islands, then Lakshadweep Islands, Puducherry, or else it is even called as Pondicherry, and then Delhi. Super. But that before itself we might have said. Now if you say also, I don't send you to snacks and all. Okay, Delhi, then Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, Ladakh. Pondicherry already completed. Puducherry is Pondicherry only. Puducherry or Pondicherry same. Okay. Then Chandigarh. And then one last one, Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli. Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli. Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli. Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir. So all these are having state legislature. These 3 are having state legislature, sir. I mean, technically these are union territories. I mean, they will be under the supervision of central only, control of central only. But again, Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir even have state governments also. So if it is a general knowledge question, Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir are also union territories. But whereas actually if you see the functioning on all, Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, they more function like states only. Whereas Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Ladakh, Chandigarh, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, there is no state government there. They will not have any chief minister and all. Directly, the central will appoint a governor, and under the control of governor, the whole state will be running. That's it. Okay. There will not be a separate chief minister there. In the union territories. Sir, okay, why union territories are under central rule? Because of the security issues. See, out of this, first one, Andaman Nicobar Islands. They were in the Bay of Bengal. That's it. Okay. If you give the power to state government, okay, state government don't have military and all. Okay, so but there, if there is no military and all, maybe some country may occupy or take away those islands and may merge into their country. That's why they should need so much of security. That's why they were under the central control. And Lakshadweep, the other side of the India, Arabian Sea, they are like islands only. That's why there, again, central control. Jammu and Kashmir, already a part has been taken by Pakistan. A small part has been taken by China. Now the balance part also they will take away. If at all it was under the state control. That's why it should be under what? Central control, high protection and all. Even from the terrorist attacks and all. That's why it is under the union territory. Chandigarh. The problem with Chandigarh is like Punjab and Haryana has been divided. When they are dividing, both these states are fighting for Chandigarh. Chandigarh is like a capital city. So now they are asking like Chandigarh was wanted by even Punjab people, even by Haryana people. Then central said like, we don't give Chandigarh to anyone. You take Punjab state, you take Haryana state. Chandigarh would be taken by the center. So like that Chandigarh has become a union territory. And then Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli. These are also like islands only near Gujarat, much closer to Pakistan. So, okay, because of security issues, may Pakistan claim these as their areas or their region. That's why these are also kept as like what? Union territories. So, more union territories are kept because of the security reasons. Okay. Whereas Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir and Puducherry, these are union territories, but more they function like states only. So, for the sake of GST, general knowledge question, 8 union territories. But for the sake of GST, only 5 union territories. The other 3 union territories which are functioning like states will be counted as states only for the purpose of GST. Okay, then India. India means how many states are then? Thank you. So I don't want the list of all these 28 states, sir. I hope you know those states, 28 states, and includes not only just these 28 states, and even includes, India includes territorial waters up to 12 nautical miles. Territorial waters up to 12 nautical miles. Sorry, territorial waters now, let's say if this is India, so beyond this coast there will be water also. So all this would be water only now. So this territorial waters up to how long? 12 nautical miles is also to be treated as what? India. Territorial waters up to 12 nautical miles. Then exclusive economic zones up to 200 nautical miles. Exclusive economic zones up to 200 nautical miles. You watch the movie Tandel? Start చేయండి పాట పాడడం. Okay, so there Naga Chaitanya, he has to do that fishing and all within the exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles. Sir, understand the problem. Within 12 nautical miles fishes and all we ate long back. 12 nautical miles ante ee 12 kilometers and 1.854 kilometers equals to 1 nautical mile. That means 12 nautical miles means somewhere roughly some 20-21 kilometers. So okay, the fish which used to be there within this 20-21 kilometers already we eaten them. So even fishermen will go for fishing within 20 kilometers also, they will not find many fishes and all. That's why they need to go much more deeper into the sea. Okay, so how deeper they could go? They'll go till USA, na? No, right? So there should be some limit, na? Okay, that's why the limit is like 200 nautical miles. So the India or Indians have the right to do business activities. Economic means here business activity. We have the right to do economic activities only up to 200 nautical miles. kilometers na maybe somewhere up to 300 to 350 nautical miles. But you crossed and went into other waters na, that is called as international water. Naga Chaitanya not only entered into international water, he even entered into Pakistan waters in Tandel movie. That's why they taken him and kept in Pakistan jail. Understood na? But that was not a deliberate attempt. It was because of those cyclone and all, mistakenly they entered into Pakistan waters and all. Okay, so we have the right to go till how many waters, sir? 200 nautical miles. Understand, sir? ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అంటే సార్ ఇప్పుడు మీ ఇల్లు ఉంది, యూ విల్ హ్యావ్ ఎ కాంపౌండ్ వాల్ అండ్ యూ హ్యావ్ సో లోపల ఇంకొక గోడలు కూడా ఉంటాయి. యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ హౌస్ యూ విల్ హ్యావ్ డోర్స్ అండ్ ఆల్, అండ్ బిసైడ్ ద హౌస్ యూ విల్ బి హ్యావింగ్ ఎ కాంపౌండ్ వాల్. If someone comes into, I mean, by crossing the gate and enters into your house, I mean, not inside the house, just crosses the gate and came there, is it a security breach? Even beggar will also come there, na? Okay, he'll open the gate and come there. Postman, he'll come till there. Okay, so all these people will come there. But without any reason, they don't even cross the gate also. But at least if he is a beggar or if he is like someone like postman, delivery guy, courier guy, then they will be at least coming there. Okay, first of all, they don't even enter into your gate also, but with some specific cause they could enter into your gate. But either he is a Zomato guy or Amazon guy or a courier guy, will they enter into your house? ఇంట్లో లోపలికి వచ్చేస్తే ఏం చేస్తారు? తంతారు కదా. ఓకే, the same way, sir, here also territorial waters na more of like or doors, house doors. Okay, more of secured nature. So okay, nobody, no outsider will be entered into our territorial waters. If they come into exclusive economic zone, it is something like our compound wall. Okay, the first thing, they shouldn't even enter into compound wall also. But if they enter into compound wall also, it's fine. Maybe because of some reason, for Ganesh Chanda, or for some delivery, for some reason they may enter there, but they can never enter into the house unless the security is allowed. The security is allowed, na? Whom you will allow into your house, sir? All these beggars or courier guys, you'll enter into your house, you'll allow them to enter into your house. Whom? Your neighbors, your friends, your relatives. I mean, only your known people will be entered into your house. Same way, India is our house here. Territorial waters acts as the main door system. Okay, whom you will enter? Even an outsider na, nothing but neighbor. You will enter him, you will allow him when, once you will check his profile. If he is, okay, you feel like he can enter into your house, then only you will be allowing him into your house. The same way they will be allowing into the country. So territorial water is like the main house walls and all, whereas the exclusive economic zone is something like a compound wall and all. Okay, sir? Understood, sir? Okay. Then the third one is like seabed and subsoil underlying the water. Seabed and subsoil underlying the water. It's not just up to 200 nautical miles water. Beneath the water, again there will be soil. Sir, అర్థమవుతుందా క్వశ్చన్? సీలోకి వెళ్తే ఇంక మొత్తం వాటరే ఉంటుందా? Beneath that water, again there will be some land or soil, that is called as seabed and subsoil underlying the water. And not only this, airspace above India, Indian land and territorial waters, airspace above Indian land and territorial waters. Airspace above Indian land and territorial waters. Airspace above Indian land and territorial waters. So now let us discuss the problems for introducing GST. Yesterday, in the first class itself, I said something about federal structure. What is called federal structure? All these three layers of government should have their independent status. Now, okay, tell me, we have discussed in the previous question what were the problems in the pre-GST era. For all those problems, towards the end, we wrote a solution also. What is the solution? GST. Okay, read that sentence once again. To curb all these, GST was introduced with an idea of one nation, So how many taxes are there now? One tax. Federal structure says like central can collect central tax, states can collect their own tax. But you are saying here two taxes are one tax. Okay, now the question is who will take this one tax? Central government or state government? You understand the problem, sir? The federal structure says like central revenue should be there separately, state revenue should be there separately. But now you all those taxes mixed and saying like there is only one tax. Now this central comes and says like this one tax will be taken by central government. Then what the states has to do? What's the problem of state government, sir? Already central is okay in India or CBI, everything has been used by central government. Okay, if at all you watch news and all, you will understand sometimes. Okay, at least here and then watch news and all. What? Central CBI, courts, all these has to function independently. Election Commission, all these things. But already all these independent organizations were influenced by central government, not controlled, influenced by central government. If the whole tax money also will go to central government, what's the purpose of states now? You understand the point, sir? Okay, let's say our Rolex has started a new party. Upendra. Okay, he started a party and he won elections also. Now he became chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Okay, he started from scratch and then he became the chief minister of Telangana. Now his party name is, party perem Bardana. Okay, with a new party he has won the elections. But central there is BJP. Okay, so they want to close him at any cost. Close na, not to kill him. To throw his party from out of power. Okay, so then what did it? Okay, so whatever the tax money central government collected, they are not giving it to Upendra. So now in the Telangana state, he cannot run the free bus. He cannot give pensions. He cannot give all this right bandhu and all, he cannot give. Now all the farmers are against whom? The Prime Minister or Chief Minister? Chief Minister only. They are against to Upendra. But what Upendra is saying like, I don't have money, central is not giving me money. Okay, so nobody listens to him. Ultimately, he will lose his election. The problem of state governments is like, if the power is given to central government, central will not give them funds on time. When they don't give funds on time, states cannot fulfill their promises. Okay, every state government in elections are giving some promises. To fulfill their promises, they need money. But central is not giving them money. So that's why states were not ready to merge into GST. If they merge into GST, the whole power goes to central government. States will be just like as like some kind of, just like for namesake they will be there. They don't have any power. Hello. Okay. So what is the problem for the state government, sir? Once if it is merged into one tax, then the state governments will not have their power. All the power will go to central government only. So that's why they thought, okay, they kept a committee. Okay, ఈ proposal రాగానే the state governments were not ready to, all the state governments were not ready to introduce GST because they are losing their autonomy. They're losing their independence. That's why, okay, central formed a committee. So they asked the committee to study what is the solution for this kind of problem under. Then this committee went for world tour. They went across and studied different countries' tax models and all. And then they found like France was the first country to introduce GST. They found like France was the first country to introduce GST somewhere in 1800s only. Not even in 1900s also. We introduced in 2000s and all. Okay, they introduced in 1800s only. France is the first country to introduce GST. We don't even got independence back then. That time itself they have GST. France is the first country to introduce GST. But then they thought France model is not suitable to India. And then they went on some other countries and then they struck with Canada GST model. So okay, and they thought Canadian GST model is something which could suit our requirement. Okay, so what is Canadian GST model? Canadian GST model is a dual GST model. Dual GST model. That means on a single transaction, let's say A sold goods to B. On a single transaction, there will be two GSTs, not one GST. Even though they promoted it as one tax, there will be two GSTs. One is central GST, the other one is state GST. Now central GST will be taken away by central, state GST will be taken by state. Now this is solving their problem. Understand, sir? So which GST model India has adopted? Canada na France? Canadian GST model has been implemented or has been adopted by India. Whereas what is the first country to introduce GST? France is the first country to introduce GST. Okay, now in the GST model adopted in India, will there be single GST model or dual GST model? Dual GST model. So what is dual GST model? On a single transaction, both central will levy tax, state will also levy tax. The tax levied by central is called as central goods and service tax. The tax levied by state is called state goods and service tax. Clear? It's fine now. Now there is another problem, sir. Now there's a guy, A seller, who is from AP, and there's a guy B buyer who is from Gujarat. Now they have a transaction for 1 lakh rupees. Now on this transaction there should be two taxes, CGST, SGST. There will be two taxes. What are those two taxes? CGST, SGST. CGST 10%, how much? 10,000 taken by central government. SGST 10%, 10,000. Now has to be taken by which state? There are two states now. AP is there, Gujarat is there. AP is saying like 10,000 has to come to us. Gujarat is saying like it has to be given to them. So now here there is a problem. Sir, actually these kind of transactions, first we call them as like interstate. Why interstate? I already said what is called interstate. What is called interstate? When the seller and buyer, supplier and recipient are in two different states, then it is called as what? Interstate. Intrastate, no problem. Why? Seller, buyer are in same state only. So state revenue will be taken by state, central revenue will be taken by central. But in interstate only there is a problem. Central share, no problem. But for state share, two states are involved. All these two, both these two states are fighting. Okay. Now again, so here instead of these two models, they said like if the seller and buyer are in two different states, they will be levying a tax called IGST. Instead of CGST, SGST, they will levy what? IGST. IGST means what? Integrated goods and service tax. IGST means integrated goods and service tax. Okay. IGST will levy. Who will take this IGST? Central will take. The problem of states is what? First, the states, the problem of state, the basic fundamental problem of states itself is central cannot take their revenue. But now again, what central is doing? Central is again taking their revenue. But this time, central convinced them like, see, intrastate transactions are more number compared to the interstate transaction. Let's say by that time, nowadays interstate transactions has been increased. But back then, before 2017 and all, 75% of the transactions would be intrastate only. 25% only interstate. Now states don't have any problem with respect to 75% transactions, their revenue getting further. With respect to this 25% of transactions only, they are having problem. So there also central government given a mother promise to them, saying like, no, we'll not take your money, half only we'll take. Okay, out of IGST, let's say 20,000 collected. From there, 10,000 will be taken by central, the other 10,000 will be given to states. So okay, the central government saying like mother promise, dad promise, God promise, everything said. But still states are not believing. Whatever the promise you do, okay, you will not going to believe you. Then they said like, okay, there is only final one solution. There is something called constitution. Even government cannot do beyond constitution, central government also. That's why they said like, we'll put a point in central government, I mean the constitution itself, that on interstate sales, tax will be levied by central government, but it would be distributed between center and states. Like that, we'll put a point even in the constitution itself, so that you will get your share, will not cheat you. Like that, central government has given a promise. Then states has believed them, and the third GST has came into force, which is called IGST. So now currently in India, it's not single GST. How many GSTs are there? CGST, SGST, IGST. Now tell me, when IGST will come? On interstate transactions, IGST will come. Who will collect IGST? Central government. But will be taken by both, half by central government, half by state government. Okay, half central taken. The other half to which state? The other half will be given to buying state. If you remember the pre-GST model, central sales tax CST will be collected by central government, but will be given to whom? Selling state. Contrary to that, opposite to that, in GST, the whatever is the IGST collected, half will be taken by central government, the other half will be given to buying state, not to the selling state. Understand, sir? Okay. So CGST and SGST will be levied on intrastate sales. That time no problem. CGST will go to central, SGST will go to state. If it is an interstate transaction, then which tax will be levied? IGST. Who will take that IGST? Central government will take, but again shared with the state government also. To which state? Buying state. Okay. So we'll write about some constitutional provisions, sir. Why? Because any tax to be levied, even GST also to be levied, means the power to levy GST should come from constitution. Okay, first of all, our syllabus itself we started with Article 265. Okay, tax can be levied only by authority of law. But there you said tax. Which tax and all you didn't say. Now the other articles will say like, which tax can be levied by which authority of law also. Authority of law means state governments are there, central governments are there. So now which authority could levy which tax will be explained clearly. So first we are starting with Article 246. Keep the heading as constitutional provisions. ఓకే, అది అప్పుడు ఐటీసీ అడ్జస్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. అర్థమవుతుందా? సో ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటి అని అంటే, కలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి అక్కడ ఇప్పుడు ట్యాక్స్ కట్టేది జిఎస్టీలో సెల్లరా బైరా? సెల్లర్ కదా. సెల్లర్ ఎక్కడ ఉంటున్నాడు? ఏపీలో ఉంటున్నాడు. కానీ ట్యాక్స్ ఎవరికి వెళ్ళాలి? ఇప్పుడు మన ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇంతకుముందు ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకున్నాము అని అంటే, సెల్లింగ్ స్టేట్లోనేమో సెల్లర్ ఉంటున్నాడు, బయింగ్ స్టేట్లో బయర్ ఉంటాడు, కానీ ట్యాక్స్ కట్టేది సెల్లరా బయరా? సెల్లర్. సో సెల్లర్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్నాడు కాబట్టి సెల్లర్ ఎక్కడ కడతాడు ట్యాక్స్? ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. సో ఫస్ట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ గవర్నమెంట్ దాన్ని తీసేసుకుంటుంది, తర్వాత గుజరాత్కి ఇమ్మంటే ఇచ్చిద్దా? ఇవ్వదు. కానీ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అయితే ప్రతి చోట ఉంటుంది కదా, అందుకని ట్యాక్స్ ఫస్ట్ స్టేట్కి వెళ్ళనీయకుండా ఏం చేస్తున్నారు? సెంట్రల్కి వెళ్ళనిస్తున్నారు. అప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చేసిద్ది? దాన్ని గుజరాత్కైనా ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేయగలిగింది. అర్థమవుతుందా? ఇప్పుడు గుజరాత్ పోలీస్ వచ్చి నిన్ను ఏదో చెప్తున్నాడు, ఎందుకు హెల్మెట్ పెట్టుకోకుండా వెళ్తున్నావు అని చెప్పి, నువ్వు వింటావా గుజరాత్ పోలీస్ మాట? ఇక్కడ ఎవరి మాట వింటావు? ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ పోలీస్ మాటే వింటావు. నువ్వు గుజరాత్ పోలీస్ వస్తే నువ్వు గుజరాత్లో చూసుకు వెళ్ళి ఇక్కడ నీకేం పని అంటావు, అవునా కదా? అసలు ఫస్ట్ వాడు పోలీస్ స్టేషన్కి వెళ్తే వాడిని గుర్తుపట్టరు. నువ్వెందుకు వచ్చావు ఇక్కడ? మాల్ని కూడా తీసుకెళ్ళి లోపల వేయచ్చు, మీరిద్దరు గొడవ పడతావు అంటే, నిన్నో సెల్లో వాళ్ళో సెల్లో. సరే నేను పోలీస్ అన్నా కానీ వింటారా? గుజరాత్ పోలీస్. సో ప్రాబ్లం అది, ఓకేనా? నువ్వు ట్యాక్స్ గుజరాత్కి కట్టాలి, కానీ ఇక్కడుండి గుజరాత్కి కడతానంటే ఇక్కడ అది పాసిబుల్ కాదు కదా. నువ్వు ఎక్కడ రిజిస్టర్ అయి ఉంటావు? ఏపీలో రిజిస్టర్ అయి ఉంటావు. సో ట్యాక్స్ నువ్వు ఏపీలోనే కట్టగలవు టెక్నికల్గా, కానీ ట్యాక్స్ మాత్రం ఎవరికి వెళ్ళాలి? గుజరాత్కి వెళ్ళాలి. సో అది పాసిబుల్ కాదు కాబట్టి ఐజిఎస్టీగా కడతాం. అప్పుడు అది మొత్తం ఫస్ట్ ఎవరికి వెళ్ళిపోద్ది? సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్కి వెళ్ళిద్ది. అప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చింది, ఈ గొడవలు లేకుండా. అప్పుడు అర్థమైందన్న బాబ్జాన్ కొంచెం? ఆర్టికల్ 246 కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్ ప్రొవిజన్స్. ఆర్టికల్ 246 in article 246 there is something called 7th schedule. In this 7th schedule there will be 3 lists. Can anyone tell these 3 lists? Union list, state list, and the third one is what? Concurrent list. Union list, state list, and the third one is concurrent list. Union list, sir. Okay, that means nothing but under union list there will be a list of items on which central government can levy tax. Under state list there will be a list of items on which state can levy tax or state can frame laws. Concurrent list will consist of a list of items on which both central and together levy taxes. Okay, union list will consist of income tax, example, because income tax is levied by central government. State list will consist of examples like VAT. Whereas concurrent lists are on these matters, both central can levy, state can levy. Or central can frame law, state also can frame law. So these are related to some environment acts, environment related acts, or some criminal procedures related, etc. will be there. So okay, so this was there from 1949. This constitution came into force in 1949, sir. From then this article 246 is there. 3 lists. In this list, okay, on which central can make laws, on which state can make laws, everything is there. Now a new thing should come on which both central and state together frame law simultaneously. Okay, and one more thing, sir, here central has to forego their powers. Sir, previously on manufacturer only central government used to levy tax, but now central and state will both levy. Okay, and previously on sale of goods only state used to levy tax, but now on sale of goods also both central will levy as well as state will also levy. So it is something which is very new to the Indian constitution also. That's why they don't want to disturb article 246. For the sake of GST they introduced one more article called article 246A. For the sake of GST they introduced one more article called what? Article 246A. Article 246A. What this Article 246A gives? It gives the power to both central and state governments. Article 246A empowers central government and state government empowers central government and state government to frame laws with respect to GST. So in India, the taxation model is like, in India, the taxation model, we are having two taxation models. One is like intrastate, and the other one is on interstate. On intrastate transactions, what kind of model is involved, sir? Dual GST model. Dual GST model. That means on a single transaction, there will be both. On a single transaction, there will be both. On a single transaction, there will be both CGST. CGST is called as what? Central tax. And there will be even SGST, which we call it as what? State tax. CGST we call it as central tax, and there is SGST, which we call it as what? State tax. Intrastate dual GST model, on a single transaction there will be both CGST and SGST. CGST na central tax, SGST na state tax. Whereas on interstate transactions, sir, on interstate transactions, there is something called what? Integrated tax. Integrated tax. So now this integrated tax only we call it as what? IGST. This IGST will be taken by whom? Will be distributed between central government and, sorry, let us write much more clear, sir. Collected by central government, but distributed between whom, sir? Central government and state government. Okay, state government na, which state government? Buying state. Sir, as I said previously, does the states believe central? They don't have any belief over central, that central will distribute the funds only timely manner. That's why what center said, it will keep a clause in constitution itself that the tax collected as IGST has to be distributed between center and states. So that's why with respect to that, there is Article 269A. Article 269A. What does it say? It empowers. Article 269A empowers the central government to levy taxes. Article 269A empowers the central government to levy taxes on interstate supplies. Article 269A empowers the central government to levy tax on interstate supplies, which will be distributed between center and states. Which will be distributed between center and states. Which will be distributed between center and states. So Article 269A is the clause which says like The taxes collected has to be distributed between center and states. Then Article 366. Article 366 defines GST. Article 366 defines what? GST. So what is called GST is defined in Article 366. So what is called GST means GST is a tax. You know that or not? GST is a tax. Kaushik, GST is what? GST is a tax. ఎప్పుడు వచ్చింది ట్యాక్స్? ఓకే, అలా ఏ ఇయర్లో వచ్చిందని కాదు, ఏం జరిగితే జిఎస్టీ లెవీ చేస్తారు. సప్లై. ఓకే, జిఎస్టీ ఈజ్ ఏ ట్యాక్స్ లెవీడ్ ఆన్ సప్లై. ఓకే, ఈ సప్లై ఏం జరగాలి? వాటర్ సప్లై, సప్లై ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. లెవీడ్ ఆన్ సప్లై ఆఫ్ గూడ్స్ and services or both. GST is a tax levied on supply of goods, services or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. GST is a tax levied on supply of goods and services or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Understand, sir? Not only, GST is not leviable on alcohol which is used for human consumption. Okay, that means on alcohol it doesn't mean there are no taxes. On alcohol there is no GST. If there is no GST, then the previous taxes are there. What are the previous taxes? Excise duty, VAT, sales tax, those come into picture. It doesn't mean completely alcohol is eliminated. Okay, why alcohol is excluded? Why that much love towards alcohol? Sir, on alcohol, even sir, on manufacture, excise duty is to be levied na. I said in the previous class, like on manufacture, excise duty, and the excise duty will be taken by central government. But on alcohol manufacture, the complete revenue goes to state only. On manufacture of alcohol, revenue goes to state government. On sale of alcohol, revenue goes to state government. So alcohol, if on alcohol, whatever is the revenue, that revenue should go to whom? State government only. But if they introduce GST, half of this revenue will be taken by central. So states are not ready for it. They don't want to give the share of revenue in alcohol to the central. They said like, you do whatever you want, alcohol leave it to us. Okay, alcohol revenue we don't want to share with the central. That's why alcohol has been kept aside of GST. Okay, it doesn't mean there are no taxes. There are taxes, but the whole tax revenue goes to states only. If they introduce into GST, half will be taken by central. Okay, they are against to taking that half. That's why alcohol is outside the ambit of GST. Understood, sir? Then next one, sir, goods out of the ambit of GST. Goods that are out of the ambit of GST. There were certain goods which were not there under GST. One is alcoholic liquor for human consumption. We already said above. Alcohol is not even in the definition of GST. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And there is another set of goods also, sir, which we call them as petroleum products. Petroleum products. These petroleum products are nothing but called as HPMAN. Petroleum products. The same reason, sir, on petrol the tax rates are so high. Under GST, currently the highest tax rate is 28% only. Even though they could levy up to 40%, the current applicable highest tax rate in GST is only 28%. But on petrol and all, the tax rate would be somewhere 70 to 80%. If they bring that to GST, the revenues will come down to both central and state governments. That's why they don't want to bring them into GST immediately. Alcohol permanently, never they'll bring to GST. But petroleum products, they don't want to bring currently. Maybe after 2 years, 3 years, slowly they want to bring petroleum products into GST. Okay, that's why currently petroleum products are also outside the scope of GST. But there is at least a chance in 2 years, 3 years, maybe one, okay, first petrol, then natural gas, slowly, one item, like that they may introduce into GST. Okay, so, but currently even the petroleum products are also not under the coverage of GST. But it doesn't mean those are exempted. On them, the previous taxes. What are the previous taxes? Excise duty, VAT, sales tax, those taxes would be levied. So petroleum products are, write down the list. First one is high speed diesel oil. High speed diesel. Then the next one is petroleum crude. The next one is petroleum crude. The next third one is like motor spirit. High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and the next one is like natural gas. High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. High speed diesel means the HSDs are the diesel which we see. Petroleum crude means the crude oil. Once the petroleum is extracted, that crude will be there, na? That is called crude petroleum. Third one, motor spirit. Motor spirit, na, nothing but this petrol is called as motor spirit. Fourth one, aviation turbine fuel. The fuel which is used in aeroplanes. And the natural gas. Okay. So since all these are currently under GST, out of GST. So these are called as non-taxable supplies also. The other name for all these is non-taxable supplies because on them GST cannot be levied. Non-taxable supplies. The next one, sir, key points regarding GST. The basic things only which we already discussed, nothing new here. We just need to put it on notes. Key points regarding GST. Sir, to introduce GST, constitution has been amended or not? Yes, why? Because if you look at here, Article 246A has been introduced newly to give power to central and state governments to levy GST. Then Article 269A has been introduced to levy a tax called IGST and that would be distributed between central and states. And Article 366 has been introduced to define GST. All to make all this constitution has been amended. So, okay, so to introduce GST, constitution has been amended for the 101st time. So 101st amendment is the GST. Okay. So write down, sir. GST is introduced by making 101st amendment to constitution. GST is introduced by making 101st amendment to constitution. By making 101st amendment to constitution. GST is introduced by making 101st amendment to the constitution. It is applicable from when? 1st July 2017 the GST came into force. applicable from 1st July 2017. GST was introduced in India from 1st July 2017. But whereas in Jammu and Kashmir, sir, it is from 8th July 2017. Which is the first country to introduce GST? Spelling? Okay. France is the first country to introduce France is the first country to introduce GST. And which GST model we have adopted, sir? Canadian GST model. India adopted Canadian GST model. India adopted Canadian GST model. India adopted Canadian GST model. And then GST is a destination based tax. GST is a destination based tax. That means destination based tax means the tax revenue, whatever is the tax revenue that accrues to, tax revenue accrues to buying state. GST is a destination based tax and the tax revenue accrues to buying state. I already said, sir, out of IGST, half will be taken by central government, whereas the other half will be given to buying state. Okay, since the buying taxes are going to the buying state, buying is nothing but the destination. Sir, for every good, the buyer place is the destination. So that's why since the taxes are going to destination state, this is called as destination based tax. And the last 6th points are here. GST is a value added tax. GST is a value added tax. Why it is called as value added tax? At every stage, ITC will be eligible for set off. Since ITC is eligible for set off, effectively you will pay tax only on the value addition made in each stage. That's why GST is called as what? Value addition tax. Okay. At every stage, the tax paid in previous stage at every stage, the tax paid in previous stage is eligible for set off. At every stage, the tax paid in previous stage is eligible for set off. Effectively, value added alone getting tax. Effectively, value added alone gets. Effectively, value added alone gets taxed. GST is a value added tax. At every stage, the tax paid in previous stage is eligible for set off. So effectively, only value added alone get taxed. Okay. So mostly we are going to complete first chapter tomorrow. Sir, in last class, so to sum up what we have discussed till now in first chapter, Article 265 says like, no tax can be levied or collected except by authority of law. That means only authority of law can levy taxes and collect taxes. Okay, any of us or any of the individuals cannot levy or collect taxes. Then we have understood the basic structure of indirect tax. What happens in the indirect tax? Whenever a buyer purchases any goods and services, he not only pays the good value, he pays even the tax value also together. Now seller collects including tax, and the tax amount he collected will be paying it to the government. So in this structure we understood like prima facie the responsibility to pay tax is with the seller. I mean the obligation, the liability or the responsibility to pay tax is on seller. Whereas the burden to pay tax, I mean ultimately the money is from the pocket of buyer. That means the burden is on buyer or recipient. Next, we have discussed about federal structure. In India, three layers of government: central government, state government, local authorities. All these three are independent. These are not dependent on one another. Then taxes that were there prior to GST: central sales tax, advertisement tax, luxury tax, lottery tax, octroi tax, VAT, excise duty, entertainment tax, service tax. Then we discussed about intrastate. When we call a transaction as intrastate, when both supplier and recipient are in the same state or same union territory. When they are in different states or different union territories, we call it as interstate. Then what is the basic reasons for levying taxes? The basic reason for levying tax is like to provide basic facilities for every citizen. What does it mean by basic facilities? Tax money is spent by government for the welfare of citizen. Here welfare means what? Healthcare, electricity, roads, education, free houses, free transportation. Then to finance multiple governments. To finance multiple governments means whatever the taxes collected by central will be given as grants to several local authorities to lay roads in that particular local authorities or to do other infrastructure things in the local authorities. So the tax money collected is to source various governments. Third one, sir, to protect of the protection of the life. By paying taxes, the government can pay salaries to the army, military or even to the police people. So they are providing us the safety or protection from external aggression. External aggression are some other countries attacking us or attacking our properties. From that they are protecting. The second one is like internal revolts or rebellions. Okay, for all those also who is protecting, sir, the police people or the army. Okay, for that protection you are paying taxes. Then what are the features of indirect taxes? Regressive in nature. What does it mean by regressive? All persons irrespective of rich and poor taxed at the same rate. So in other way there is no difference between rich and poor, but however it increases the gap or the disparities between rich and poor much more. Then indirect taxes are inflationary in nature. Why? By levying indirect taxes, the prices of those goods and services will increase further. Okay, so due to that the prices increase, which leads to inflation. Then tax on goods and services. Indirect taxes are levied at the time of supply, manufacture, purchase, sale, import, export. Okay, on various goods as well as on services. Then burden. Seller is the one who is responsible to pay the tax, but he is not paying from his pocket. So the burden is shifted from seller to buyer. Okay, even, buyer, sir, if he is also into business, he shifts to his buyer. So ultimately the burden is on whom? End consumer. Okay, so see, tax being IDT paid by seller but recorded from buyer. That means the burden is shifted from seller to buyer and ultimately to consumer of such goods and services. Wider tax base. Under GST, there are majority of goods and services that are liable to indirect tax with very few exemptions and low thresholds. So the base is more wider than compared to the income tax. There is a lot of scope to levy taxes than compared to income tax. No pinch. Seller does not feel the pinch. Why? Because he is not paying from his pocket. Buyer also don't feel the pinch because he is paying, but he don't know that he is paying it as tax to the government. He is paying it for that good, he thinks. Okay, then social welfare. How it contributes social welfare? It is a useful tool to promote social welfare by restricting the consumption of harmful or sin goods. How they are restricting? By levying higher taxes. By levying higher taxes, their prices will increase. Automatically, their consumption will come down. Then input tax rate. So input tax rate, to get input tax rate, that person should be a registered person and he should have inward supplies. Okay, a registered person on his inward supplies, whatever is the tax element, such a tax element can be availed as what? ITC. Next, to a registered person, the tax element on his inward supply can be availed as ITC. ITC can be used for what? Only for payment of the GST. Then we discussed about difference between direct taxes and indirect taxes. In direct tax, payer of tax and sufferer of tax are one and the same. But whereas indirect taxes, payer of tax, not sufferer of tax. Why? Seller pays tax, but he don't suffer because he collects it from buyer. Payer of tax, not sufferer of tax. Whereas sufferer of tax is not payer of tax. Okay, simply చెప్పాలి అంటే payer of tax and sufferer of tax are different. Payer is seller, sufferer is the buyer. Then income taxes or direct taxes are income based taxes. Only if you have income you need to pay taxes. Whereas indirect taxes are supply based taxes. When there is a supply happens, then tax has to be paid. Then third one, sir, direct taxes, rates of taxes are different from person to person. So different from person to person, na, based on your income, the tax rate may change. Okay, whereas under indirect taxes, rate of taxes duties are not different from person to person. Then under direct taxes, entire revenue goes to central government of India, whereas indirect taxes, certain revenue goes to state government, whereas a part will go to state government. Then under direct taxes, previous year income is assessed to tax in the assessment year. But whereas in indirect taxes, there is no concept of previous year and assessment year. Direct taxes are progressive in nature. Indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Then CBDT is an important part of Department of Revenue under direct taxes, whereas CBIC is an important part in the Department of Indirect Taxes. Then the examples of direct taxes are income tax and wealth tax, whereas indirect taxes, GST and customs. Then we took examples to understand double taxation. So tell me, what is called double taxation? The same amount, if it is getting taxed for multiple times, then we call it as what? Double taxation. If there is tax on tax, it is called as cascading effect. If there is tax on tax, it is called as what? Cascading effect. Then what is the solution to eliminate double taxation and cascading? ITC. Through ITC, we can eliminate double taxation and cascading, but not completely, to an extent. Then we discussed about the need for GST or the difficulties that were there in the pre-GST regime. The first one is like, sir, in pre-GST regime, Indian indirect taxes are highly fragmented. Fragmented, na, they were like into so many acts, so many taxes. So that many pieces and all are there. So that's why it is called as what? Fragmented. Okay, tax మొత్తం ఒకదానిలా లేదు, ముక్కలు ముక్కలు అయిపోయి, there are different taxes. Okay, that's why divided into pieces. Central and states were levying taxes separately, taxing the goods and services. There were many taxes like VAT, excise duty, central sales tax, octroi tax, luxury tax, so many taxes like that. So that's why it is called as fragmented. And the second one, in addition to this, the tax rates are also not common. In excise duty, one tax rate will be there. In VAT, one tax rate will be there. Even in VAT also, one state, one rate. In another state, there would be some other rate. So that's why there was multiplicity of rates, laws, procedures. Everything would be different from state to state. So that's why there is heavy compliance burden. Third one, sir, imposition of tax on tax. Tax on tax is nothing but what? Cascading. Imposition of tax on tax was a serious problem. Sir, with ITC already before GST also, cascading effect has been solved. But still there is cascading, where if you see on the same selling price, they levy excise duty as well as VAT. But while levying VAT, we are not directly levying it on selling price. What we are doing, sir? We are adding excise duty, and even on excise duty value also we are levying what? VAT. So that's why here there is what? Tax on tax. Then the ITC chain breaks when in interstate supplies and all, ITC is not allowed. That's why only within the intrastate there used to be ITC previously, but if they do interstate sales and all, they don't have ITC. So that's why ITC chain breaks as goods moved from one state to another, which results in hidden cost. Then there were tax nakas na tax checkpoints at every interstate border. Okay, so because of this checkpoints, sir, every state border, all the vehicles should stop and their vehicles has to be examined or verified, which creates lot of traffics and all. So which creates a bottleneck for the transportation and all, which increases logistic industry travel time and all. So because of all these reasons, the logistic industry remains inefficient. Okay, remained inefficient, and it negatively affected their business. Then because of all these restrictions, sir, the people back then don't use it to do interstate trade because they won't get ITC and all, and they won't, all these tax nakas and will be there. So that's why they used to do only the business within the state. So every state was effectively a distinct market for the industry as well as consumer. Okay, but, and even the last problem is, because of all these conditions, the industry's choice of locating factories or warehouses is highly influenced by laws, okay, and the tax regimes, rather than where the raw material is available, where the labor is available, other than that. Okay, so to curb all this, GST was introduced with an idea of what? One nation and one tax. Then we have discussed about the definition of India. India includes how many union territories? What are those? Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep. Okay, so out of all these union territories, sir, 3 union territories like Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, these 3 union territories are having separate state legislature. Okay, so these 3 union territories, sir, even though they are union territories, but for the purpose of GST, they would be treated as states only, since they are having state legislature. Funny. నిద్ర వస్తుందా? కళ్ళు అలానే ఉన్నాయి. రాత్రి అంతా ఏం చేసా? ఫోన్లో ఉన్నాయి మీతో? నిద్రపోయా? చాటింగ్ చేసుకున్నావు రాత్రి అంతా? ఏంటండి? ఫోన్లే ఫోన్లో ఉన్నాయమ్మా మీతో? ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, నిజం చెప్పండి, ఎవరెవరు? సులమాన్తో ఉన్నాయి ఫోన్లో. ఉందా ఆఫీస్లో? ఇంకో ఫోను ఏంటి? ఎవరు? ల్యాండ్ లైన్. బాను ఫోన్లోనా? టిల్లు నీతో ఉందా? అభిషేక్తో ఉండుంటా. నీకు ఫోన్ ఉండాలి, తప్పదు. గర్ల్స్తో ఎవరితో ఉన్నాయమ్మా? అమ్మా జోష్న ఫోన్ ఉందమ్మా నీతో? హంచికాతో ఉండుంటుంది. In India, there are how many union territories? 8 union territories. Okay, then. There are 28 states, and territorial water extends up to 12 nautical miles. Exclusive economic zones extends up to 200 nautical miles. It's not just Indian land, Indian territorial waters, even the seabed and subsoil underlying the Indian territorial waters and exclusive economic zones is also India. Then the airspace above Indian land and Indian territorial waters is also India. Then constitutional provisions. Sir, constitutional provisions are relevant because to introduce an act called GST, constitution has to be amended. That's why we are discussing about even constitutional provisions. And even in the beginning also I said like no authority, other than authority of law, no one else can levy tax. Okay, but at least authority of law should levy tax, such power has to be given. Na? So that power is given under Article 246. Article 246 says like on which items which government can levy taxes. Whereas 265 says like other than government, nobody else can levy tax. Okay. So 246 7th schedule consists of 3 lists: union list, state list, concurrent list. Union list is about income tax. State list consists of, so many items on which state can levy tax. It consists of VAT. Third one, concurrent list. It consists of environment tax, criminal acts, all those. Then Article 246A. Article 246A empowers the central government and state government to frame laws with respect to GST. Then taxation model. In India, we are having, two type of transactions, intrastate, interstate. On intrastate transactions, we are levying dual GST. That's why GST even called as dual GST model. Okay, on a single transaction, we levy one GST or two GST, sir. What are those? CGST and SGST. CGST will go to whom? SGST. Then interstate, sir, integrated tax collected by central government but distributed between central government and state government. Then Article 269A. Article 269A empowers the central government to levy tax on interstate supplies. Okay, on interstate supplies, who will be levying tax, sir? Central government. But which will be distributed between center and states. Article 366. Article 366 defines what is called GST. So what is called GST? GST is a tax levied on supply of goods, services or both except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. మొత్తం అంతా అనుకోండి లాస్ట్లో కన్జంప్షన్ అన్నావు అమ్మ కీర్తి. ఓకే, goods out of the ambit of GST. What are the goods out of the ambit of GST, sir? Petroleum products and alcoholic liquor for human consumption. What are called petroleum products here? High speed diesel oil, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. When GST introduced in India? Date. 1st July 2017. Jammu and Kashmir. Canada is the first country to introduce GST. Okay, GST is a destination based tax. Okay, GST is a value added tax as well. Okay, GST can be even called as destination based tax and even can be called as value added tax. Okay. So now the problem is like what is called federal essence, that states shall have their autonomy. Autonomy means independent. They should be independent. Sir, in the beginning we discussed, sir, to be called as independent. Meer independent and eppudantam? You should earn your own income, first thing. Second one, you should be able to think on your own. You could take the decisions properly. Understand, sir? If you could think on your own and you could decide on your own, then that is called as independence. Okay, అభిషేక్ థర్డ్ క్లాస్లోనే వెళ్ళి డాడీ నేను పెళ్లి చేసుకుంటా అని అడిగాడు. ఓకే, అప్పుడు ఏమంటారు వాళ్ళ డాడీ? సరే నాన్న చేసుకోరా అంటారా? షార్ప్నర్లో పెట్టి ఉన్నా కదా. అంటే ఇప్పుడు పెళ్ళి ఇలాంటి అన్నప్పుడు లవర్ బాయ్స్ని ఎత్తుక్కుంటాం కదా. పెళ్ళి అంటే నువ్వు ఇప్పుడు అలానే ఒక ప్లే బాయ్ క్యారెక్టర్ అనుకో, విష్ణుని తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, ఒక ట్రూ లవర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కావాల్సి వచ్చింది అనుకో, చిరంజీవిని తీసుకోవచ్చు. అసలు గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండే లేదు, పెళ్లి కూడా అవట్లేదంటే సులభమైన ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, ఇన్నోసెంట్ లాగా యాక్ట్ చేస్తాడు కానీ ఇన్నోసెంట్ కాదు అంటే కౌశిక్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇట్లా ఇప్పుడు ఏ రుద్రమదేవియో జేజమ్మో కావాలంటే అప్పుడు మనం హంచికని తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఏ దేవసేన కావాలి అని అంటే అప్పుడు ఇప్పుడు ఏ హాస్పిటల్ పేషెంట్స్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కావాలనుకోండి, అక్కడ ఉంటారు ఎప్పుడు సెలైన్లు పెట్టుకొని ఒక ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు అమ్మాయిలు. ఎవరు? మా జాగ్రత్త, మీరు అక్కడ క్యాంపస్లో అంటే చెట్లు అవి ఉంటాయి, తొందరగా ఎగిరిపోం, పట్టుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడంతా ఎంటీ ల్యాండ్ కదా, బస్సు దాకా వెళ్ళే లోపలనే జాగ్రత్త, ఎవరో ఒకరిని పట్టుకొని వెళ్తా ఉండండి. ఓకే, మీకు ఎంతమందికి గుర్తొచ్చిందో లేదో, నాకు ప్రవీణ్ని చూసినప్పుడల్లా ఫిల్మోజీలో బుడత క్యారెక్టర్ గుర్తొచ్చింది. తెలుసా అండి, ఒక క్యారెక్టర్ ఉంటుంది ఫిల్మోజీలో. ఈసారి చూడండి, సేమ్ అట్లానే ఉంటాడు వాడు. Okay, sir. One is like revenue. Revenue should be there. So that's why, sir, what we have said, like instead of taking the whole revenue by central government, half is given, I mean, on every transaction CGST levied as well as SGST levied. So that's why to maintain that federal essence, or to have that independent stature to the states, the federal, I mean, the revenues has been coming directly to the state governments. And the next thing is about decision making. Who takes a decision? Revenue side we already discussed, sir. Now the question is about who takes a decision in GST. Sir, for decision making is also important. If you don't have decision making, only money is there, then it's called pocket money. Okay, or else like just because they are giving money, but you don't have right to talk anything. So that's not called as independence. So you should have even right to what? Talk, or right to participate, and right to take, I mean, your view also should be considered. So then that is called as what? Decision making. But now states are questioning about that. Okay, you said like our revenue will give it to us, but who will take the decision? Obviously again central saying like I'll be taking the decisions and all. If central takes decision, again states are losing their autonomy. That's why they are not okay with again GST. So they thought of it and they introduced something called GST Council. Now the decision making in GST is not made by governments. The decision making is done by council. The decision making is done by GST Council. So now the question is, who will be there in council? This council consists of representatives of both central and state governments. So now the decision taken is not only by central government. It's a collective decision of both central and state governments. That's why in GST, in income tax and all, we don't see something like councils and all. But in indirect taxes, since it unites both central and states, there is something, or there should be some group or some kind of mode where all the states and central should participate in the process of decision making. That's why they introduced something called GST Council. Decision making to have to make all the states and central involved to make all the states and center involved in decision making to make all the states and center involved in decision making, GST Council has been introduced. Has been constituted. GST Council has been constituted. So now council is constituted under Article 279, yes sir. So let me write down. Constitution of GST Council. Constitution of GST Council, Article 279A. Constitution of GST Council, Article 279A. President of India constitutes GST Council. President of India constitutes GST Council, which is a joint forum of center and states. President of India constitutes GST Council, which is a joint forum of center and states. It consists of following members. So who will be there in the GST Council, sir? First one, Union Finance Minister, who acts as a chairperson. Union Finance Minister, Central Finance Minister will be there, and he or she will be acting as chairperson. Then Union Minister of State, in charge of revenue of finance. Union Minister of State in charge of revenue of finance. He is also a central minister, sir. He will be acting as member. Union Minister of State in charge of revenue of finance. So I mean, in the finance only, finance is a very big stream, sir, where one minister cannot handle. So there is one union finance minister, and within the finance also there will be another deputy ministers. Okay, deputy finance minister. So one among them is like union minister of state in charge of revenue of finance. He is something like a deputy finance minister. Then there is one more thing, sir. The others are like from states. The member, the minister in charge of finance, minister in charge of finance, or any other minister, minister in charge of finance, or any other minister, minister in charge of finance, or any other minister nominated by each state. Minister in charge of finance or any other minister nominated by each state will also act as what? Members. Will also act as what? Members. Union finance minister will act as chairperson. Union minister of state or in charge of finance will act as member, and from every state either finance minister or any other minister nominated will also be acting as member. Now we know chairperson, sir. Who will be vice chairperson out of all those who are in the C column? Who are in the C, sir? C column there, the C row. Okay, the ministers who are from the state, I mean the finance ministers of each state will be the member of council. So one among those will be the vice president or vice chairperson. Okay, so write down, sir. One among those in clause C one among those in clause C will become vice chairperson. Okay, one among those clause C will be elected or will be selected, not elected, will be selected as vice chairperson of the council. Vice chairperson of the council. Then write down, sir. The council make recommendations. Sir, why I said like council is the one who takes decision. But now here we are not writing it as like decision, we are referring it as recommendation. Understand, sir? As per constitution, if any law has to be formed, that should be formed only by government. But here GST, it involves both central and state governments. So they should jointly decide. But when they are writing constitution, there is nothing like joint forums and all. So these joint forums cannot make law. If any law has to be applicable in Andhra Pradesh, then Andhra Pradesh state legislature has to approve it. Then if any law has to be formed in India, then our parliament should approve it. But who is this council? So council cannot make any law. But for the implementation of GST, there should involvement of both central and state. That's why what this means, actual real decision maker is council only. But on paper, council will give only recommendations. The same recommendation will be made as law by government. So here it's something like the council is the real brain or the real body which takes the decisions. But council legally it doesn't have power to make a law. That's why council take decisions, and those decisions are given to the central government or state government in the name of recommendations. Then based on those recommendations, central and state government will pass law or will pass an act. Then it will be applicable on us. Understood, sir? Otherwise, we are not bound to do what was said by council. We are bound to do which was said by only the government. either the state government or central government. So they cannot give that much power to the council now. That's why what they said, council only the real decision maker. But for the language only, they are calling it as like recommendations. Based on that, the central and state governments will make it as a law. Understood, sir? That's why we are not calling it as like decisions. We are calling it as what? Recommendations. GST Council will give recommendations to the government. But most of 99 till now, not even one recommendation given by council has been rejected by governments. So whatever the recommendation given by council, that would be accepted and will be made as law by the government. Okay. So the GST Council shall make recommendations. GST Council shall make recommendations to the union and the state. GST Council shall make recommendations to the union and the state on the taxes, cesses, surcharges levied by central government, state government, local authorities. Taxes, cesses and surcharges levied by central government, state government and local authorities, which may be subsumed or which may be subsumed into GST. Which may be subsumed into GST. Subsumed na merged into GST. See, that means we already discussed it like the taxes which were there prior to GST. There is nothing but the taxes that were subsumed into GST. So that proposal of which taxes has to be subsumed is given by whom? Council only. Okay, who decided that these taxes has to be merged into GST? Council is the one which decided what tax has to be subsumed into GST. And the second one, sir, the goods and services that may be exempted from GST. That may be exempted from GST. So who tells which good has to be exempted, which service has to be exempted? Again, council. So council gives recommendations on which goods has to be exempted from GST or which services has to be exempted from GST. Then, not only that, sir, it gives recommendations on the model GST law, how the GST should look. The model GST law, principles of levy, on what basis GST has to be levied, principles of levy, apportionment of GST between center and states, okay. So how the GST law should look like, on what basis GST has to be levied, how much center should take, how much state should take from the IGST revenue. All these are recommended by whom? GST Council only. So overall, how the law should be or what conditions to be implemented, everything is recommended by whom? GST Council. Third one. The fourth one, sir, the threshold limits of turnover. Threshold limits of turnover below which goods and services may be exempted from GST. The threshold limits, sir. Threshold limits na the turnover limits like when GST is applicable, when GST is not applicable. Simple example, sir. So like you went to a 5-star hotel. Will there be GST or not? You ordered some food on that. Will there be GST or not? Okay, you went on to eat pani puri on a roadside pani puri stall. Will he give GST bill? Will he charge GST and all? No, right? Okay. మీకు కూడా పాస్ అయిందా పానీపూరి స్టోరీ? మీకు తెలీదా పానీపూరి స్టోరీ? ఓన్లీ పానీపూరి తెలుసు అంతేనా? అదొక యాజ్ ఫార్ యాజ్ ఐ నో లైక్ విష్ణుకి బాగా తెలుసు పానీపూరి స్టోరీ. Director, narrator, everything Vishnu only. Otherwise, we don't know that Pani Puri story. Long back. లేత వాళ్ళు ఇంకేముందో అనుకుంటారు, ముందు చెప్పేస్తా వాళ్ళు లేకపోతే ఎక్కువ. So they went to Annam. Okay. That time actually Mahesh said like one of his friend also wants to join in CMA. So okay, then Mahesh along with his friends and maybe I think Swarup sir, I think. None of them. Okay, they were at some other place, but he said like we'll guide you to that place and all. So that's. Then in between they saw a Pani Puri bandi. There Mahesh thought like he wants to eat Pani Puri. He said like no. But there are other his friends and all who said like they want Pani Puri. So then they are eating Pani Puri. Then they call Mahesh, come and eat Pani Puri. That's it. I don't want to tell more than that. ఇంకా అక్కడ ఏం జరిగిందో మీరు ఊహించుకోండి. Mahesh didn't order Pani Puri, but Mahesh ate Pani Puri. అలా అప్పటి నుంచి 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి పానీపూరి అంటున్నారు పాపం. ఆ పానీ పోయింది, ఆ పానీపూరి వాడు పోయాడు, వాళ్ళందరూ పోయారు. పాపం వాడిని పానీపూరి అని అనడం మాత్రం పోలే. అంతే కదా మహేష్? నాకు తెలుసు నీ బాధ, నాకు అర్థమైంది. అందుకే చెప్పేశా అక్కడ అంతేం లేదు నాన్న. తోడా ప్యాస్దాలో దగ్గర ఆగిపోయింది అంతా, అన్ని తోడ దగ్గరే. ఆ తోడా ప్యాజ్ని జ్యాదా ప్యాజ్ చేద్దాం అనుకున్నాడు కానీ బట్ ద పాయింట్ ఈజ్ లైక్ హీ కేమ్ టు BCCA, ఫోన్స్ ఆర్ టేకెన్ అవే. ఆ పానీ మహేష్ ప్లేట్లో కాకుండా అంతేనా మహేష్? కాదా? ఇదో కరెక్ట్గా చెప్పా. ఈ ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ అర్థం కావట్లేదా మాకు? ఓకే. So threshold limits of turnover below which goods and services may be exempted from GST. So the threshold limits of turnover, sir, I mean on reaching which limit you need to register under GST and you need to pay GST. Sir, understand, Pani Puri guy is also doing business. The roadside coconut vendors, fruits vendors, all these are also doing business only. But are they paying GST? And then government don't see them. Government has eyes, right? I mean, all those government officials also will be looking at them, right? But then why they are not asking GST from them? Because there are certain threshold limits. Okay, for example, like only when the turnover crosses 20 lakhs, a person needs to register under GST and have to pay GST. Okay, that's why since their turnover limits are within 20 lakhs per annum, they are not required to pay GST. So like that, there are certain threshold limits. Who will suggest those threshold limits? GST Council. Okay, so threshold limit means there are so many threshold limits. Let's say, so what is the legal age to get married for men? Legal age to get married for men 21. So that's a threshold limit. Then for women 18 years. Okay, then that is a threshold. What is the legal age to vote? 18 years. So then that is a threshold. What is the legal age to call as senior citizen? 60. Then that is a threshold limit. Okay, so threshold limits are nothing but those limits which we keep. Okay, to tell them whether they are eligible or not, or so or whether they are ineligible. So those limits which we keep are called as threshold limits. Okay, understood, sir? So those threshold limits, if any, are applicable in GST, who will recommend them? GST Council will be recommending the threshold limits. ఈ పక్కన ఇంకెవరో ఉండాలిగా సులభం ఇంతకుముందు క్యాటిల్ లీడర్. ఏమైంది నీకు ఇప్పుడు? ఆయన లాస్ట్ and then to make recommendations on any special rate, to make recommendations on special rate or rates for a period or rates for a period. So if any special rate has to be introduced or any rates for a specific period to be charged in case of, okay, rates for a period to raise additional resources, to raise additional resources, to raise additional resources during natural calamity or disasters. So they may charge extra taxes, something like cess and all, okay, to recover more taxes so that government will have money to come back from those natural calamities or disasters. And the council will give recommendations on making special provisions with respect to special category states. We'll write down after these questions are what are called special category states. So council will also give recommendations with respect to make a different kind of provisions for special category states. So then there are other recommendations also, sir. So understand whatever we discussed till now. The council is constituted by whom? President. Okay, council is a joint forum which consists of central and state members. Who will be acting as chairperson? Union Finance Minister acts as chairperson, and from the Union Minister of State in charge of revenue will also be acting as a member. Whereas from every state finance minister or any other minister nominated by the state will also be acting as member. Out of all these state finance ministers, one will be elected as vice chairperson. Okay, then the council will be giving recommendations on what taxes that has to be subsumed into GST, what should be the model law, how the GST has to be levied. All those are recommended by whom? GST Council only. And then the goods and services that would be exempted from GST will be recommended by council. The threshold limits of turnover below which GST will not be levied, so those threshold limits will be recommended by GST Council. And any special rate or rates for a period to raise additional funds in case of natural calamities or disasters. The last ones are making special provisions, if any, with respect to special category states. Okay, then sir, I'm aligning these notes with the workbook answers. That's why it would be little lengthy. So this is the first point. This is the second point. This is the third point. All those recommendations we discussed are under the third point only. Now we are writing the fourth point. Council shall recommend the date. Council shall recommend the date. Council shall recommend the date on which Council shall recommend the date on which the GST will be leviable on petroleum products. Council will recommend the date on which the GST will be levied on petroleum products. Council will recommend the date on which the petroleum products, on which the GST will be levied on petroleum products. Then fifth one, sir. Every decision of the council, every decision of the council shall be taken at a meeting. Every decision of the council shall be taken at a meeting by a majority not less than 3/4. Not less than 3/4 of the weighted votes of members present. So for this, sir, to take a decision in council, sir, 3/4 should be in favor. Let's say there are 100 votes, then at least 75 votes should be in favor. Then only the decision can be taken. Otherwise, decision can't be taken in council. Sir, usually in normal cases and all, 51 is enough. More than 50 is enough. But in the council to take a decision, 75% should be there. Okay, more than 3/4. Okay, not less than 3/4. That means at least 3/4. 75% or more should be in favor of the decision to take a to take something, to decide something in the council. Now, what are the voting powers of central and state governments? So write down, sir, the vote of central government will have 1/3 of weightage. One-third of weightage of total votes. I mean, central government alone has 33.33% voting power. They do only one vote, but still that vote is of equivalent of how much? 33.33 voting power. Okay, in simple, like in Salar, they will be taking a decision making. Okay, for the Jagpati Babu, the weight will be more for his vote. Okay, for all others, the weight would be little less. Nah? So like that here, since central government is even though one vote only, but its voting power has having any weight of 33.33%. Now all the states will have together 66.67%. Okay, if you have any confusion, again watch that Salar decision making scene. Then you will understand, sir. So there, for each territory, there will be one kind of king kind of only. So they will have one kadiyam. Okay, all of those of that, okay, I mean, sir, understand, Jagpati Babu is something like there, like a Varadaraj Mannar. Karta. So he is something like a chief, not chief minister, prime minister kind of there. All the others are there now, whom like Prabhas will kill one or two out of them. So those are like what? The chief ministers kind of. Huh? ఓకేలే ఇప్పుడు అంత టెర్మినాలజీ నేను చెప్పలేను నేను. Vote of central government will have 1/3 of weightage of all the total votes, whereas votes of all state governments will taken together have, I mean aggregately, will taken together have 2/3 of votes of central state government will taken together have 2/3 of weightage of total votes. Votes of state government will taken together have 2/3 of weightage of total votes. Then sixth one, sir, quorum. Quorum means the minimum number of members present in a meeting to call it as a valid meeting. Sir, మీరు అందరూ వచ్చిన తర్వాత all of us together will decide అని చెప్పి ఒకటి అనుకున్నాం. దేని గురించి? Like let's say on August 32nd whether we need to declare holiday or not. Okay, if even as an example, if I say some other date now, you will be saying like holiday and all. That's why I don't want to take any chance. August 32nd, or as like September 20. By that time, anyhow, I'll go. So there is a. Let's say we wanted to decide whether September 20 is a holiday or not. Okay, that we thought like we all decide based on voting basis. But what I did like September 19th, early morning 6 o'clock, I came here. Obviously you are not there. So then since only I am present, I am saying like, since I am the one, I am only deciding, okay, and saying like, the decision has been taken like September 20 is a working day. So will you agree for that? If it is a mutual concern, what we need to do, actually there should be a voting process and all. So to call it as a valid voting, at least minimum number of members should be there. At least, okay, if you are 100 members, at least out of you, some 50 people should be there or 40 people should be there. Then if we decide, then it is called as a valid decision. If I alone decided, then what's the purpose of asking you? That's why, so to call it as a valid meeting, there should be minimum number of members should be present. Okay, that we call it as what? Quorum. For to take a GST council meeting also, okay, minimum number of members should be present. Otherwise, central government will say like, within 5 minutes there is meeting. Okay, whoever comes will only be participating in the decision. Since central government is there in Delhi only, their representative came immediately. But all these people from state governments didn't go by within 5 minutes. So now central government is saying like what? Since you all are not there, I only taken the decision, and if they say, then it is not justifiable. That's why minimum number of members should be present. That minimum number of member only will be calling it as quorum. Okay. One half is the quorum. One half means, sir, of the total number of members. One half of the total number of members. One half of the total number of members. That means 50% of the GST Council. One half of the total number of members, 50% of the GST Council shall constitute the quorum. Shall constitute the quorum. One half of the total number of members, 50% of the GST Council shall constitute quorum. So, sir, ikkada votes ni batti kaadu. Like central government has 33% voting power na, it doesn't mean 33 people came. You should count only here number. That means central has two members. One is Union Finance Minister and another Union Minister is there na. So from central there are 2 members. From states there are 31 members. Why 31? Only 28 states na. plus there are 3 union territories which has to be treated as like states. So overall in council there will be 33 members, 2 members from state, 31 members from 2 members from central, 31 members from state. Out of these 33, at least 50% should come. At least 50% na 17 members should come. If only 17 members are present, then it's called as a valid meeting. Understood, sir? For deciding voting power, it's not based on number of head counts. Voting power is based on that proportionate weighting. Central, even though has only 2 heads, but still it is equivalent of 33.33. From state side, there are 31 heads, but still their voting power is equivalent of 66.67% only. But to decide quorum, will not check this voting power. We'll be making a head count. How many are there? Okay. Then the last point, sir. Council shall establish a mechanism to adjudicate, sir, adjudicate na here resolving all this process is called as adjudication. పంచాయతీ చేయడం తెలుగులో చెప్పాలి అంటే లైక్ పంచాయతీలు చేస్తారు కమ్మా అట్లానే. సో లైక్ రచ్చబండ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అండ్ ఆల్, యు నో, రైట్? Okay, so like, so that whoever is the host will call wife and husband. Let us take example of Tillu and his wife. Okay, then they are asking like, Tillu, is she your wife? Then Tillu is saying like, first, second, third. Okay, so now, sir, if you, okay, I didn't watch the full episode, but it in bits and pieces I have watched in Instagram and all. So initially they'll explain the issue and all. Then, okay, finally towards the conclusion, they'll try to resolve the issue and they'll try to unite them. Okay, so this adjudication is also something like that only. Council shall establish a mechanism, to adjudicate, to hear their issues, to resolve those issues between whom? Between central government and any of state government, or between one state government and another state government, or between all the state governments and central government. So because it is a tax which involves both central and state government, if there is a conflict among themselves, then how do they have to resolve those issues or conflicts? That mechanism will also be recommended by whom? Council only. Okay, so గొడవ పడుతున్నారు అనుకోండి, ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేసుకోవాలి అంటే గొడవ పడినప్పుడు దానికంటే ఒక ప్రాసెస్ అనేది ఇక్కడ వీళ్ళు కౌన్సిలే డిసైడ్ చేస్తుంది. ఏంటి చెప్పినా? Council shall establish a mechanism to adjudicate any dispute between one or more states and central government. Central government and some states one side, and some states another side. Sir, you understood, sir? Central government and supporting central government, there are 5-6 states, whereas the other states are into another side. So central government and some states one side and some states another side, or between or the issue is between 2 or more states. Okay, so there is a conflict between, sir, that also GST related conflicts only council will give recommendations. For all their conflicts and all, council will not recommend. Council shall establish a mechanism to adjudicate any dispute between one or more states and central government. Central government, state versus central. That dispute how to resolve. Second one, central and some states are one side, whereas the other states are one side. Then how to resolve? Or between two states only there is conflict. Then how to resolve? So all this mechanism will be given by whom? Recommendation will be given by whom? Council. Okay, so this is the whole question about council, sir, which is being asked several times. Let me open that and show you once the workbook. So this is the question, sir. Enumerate the provision relating to constitution and functioning of GST Council. Already asked in which attempt? December 24 exam. They already asked this question. And even in June 24 MTP also it is there. Okay. So see, the council is constituted by whom? President of India, which is a joint forum of central and states. It shall consist of following members. Who are those? Union Finance Minister chairperson, Union Minister of State in charge of revenue member, Minister in charge of finance or any other minister nominated by each state will be the members. Now the members of council referred in clause C shall choose one among themselves to be a vice chairperson of the council for such period. Okay, whatever the period they agree. The GST Council will make recommendations to the union and the states on taxes, cesses and surcharges levied by central, state and local bodies that should be subsumed into GST. Next one. The GST may be subjected to or exempted from the goods and services which would be exempted from GST. Which has to be exempted also will be recommended by whom? Council. Then the model GST law, principles of levy, apportionment of GST on supplies, all these are recommended by whom? Again, GST Council. And then the threshold limit of turnover below which GST may be exempted is also decided by Council. Then E point I didn't explain and not needed also. Any special rate or rates for a specified period to raise additional resources during natural calamity or disaster. If there is any natural calamity or disaster, how the rates will be or any extra tax has to be levied and all will be decided by the council only. And to make special provisions with respect to states of all these states are called as special category states only. Sir, we'll write down once again them. Okay, all these states are together called as special category states. Then the council shall recommend the date on which goods GST will be levied on petroleum products. They written all those petroleum products, sir. Petroleum crude, high-speed diesel oil, motor spirit, natural gas and aviation turbine fuel. What is the quorum of the council? 1/2 of the total number of members of the council shall constitute the quorum of its meeting. Then to take a decision, how much should be in favor of that, sir? 3/4. Okay, every decision of council shall be taken at a meeting by a majority not less than 3/4 of the weighted votes of the members present. Okay, the vote of central government will have a weight of how much, sir? 1/3. The vote of central state governments together shall have weightage of 2/3. Then the council shall even establish a mechanism to adjudicate any dispute between government of India and one or more states, or between government of India and any other state or states, and between two or more states arising out of the recommendations of the council or implementation thereof. Understood, sir? Then yesterday we discussed this question also, sir. I didn't explain that time. In notes we have written this one. Difficulties in pre-GST regime in the context of indirect taxes which were removed with introduction of GST. First one, in pre-GST regime, indirect tax was highly fragmented. Central and states were separately taxing goods and services, and there are many taxes like excise, service tax, VAT, CST, purchase tax, entertainment tax. In addition, there was a multiplicity of rates. Multiplicity of rates means what? Different kind of rates, laws and procedures. This caused heavy compliance burden. Next one, imposition of tax on tax was another serious problem. For example, VAT was levied on value that includes excise duty. Then ITC chain broke as goods moved from one state to another, resulting in hidden costs. Then further, pre-GST there was tax nakas at every interstate border. So because of tax knockers, every vehicle has to pass through it after verification only, which creates bottleneck and interrupt the transportation of goods. So as a result of it, logistics sector remained inefficient. Why inefficient? It's taking more time for them to travel. So their profits are coming down. and adversely affecting the business. And then because of all these restrictions, every state was treated as a separate market. Even though all these states belongs to one country, but every state is treated as a different market for the industry as well as consumer. And the industry's choice of locating factories and warehouses was heavily influenced by the prevailing tax regime than pure business consideration. So to curb all these, GST was introduced in the system with an idea of what? One nation, one tax. Sir, as of now, 5 questions we have discussed, sir. Okay, we have only, this 9th question is not even related to first chapter. So we have only 2 questions here. One is like GSTN related and the next one is like benefits of GST. So out of these questions only, 2 7 marks questions are going to come. So it's up to you how well you are studying and all. చదువుతున్నారమ్మా ఎంతమంది నేను ఐఐటి చదివారు ఒక్కసారి చేతులెత్తి చదవలేదు నువ్వు అందరూ ఓకే సరే జెన్యున్ అడుగుదాం హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యూ డింట్ స్టడీడ్ ఎట్ ఆల్ అందరూ చదివారా ఓకే సో స్టార్టింగ్ విత్ ద నెక్స్ట్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అండి ఇన్పుట్ ట్యాక్స్ క్రెడిట్. So input tax credit only we'll be discussing much more detailed, you know. Sir, a registered person if a registered person is having inward supplies, the tax element on this inward supply can be availed as what? ITC. And then again, if this registered person is having outward supplies, this registered person is having outward supplies. On this outward supplies, tax has to be paid. For payment of this tax, what we could do? We could adjust ITC. Adjust ITC. Understand? So for a registered person, on his inward supplies, the tax component can be availed as ITC. Such ITC can be utilized for payment of tax on your outward supplies. Okay. Now the question is, sir, here we have wrote these are like outwards. Outwards means it could be what? Interstate or it could be intrastate. Now since it is an interstate or intrastate, the taxes could be, there could be IGST, there could be CGST, and even there could be SGST as well. There could be SGST as well. There is IGST, there is CGST, and there could be even SGST as well. And same way, sir, when they have inward supplies also, okay, on these inward supplies also, the tax could be again 3 types. What are those 3 types? IGST, CGST, SGST. So in other words, ITC you are now having or you will be availing is not one tax, and even the tax you should pay on sale is also not one tax. So there are total 3 different types of taxes and 3 different types of credits. How do we adjust them is the next question. If there is only one tax and one ITC, whatever is the ITC available, you will be adjusting with that tax. But here you are having what? 3 different ITCs and 3 different tax payables, depending on whether you have made an interstate purchase or intrastate purchase, or interstate sale or intrastate sale. So based on that, whatever the tax you will, what tax you will be having, what credit you will be having, it will be different. Understand, sir? So now we'll be discussing the rules for apportionment of credit. Rules for apportionment of credit. Okay. Rules for apportionment of credit. So you are having, sir, credit of IGST, first one. So IGST has to be adjusted with what? IGST has to be first adjusted with IGST. IGST has to be first adjusted with IGST payable or IGST tax. First with what? IGST tax. Then with CGST or SGST in any ratio or proportion. In any ratio or proportion. So first you will be utilizing which credit? IGST credit. With what you should adjust? IGST input tax credit should be used for payment of IGST tax. Then after still, okay, you have used for payment of IGST tax, still you are having IGST credit balance. Then you should use it for what? CGST and SGST payable. Okay, which should be first? There is no order. You could use SGST if you want, or you could use it for even CGST if you want. So based on your requirement, you could adjust it with CGST or SGST in any ratio, in any proportion. Then unless until IGST credit is completely utilized, unless until IGST credit is completely utilized, unless until IGST credit is completely utilized, we cannot start using CGST credit or SGST credit. Unless until IGST credit is completely utilized, we cannot start using CGST credit or SGST credit. Sir, you will be having IGST input tax credit, CGST input tax, SGST input tax. But first you should use what? For what you should use? IGST tax. Okay, with IGST tax, let's say if the IGST completely utilized, still you are having credit. Then with what? CGST or SGST in any ratio or in any proportion. Okay, no priority there. You could adjust with either CGST or even with SGST. No problem. With whatever you want, you could adjust. Okay. Then second one, sir, CGST credit. CGST credit has to be first adjusted with CGST tax. CGST tax. Then with, your CGST credit is enough for paying CGST tax. Still you are having balance. Then if at all you need, you can adjust with what? Then you can use it for paying IGST tax. Then you can use it for paying IGST tax. CGST credit first adjust with paying what? CGST tax. Then you can use it for paying what? IGST tax. Then SGST credit. SGST credit, sir, first adjust with what? SGST tax. First adjust with SGST tax. Then you can use it for paying IGST tax. First adjust with SGST tax, then you can use it for paying IGST tax. So now we'll take example. Afterwards again we'll wrote one or two rules. Sir, example 1. I having ITC of, okay, I am having the credits as follows. Here the credits are nothing but what? ITC. And here I am taking the tax payables. IGST I am taking, CGST also I am taking, SGST also I am taking. The IGST of ITC I am having is like 3 lakhs. Whereas CGST ITC I am having is like 2 lakhs. SGST credit I am having is like 1,50,000. These are the input tax credits available. Whereas the tax payables are 2 lakhs SGST payable, SGST also 2 lakhs payable, and even IGST also 2 lakhs payable. So how do you adjust first? That's the order. Okay. Sir, for this there is a procedure. Follow that procedure only. Okay. Just like as how I do. Solution. Computation of tax payable in cash. Sir, after adjusting ITC, whatever the tax is there, that you should pay in what? Cash only. So that's why computation of tax payable in cash. After adjustment of ITC. So here we are having 3 columns like IGST, CGST, and then SGST. Computation of tax payable in cash after adjustment of ITC. We are having IGST, CGST, SGST. First we should take what, sir? Tax payable. What is the tax payable, sir? 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs. The tax payables are like 2 lakhs. So till now are you able to understand? First what we did? The question given us like both ITC and tax payables. Now we are solving it in the format only. First we took the tax payables. So from tax payables, go back to the rules and read now once again. Go back to the rules which we written now. First we will be starting with what? IGST. How much is there? 3 lakhs is there. IGST. First we should start with IGST grade. How much IGST grade is there? 3 lakh. Okay. What you do with the IGST grade? Read that. First adjust with what? IGST tax payable. How much is there IGST tax? 2 lakhs. Okay. Still how much credit is there? 1 lakh credit is there. Now with this 1 lakh credit, with what you will adjust? CGST or SGST? Anything. But what you will do in this question is the point. You could adjust with anything. But my question is what you will do in this question. Now think and tell. You will adjust with CGST or SGST? Sir, I will go with SGST, sir. Why? Because SGST is not having enough balance. Sir, Miru, okay, let's say you are like a big brother kind of role. There are 2 people who want your help. But whereas one person need 2 lakhs and he has 2 lakhs. Whereas the other person is having only 1.5 lakhs but he need to pay 2 lakhs. Then whom you will help? The 1.5 lakhs guy only will be helping. Right? At least to the extent at least to the extent to pay his tax payable, you could do help. I mean, what I would say is like minimum 50,000 you should give it to whom? SGST. Okay. Sir, it is not like a rule. Otherwise, okay. Sir, what if I adjust with CGST? If you adjust completely with CGST, then SGST doesn't have proper balance to pay the tax also. Then the other 50,000 you should pay it with cash. So additionally, why you need to spend your cash? If you could use your credit balances only properly, you need not to use your cash. That's why, so how effectively you use the credits is the thing. That is not a rule. That is common sense. Understand, sir? Nowhere they said like first to go with CGST or first to go with SGST. Based on the question, we should utilize the credit in the maximum possible way or in a way where the cash outflow will be very less. Understand, sir? Here if you adjust IGST with SGST, then your cash outflow will be less. Okay, that's why we are choosing SGST. Okay. So first we'll go with what, sir? IGST. IGST credit, how much is there? 2 lakhs. Oh, sorry, 3 lakhs. How much you will adjust here? 2 lakhs. And then the balance 1 lakh. Sir, 50,000 also no problem. Because there also that cash outflow will be how much? 0 only. If you do 50-50 also. But if you do 1 lakh wholly to the CGST, then your cash outflow will be more. So ultimately our objective is like our cash, our tax payable in cash should be minimum in whatever the way you do. And that should be within the rules. That should be within the rules, and whatever the way possible, what are the permutations and combinations possible, you could try. Okay. But ultimately the cash outflow for tax payment should be very minimum. Okay. Whichever is the minimum answer, that is the correct answer. Okay. So I am not adjusting here, I'll adjust here. But I am saying once again, sir, 50,000, if you adjust like 50,000 here and 50,000 here, then also your answer will be correct only. Okay, I adjusted here. Now with what credit I'll adjust, sir? CGST credit. How much is that? 2 lakhs. I'll adjust total 2 lakhs with what? CGST only. Then SGST credit is how much? 1.5 lakhs. But how much you will be adjusting? 1 lakh. So you have a carry forward balance of how much? 50,000 credit. Whereas the tax payable in cash is how much? 0. SGST credit to be carry forwarded. Equal to 50,000. SGST credit to be carried forwarded equals to 50,000. Okay. Okay, we'll take one more example, sir. So this time you only have to solve example 2. The again 2 columns, ITC tax payable. IGST input tax credit is 4 lakhs, whereas tax payable is like 3,20,000. CGST ITC is like 2,50,000, and SGST ITC is also 2,50,000, whereas the tax payable here is like 3 lakhs and 3 lakhs. So now calculate and tell, sir, quickly. So do how we solve the first example only, solve even the second example, but do it little quick. So how much is the answer? 20,000. So okay, the maximum, okay, whether it is CGST payable or SGST payable or together payable, the answer should be maximum of 20,000 only. Okay, if you don't get other than 20,000 minimum, sir, maximum you can get. Okay, but 20,000 is the least answer you could bring for this particular question. So that is the correct answer. So solution, sir. So again we are having what? First we'll take what? Tax payable. So tell me the tax payable, sir. What are the tax payables we are having? 3,20,000, 3 lakhs, and then 3 lakhs. 3,20,000, 3 lakh, and then another 3 lakhs. First we should start with what, sir? IGST credit. Okay, how much is there? 4 lakhs. So here you adjusted 3,20,000. The balance where you will adjust? 80,000 where you will adjust? 40 you should adjust, sir. If you adjust either with CGST or with SGST, then your answer will not come as 20,000. Okay, you will get more than 20,000. So that's why, sir, here you will be adjusting what? Equally. 40,000 for CGST and 40,000 for SGST. Sir, how do I understand, sir? Try 3-4 times, then you will get. Okay, now try it in 3 or 4 times. First adjust with completely with CGST and solve the question. Find out how much is the tax payable. Then do it in other way. Completely adjust with SGST and do. Then what is the tax payable? Find out. Third one, do 50-50 and find out what is the tax payable. So out of these 3, whichever gives you the best answer, that you will take it as the tax payable. Understand, sir? So, so once you do 3 or 4 times for all these questions and all, then automatically you will understand in the first step itself how do you adjust, whether 50-50 completely to CGST completely to SGST. Then CGST credit. How to adjust CGST credit? How much is there, sir? 2.5 lakhs. So adjust total 2,50,000 here. Then what? SGST credit. Again, that is also how much? 2.5 lakhs. Then again to what? 2,50,000. So if you do, what is the answer now? Here 0, here 10,000, and here also 10,000. So then the tax payable is 20,000. Sir, is there any other way possible to get the same 20,000 answer? Yes, not one possibility, 2 possibilities, sir. Here you could adjust 50, here you could adjust 30, or else here you could adjust 50, or here you could adjust even 30. Then also you will get like what? 20,000 is the maximum tax payable. 20,000 is the minimum tax payable. Okay. Then there is one more rule also, sir. So read, let me write down here. Where IGST credit is not enough to pay IGST liability. Where IGST credit is not enough to pay IGST tax, where IGST credit is not enough to pay IGST tax, so you are having IGST credit, sir. In all that, in the both the examples we took like what? IGST credit as surplus. But now the question is, IGST itself is very less than compared to the tax payable. But CGST credit and SGST credit are available. CGST and SGST credit surplus available, sir. Not just credit, but CGST credit and SGST credit surplus. Sir, what is called credit surplus? First CGST should be adjusted with what? CGST first should be adjusted with what? CGST. SGST should be first adjusted with. After adjusting their own liabilities, whatever is there, that is called as what? Surplus. Okay, you don't have IGST surplus. IGST is not even enough to pay the IGST tax, but you are having CGST and SGST surplus. Then you can use. Then first use CGST credit, Then first use CGST credit to pay IGST. Afterwards, SGST credit to pay IGST. Then first use CGST credit to pay IGST. Once CGST credit is also not enough, then you'll use what? SGST credit to pay IGST. Let me give an example, sir. ITC, and here it is like tax payable. ITC, and here it is like what? Tax payable. So first again as usual IGST, CGST, SGST. IGST credit is 2 lakhs. Well, IGST payable is like 4,50,000. IGST credit is only 2 lakhs, but IGST tax payable is 4,50,000. CGST credit is 3,50,000, whereas SGST payable is CGST payable is 2,10,000. SGST credit is like 3,10,000, whereas the tax payable is like 2,10,000. The SGST payable is also how much? 2,10,000. So now tell me, sir, how much is the tax payable in cash? How much? 10,000. 10,000. కీర్తి ఎంతమ్మా ఆన్సర్? కీర్తి డాన్స్ పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఇవ్వట్లేదమ్మా నువ్వు. సింగింగ్ పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఇద్దిగానిలే, ఆ రోజు ప్రిపేర్ అయిపోయి. సంతోషితో ఏం చేద్దాం అంటే గాజు పెంకుల మీద డాన్స్ అట్లాంటివి. పౌర్ణమి సినిమాలో క్లైమాక్స్ సాంగ్ ఉంటుంది కదా, దాంట్లో ప్రభాస్ లాగా కీర్తి, చార్మి లాగా సంతోషి. లేకపోతే వేసేవాళ్ళంట. విష్ణు డాన్స్ చేస్తున్నావు అమ్మ నువ్వు. నువ్వు చిరంజీవి కలిసి ఒక బెల్లి డాన్స్ అంట. ఏం డాన్స్? పోల్ డాన్స్. ఓకే, so first we'll take what's our tax payable. So tax payables are how much? IGST 4,50,000, CGST 2,10,000, and SGST also how much? 2,10,000. 4,50,000, 2,10,000, and then 2,10,000. From there you should subtract what first? IGST grade. How much is the IGST grade, sir? 2 lakhs. Is it enough to pay the IGST liability, sir? No. So then first we should adjust what? CGST credit only. CGST credit first with what? CGST. How much is there, sir? 3.5 lakhs. You adjust how much? 2,10,000. Then how much balance is there? 1,40,000. Can I adjust with SGST? Only adjust with what? IGST 1,40,000 here. And then I'm having SGST credit. SGST credit how much is there? 3.1 lakhs. First adjust with IGST na SGST ya? SGST 2,10,000. How much is the surplus I have? 1,30,000. Okay, sorry, 1 lakh. At 1 lakh I will be adjusting here. So what is the tax payables are now? 10,000 is what? IGST. Okay, so then you should have one more rule also, sir. Tax payable is how much? 10,000. Then the other rule is like what? CGST can never be adjusted with. CGST rate can never be adjusted with. SGST rate can never be adjusted with CGST tax. Vice versa. Vice versa, na? Same opposite also. I mean CGST rate can never be adjusted with SGST tax. SGST can never be adjusted with CGST tax. Same way CGST rate can never be adjusted with SGST tax. ఎందుకు అని అంటే the problem is with IGST will be with whom? Central government. CGST will be with whom? Central government. This is a integrated one. I mean this belongs to both central and state. So this can be adjusted with SGST or even with CGST. Understand? IGST అనేది common laga. Okay, so I will be explaining a story, sir. You will understand it simply. అదే అమ్మ. Here there is Babjan. And Babjan wife is here. This side Babjan mother is there. Okay. One fine day, okay, Babjan has 1 lakh rupees with him. Wife has 50,000 with him. And mother also has 50,000 with him. But one day Babjan took his wife and mother and went to shopping. Okay. Now Babjan liked something, sir, so he purchased for some 20,000. Who will pay this 20,000, sir? Who will pay this 20,000? He only has to pay now, so he only paid from his 1 lakh. How much is there? 80,000 is there. Then his wife liked for some 50,000. Mother also liked for 50,000. Will they pay from their money? If they are going to pay, why this fellow has to go? Okay, they can go. They can book a Rapido and go also, right? Why they took him? Okay, they took him because he has to pay the bill. Okay, so that's why they has taken him. Now Babjan is in a ethical dilemma. Do you know what is called ethical dilemma? Okay, ముందు నొయ్యా వెనక గొయ్యా అన్నప్పుడు నువ్వు ఎందులో డిసైడ్ అవుతావు అనేదాన్ని ఎథికల్ డైలమా అంటాం. I mean you cannot decide which is right, which is wrong. Then it is called as ethical dilemma. Something like, okay, your speed, I mean నువ్వు ఒక కార్ని స్పీడ్గా డ్రైవ్ చేస్తా ఉన్నావు, ఒక 90లో అలా వస్తా ఉన్నావు, ఇంక నీకు బ్రేక్ కొట్టినా కార్ ఆగుతూ, ఐదరు అటన్న తిప్పాలి ఇటన్న తిప్పాలి. ఇటు తిప్పితే ఒక ఇద్దరు ఏజ్డ్ పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు, ఇటు తిప్పితే ఒక ఇద్దరు యంగ్ పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు. సో నువ్వు ఎటో అటు కార్ స్టీరింగ్ తిప్పడతాం తప్ప బ్రేక్ వేస్తే ఆగదు. ఇప్పుడు నువ్వేం డిసైడ్ అవ్వడం అనేది ఎథికల్ డైలమా. ఏమీ చేయకపోతే నలుగురు చచ్చిపోతారు. అట్లీస్ట్ ఒక సైడ్కి టర్న్ చేస్తే ఇద్దరితో అన్న ఆగుతుంది. అప్పుడు ఎటు సైడ్ తిప్పుతావు? ఓల్డ్ పర్సన్ సార్. సో ఇప్పుడు యాక్చువల్గా ఈ స్టోరీని బిల్డ్ చేసే కొద్ది ఆగదు. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు ఇటు పక్క ఉన్న ఇద్దరికి క్యాన్సర్ ఉండొచ్చు, యంగ్ పీపులే. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తావు? ఓల్డ్ పీపుల్ అంటావు. సో ఇంకా అలాంటివన్నీ అవన్నీ తెలియదు కాబట్టి యూజువల్గా అయితే ఏం చేస్తున్నావు, ఇంకా ఓల్డ్ పీపుల్ సైడ్ తిప్పేస్తావు ఇంకా నీకు ఇంకొన్న ఆప్షన్కి. ఓకే, అదే ఇప్పుడు ఇంకొంచెం ఈజీ అవుతుంది. అంటే ఇటు పక్క ఏమో బఫెలో ఉంది, ఇటు పక్క ఇద్దరు మనుషులు ఉన్నారు. అయ్యా అది మంచి కాదు, అది ప్రాణం కదా దానికి. సో సో ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ యాక్చువల్లీ బఫెలోని గుద్దడం కరెక్టా కాదు కదా, బట్ స్టిల్ యూ నీడ్ టు డిసైడ్ బిట్వీన్ రెండు రాంగే, బట్ ఏది బెటర్ నీకు అనిపిస్తుంది అనే దాని మీద డిసైడ్ అయిపోతాం. దట్స్ కాల్డ్ ఎథికల్ డైలమా. అర్థమవుతుందా అండి? సో సేమ్ ఇయర్ ఆల్సో బాబ్జాన్ హియర్ లైక్ హీ హాజ్ ఓన్లీ 80,000, but wife is also asking to pay his bill, mother also saying like you need to pay my bill first. So now whose bill he has to pay? So now sir he has multiple options. One is like he could convince his mother and pay 50,000 to wife and 30,000 to mother, if it is possible. If mother can't be convinced, then he could convince his wife and pay 30,000 and pay to mother 50,000. No, both are not convincing. Then the other third option is like give both of them 40,000, you do whatever you want, I have only this and come away. Okay, that is the another option. Okay, now this is the first option. So understand sir, here Babjan is IGST first utilized with what? IGST, then with wife or even with mother, because he need both of them. Okay, he need mother as well as he need his wife also. That's why he is giving priority to both of them. He is not deciding who is first also. Based on situations only he is deciding like, okay, if he could convince wife, then he will give it to mother. If he could convince wife, then if he could convince mother, then he will give it to wife. So based on situations only, we are not deciding whom he should prioritize. Okay, it's completely his option. Okay, then now if you ask me a question like, okay, now Babjan is not there sir. One day his mother and wife went for shopping. Let's say his wife has 50,000 again, but she liked something for 60,000. His mother didn't like anything, she has her 50,000 like that only. But okay, will the mother-in-law will be giving money to daughter-in-law? No. Why not? No reason. Why not? No reason. Okay, it was established by movies, serials. Okay, customs now, not this customs, the regular sampradayam. Okay, so based on that customs and all, it is established like what? Mother-in-law will never give to daughter-in-law. Again, daughter-in-law will give to mother-in-law. No, that also not possible. So that's why here CGST to SGST, vice versa. Same thing. Same like that. No. Now I'll tell you the real logic. Here it is like IGST, which consists of both central share and state share. So for IGST, both are important. That's why IGST balance could be adjusted with both. Then why CGST cannot be adjusted with SGST? Now CGST belongs to whose revenue? Central revenue. Whereas SGST belongs to what? State revenue. If you want to adjust state revenue with central revenue, states will not agree. Why you will give our money? Once it comes into state khazana, they will not transfer it back. Okay, before coming it to state revenue only, if anything has to be adjusted, it has to be adjusted. Once it is received by state governments, they are not ready to adjust it. So that's why SGST can never be adjusted with CGST. Since they are not allowing to adjust SGST, central also saying like what? CGST also cannot be adjusted with SGST. Okay, now there is a third situation, sir. Now Babjan wants some 1 lakh. He don't have money. Wife has some 80,000, mother has 80,000. From whom he will take first? You are having a need of 1 lakh. Your wife also has money, mother also has money. First you will take from whom? Or first whom you can convince easily? Mother you can convince easily rather than wife. Okay, wife now she'll ask multiple questions. What you are doing with all this money? Where you are spending all this money? Did you really went to business trip or you went to Bangkok? Okay, all these questions. And mother now you could even easily convince. No, it's really business trip only and all you could convince. But wife now she'll not convince. Okay, she'll open your WhatsApp, Snapchat, Instagram, everything. Romba custom bro. So that's why you will take first from whom? Mother. But why here? Here also, sir, if at all IGST doesn't have surplus balance, you will take first from CGST. Why? Because it is easy to adjust. Why? IGST also will remain with whom? Central government. CGST also is there with whom? Central government. That's why first they will take from what? CGST. If that is not enough, then they will take it with even from SGST credit also. Understand, sir? Okay. Sir, understand the rules now, sir. First one, IGST credit has to be first adjusted with IGST, then with CGST or SGST. Any order is there, sir? No order. Whichever you feel preferable, then you could adjust. Okay, sir. Actually, when the time initially GST introduced, that time there is a rule like first you should introduce, you adjust with CGST. Later on, you should adjust with SGST. Okay, and that is something like Babjan, if he has money, first he should give it to whom? Mother. Then to wife. If he say like that to his wife will leave on the first day itself. I'll not give money to you, I'll give everything to my mother only. So like that, if you say, his wife will say like second day only. Bye bye. Or pressure cooker will come. Pressure cooker, blue drum. హంచిక తెలుసమ్మా ప్రెషర్ కుక్కర్ స్టోరీ ఎన్ని విజిల్స్ పడతాయమ్మా okay, so that's why then GST has been amended and said like, sir, there is no priority here. You could adjust with either CGST or even with SGST in any ratio where IGST is having surplus. Then CGST first adjust with what? CGST. Surplus is there na? IGST. Why IGST na? Mother also wants Babjan. His mother wants him obviously. Okay, first she will use for her purposes, then she has any surplus, then she will give it to her son. Wife also need husband na? That's why wife also first use for her requirements, then if anything surplus is there, then she will give it to Babjan. The problem is what? They don't have common thing. I mean, they both are only fighting, but they do both love Babjan. Okay, so Babjan is here what? IGST, sir. Okay, so IGST, CGST also is ready to adjust with IGST, SGST also ready to adjust with IGST. But first, after adjusting their own liabilities, CGST first adjust with CGST, then IGST. SGST first adjust with SGST, then with IGST. Let's say, sir, now IGST don't have enough balance. You could adjust with either CGST or even with SGST. But first, from whom you should take? CGST. Understand, sir? IGST, if it is in a position to give, both are equal, CGST and SGST. If IGST has to take, first take from CGST, then from SGST. Understand, sir? Simple thing, sir. For all of you, if you want to give money, give it to your mother or wife. There is no priority there. Okay? But when you want to take, first take from whom? Mother, then from wife. Okay? Then you will not be cooked in the cooker. Otherwise, you will be taken to Uttarakhand. బాబ్జాన్ ఉత్తరాఖండ్ వెళ్తాడంట, తిరిగిరా చూసుకో. కీర్తి ఏమో కొత్తగా ఏం చేయొచ్చు అని ఆలోచిస్తున్నావా? అంత సీరియస్గా ఆలోచిస్తున్నావు? కొత్తగా అంటే ఇంకది వీరూపాక్ష సినిమాలో హీరోయిన్ చేస్తుంది. శ్రావణి కొత్త ఆప్షన్ తెలుసంట. ఏంటి బీరువా? ఓకే, ఏమా చెప్పు. Sir, but jokes apart, sir, in the last 1 year, sorry, not 1 year, 3 years, I think, roughly, sir, I remember it roughly only, like, wives killed husbands around like 6,000 across India. But, okay, husband kill, I mean, the killings of wives from husbands are like 30,000 in the last 3 years. Okay, still considerably, husbands are only having more that killings and all, but wives are nowhere giving it up. They were also in the race. But then why it is okay? But then why only like the killings of or the killings made by wife are into the news means because husband killing wife has become normal thing. Now the trendy thing or the which giving is like new thing now, the like wife killing husband. Sir, if a dog bites you, is it a news? Yeah, there are so many dogs across the world. So everywhere like one dog will be biting a human. If you bite dog, then it's a news. కుక్క మనల్ని గరిస్తే న్యూస్ కాదు, మనం కుక్కను గరిస్తే ఖచ్చితంగా, because that was not an usual one. The same here also. From years in so many movies also we have seen like men torturing women and all. Now they are taking revenge. That's why little new now, that's why it is into news and all. Afterwards it will become normal only. ఏం చేస్తుందంటమ్మా భువనేశ్వరి? కొత్త కొత్త మెథడ్లు ఏమో తెలుసు అంటే ఏంటి ఆమెకి? వైష్ణవియా? ఏంటంట? రప్ప రప్ప, అబ్బా రప్ప రప్ప అంట. అదే వాళ్ళు ఏం బెండకాయలు దొండకాయలు కాదమ్మా రప్పరప్ప కోసేయడానికి. సులమాన్ జాగ్రత్త, బయట చాలా దారుణంగా ఉన్నారు. అబ్బాస కుక్కర్లో పట్టం మనం ఎట్లా వాటర్ ట్యాంకే. అర్థం ఓవేనా పోరే. ఇంక చెప్పా, ఇంకా వదిలేస్తే వాడు చికెన్ పొగడి కూడా వేస్తారు అనేది అంటున్నాడు. వాడు ఓవెన్లో పెడతారంట. ఏమా గ్రైండర్లో వేస్తుందా కీర్తి? అబ్బా నువ్వు బెటరమ్మా వైష్ణవి. ఇప్పుడు జస్ట్ రపరపాతో ఆగావు మేడం, ఎక్కడ గ్రైండర్లో వేసేసిద్దంట. ఓ భవ్య ఒక్కటే ఉంటుందమ్మా, ప్రత్యక్ష దైవం అన్నట్టు ఉంటుందంట. ఆ అమ్మాయి కూడా అంతే, ప్రత్యక్ష దైవాన్ని నెత్తి మీద కొబ్బరికాయ కొట్టేద్ది. అప్పుడు ఎవరు ఏనన్న విష్ణు చిరంజీవి భయపడలేదు నువ్వు పెళ్లి చేసుకోడా మరి ఏం చేస్తాడంటే వాడు ఓకే సో లెట్ us కంటిన్యూ అవర్ డిస్కషన్ సార్ you seen this news like two couple came from Tamil Nadu. They came near Prakasham barrage, and then when they are taking selfie, that girl pushed him into. Okay, I understand. Pushed him into a river, but somehow that guy got saved. But later they went to their hometown, so he went to put a case on her to the police station and all. But then she was only 17 years that time. Reverse, they only kept POXO on this guy. Because Banu, నువ్వు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళొచ్చాము ఇప్పటిదాకా ఇక్కడ లేవా ఫ్యాన్తో ఏం చూస్తున్నావు అంతసేపు ఫ్యాన్కి అలాడేస్తా అంట ప్రవీణ్ టైసన్ మైక్ టైసన్ జింబాడి ఎవరు ఓకే ఓకే ఎనఫ్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ సో విల్ రైట్ డౌన్ ద సమ్మరీ ఫర్ ద క్రెడిట్ అపోర్షన్మెంట్ సార్ ITC Apportionment Rules. This side will take credit, this side tax payable. So we are having columns like IGST, CGST, SGST. And we are having credits like IGST credit, CGST credit, and then we are having even SGST credit. Subtle. IGST credit has to be adjusted with what? Okay, so here these are not credits, sir. These are okay. These are IGST taxes to be paid. T means tax to be paid. C means credit. IGST credit has to be adjusted with what? IGST. Then with CGST, and then even with CGST or SGST. But what is the priorities are? First IGST, then with either CGST or even with SGST. But unless until IGST is completely utilized, unless until IGST credit is completely utilized. We cannot use CGST or SGST credit. Okay, to give this example, sir, when Babjan went to shopping along with his wife and mother, who has to pay the bill, sir? Babjan only has to pay the bill. Unless the total money with him is completely expended or completely spent, then only their personal money will be used. Their mother or wife, their personal money will be used only when Babjan has used his complete money. That's what only we are saying, like unless until IGST is completely utilized, we cannot start using CGST or SGST. Then CGST has to be first adjusted with what? CGST, then with IGST, but never with SGST. Same way, SGST has to be first adjusted with SGST, then with IGST, but never with CGST. Where IGST credit is not enough to discharge IGST credit is not enough to discharge IGST tax, then first use CGST credit and then SGST credit. But CGST and SGST can be used with IGST only after discharging their own liabilities. So now we'll discuss about a concept called GST compensation cess. GST compensation cess. Okay, let us discuss with an example, sir. Let us take the example of Tamil Nadu state. We're discussing about GST compensation cess. That also will take the example of first Tamil Nadu. Because Tamil Nadu is one state which was asked about this compensation cess. That's why we're taking the example of compensation cess. Okay, so why means, so Tamil Nadu is a state where there will be a lot of manufacturing activities. They manufacture more. That means if they manufacture 130 items, they'll consume only 100 in their state. The other 30 items will be sold in other states. Whereas like something like AP, they'll produce only 60 units, but they'll consume 100 units. But where this 40 are coming? From other states and all, they are purchasing. Okay, so Tamil Nadu is a exporting state. Export now here not to other countries, to other states. Understand, sir? So because of introduction of GST, actually there is a problem to the states which produce more rather than which consume more. Okay, because why means the problem has came when previous taxes are origin based taxes. Origin based taxes, where the salary is there, the tax revenue goes to such state. But in GST, it is like destination based tax. The tax revenues will go to the state where the buyer is there. Because of this shift from origin based taxes to destination based taxes, certain states are losing revenue. Okay, I'll explain that with an example. So Tamil Nadu, sir, pre-GST. Okay, I'm taking 2 columns here. Write down along with me. Pre-GST, post-GST. Pre-GST, post-GST. Pre-GST, these are called origin-based taxes. Pre-GST, these are origin-based. Whereas post-GST, those are destination-based. Origin based, and the next one is what, sir? Destination based. Okay, let us take an example. Number of units produced in Tamil Nadu. Number of units produced in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu means TN. 100 units before GST, also 100 only. Now also 100 units only produced. Assume the tax on each unit. For comparison, sir, I am taking the same tax. For each unit of manufactured or each unit, the government used to get 5 rupees as tax revenue. 100 units related. Now, number of units sold within Tamil Nadu. Number of units sold within Tamil Nadu. Sir, Tamil Nadu, what is the problem for them? They'll produce more rather than they consume. So if they produce 100 units, they'll not consume 100 units. They'll consume only some 70 units or 80 units only. The other units will be sold in which country, which states, sir? Other states. So number of units sold in Tamil Nadu are like only 80 units. 80 units. Whereas the number of units sold in other states, 20 units, 20 units. So pre-GST and post-GST, the data remains same. How many units they produced, the tax amount, and even the number of units sold outside Tamil Nadu and within Tamil Nadu. So the data remains same. Now we'll check what is the revenue, tax revenue to Tamil Nadu state. Sir, pre-GST, those are what? Origin based tax. For all these 100 goods, what is the origin? Tamil Nadu only, right? All of them are manufactured in Tamil Nadu and sold from Tamil Nadu only. So the tax revenue to Tamil Nadu state is based on 100 units. So you'll get how much Tamil Nadu will get? 100 into 5, which equals to 500 rupees will get. Whereas now it is origin based, destination based. Destination. Out of 100 units produced, for how many units Tamil Nadu is destination? 80 only Tamil Nadu is destination. Other 20 units are sold in different states. That's why the revenue is only 80 into 5. So how much is the revenue? Now because of GST, Tamil Nadu revenue has fallen down or not? So before GST, they used to come how much? They used to get how much? 500. But now they are getting only 400. So who will compensate their loss? That's why they are saying like we don't want GST. Okay, GST down, we don't want GST. We are okay with the previous taxes only, because they'll get more revenue only before GST. Because of GST, they are not getting any advantage. They are losing their revenue only. That's why they are not supporting GST. So that's why central government came forward and said like this revenue loss, how much is there, sir? 100. There is revenue loss of rupees 100 will be compensated by central government. Central government promised like this 100 rupees, you don't cry. Whatever the 100 rupees you lost, that would be given by central government. Now to give from central government don't have money. That's why what they did, they levied another tax on us. Already 3 taxes are there on us. What are those? CGST, SGST on interstate, IGST on interstate, Now they are going to levy a new tax, tax only, but named as what? Compensation cess. Okay, whatever the revenue that was collected by way of compensation cess will be first taken by central government. But that money would be used for what? To compensate the states which has lost revenue due to introduction of GST. Okay, for example, we took Tamil Nadu. There may be other states also which has loss of revenue due to introduction of GST. So their loss will be compensated by central government with the money they got by way of charging compensation cess. Understand, sir? So write down compensation cess is levied by central government. Compensation cess is levied by central government to compensate the compensation cess is levied by central government to compensate the revenue loss to state governments due to introduction of GST. Compensation cess is levied by central government to compensate the revenue loss of state governments due to introduction of GST. So because of introducing GST, whatever the loss states are suffering, that loss will be compensated by central government. Okay. How do central government will compensate? By levying compensation cess on us. Okay. On what this compensation cess will be levied? Compensation cess is levied on intrastate as well as interstate. Intra as well interstate supplies. So compensation cess is not levied on one thing, it is levied on both intra as well as interstate supplies. It is leviable on supply of luxury goods. Luxury goods na high-end model cars and all, and then cosmetics, and then demerit goods. Demerit goods na which are not needed to the public, like tobacco, pan masala, those things. Mahesh unnaya jeblo? Pan masala. మర్చిపోయిన గాయాన్ని మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ లేపకండి రా. Leviable on supply of luxury goods and demerit goods. So compensation cess is in addition to CGST, SGST or IGST. Compensation, just because there is CGST, SGST, there won't be it's not like that there won't be compensation cess. That taxes would be there as it is, and additionally there will be even compensation cess also. But the revenue which government gets because of this compensation cess will be used to compensate the revenue loss to the state governments. Then how long they will levy compensation cess, or how long they will compensate losses? Okay, as of now they said like compensation cess will be in force up to 31st March 2026. We don't know, maybe afterwards they may much more extend it or may discontinue it. So here sir, one example. Let's say the goods value equals to 10 lakhs. Goods value how much? 10 lakhs. On that the IGST is at a rate of 18%. How much? 1,80,000. Okay, now there is compensation cess also. Sorry, actually IGST should be 28%, sir. Maximum luxury goods and demerit goods are taxable at 28% only. So 2,80,000. Then compensation cess, let us take it as like some 10%. The question is, on what value compensation cess has to be levied? 10 lakhs, 2 lakh 80 or 12 lakh 80. Sir, in income tax, on what value levy cess? In income tax there is cess, na? What percentage of cess? 4%. On what that cess will be levied? Tax. If surcharge is there, na, tax plus surcharge, you will be levying cess at a rate of 4%. If you take the same assumption here also and levy cess on tax value, that's wrong. Okay, here compensation cess is not levied on tax. Compensation cess is levied on the same value on which GST is levied. On which value GST is levied there? 10 lakhs. So cess also has to be levied on 10 lakhs only. So 10 lakhs into 10%, na? 1 lakh. So the total invoice value will be how much? Invoice price equals to 13,80,000. So compensation cess also has to be levied on good value. So cess need not to be levied on tax. Cess also has to be levied on good value. వాడి బాధ ఏంటి చెప్పా ఏంటి రవి సార్ అంటున్నా అంటే చెప్పు ఏదో చెప్తున్నావు కదా సార్ అని ఏమైందమ్మా వైష్ణవి చెప్పు బ్రేకా స్నాక్స్ స్నేక్స్ అవన్నీ మనకొద్దు ఓకే ఎవరైతే నేను 3 క్వశ్చన్స్ అడుగుతానో వాడికి ఆన్సర్ చెప్తారో వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళొచ్చు ఎవరు ఫస్ట్ వస్తారో చెప్పండి మరి ఐడెంటిటీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ, లేకపోతే జనరల్ నాలెడ్జ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ నాకెందుకు? మీ పేరు, మీ ఊరు, ఇవన్నీ నాకెందుకమ్మా? వైష్ణవి స్టార్ట్ చేయాలా? భువనేశ్వర్య, త్రిషానా? ఓకే త్రిష, నువ్వైతే సాంగ్ పాడు, అప్పుడు పంపిస్తాం. అందరినీ కాదు, ఎవరు పాడితే వాళ్ళని. కరుణ పాడతాడా? విష్ణు పాడతావమ్మా? అరవింద్? ప్రవీణ? సార్ సెకండ్ బెంచ్ ఆ కార్, మీ పేరేంటి? వినయ్. ఓకే వినయ్, ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ నేమా? మీరు, మీ పేరండి? మరికంట. జాస్మిన్. హన్స్కా పాడతాం? వద్దులేమ్మా, నాకు తినే క్లాస్. నేను అంత రిస్క్ చేయలేనమ్మా, సారీ. హన్స్క పాడతావా నువ్వు? వద్దులే అమ్మా, ఎందుకు మనకు అలాంటివన్నీ? ఎంత కోపం ఉంటే మాత్రం. ఓకే, హలో ఆల్. ఓకే, సార్, the issues for introducing GST are like, first one, federal structure. Why? Because central state should have their separate independent status. So for that only, instead of introducing single GST, they come up with a dual GST. So that instead of one tax, they will be levying two taxes. State revenue will go to state, central revenue will go to central. Okay, to keep as it is the federal essence, they have, instead of introducing single tax, they have introduced the dual GST model. Okay, one problem solved. The second problem is like decision making. States also should be involved into our decision making. To solve that problem, instead of central taking decision or state taking decision, they created a joint forum which is called GST Council, where central members will be there and even state members will also be there. So that is called as what? GST Council. Now there is a third issue, sir, here. The third issue is like IGST revenue, who will be taking first? Collected by central government, but again should be given to state governments now, so it should be distributed between central and state governments. Now states are saying like, even though you said it in the constitution, we don't believe you that you will settle the money on a timely manner. Sir, IGST, let's say some 1 lakh crores has came in this month. Now out of that 50% has to be given to states now. Central is Central saying like I'll give it to the states, but it is delaying 6 months, 7 months like that. Then states funds are getting delayed, right? So that's why states are questioning like what is the certainty that you will distribute the revenues on time. Understand my question, sir? You understand my question, right? So IGST revenue, yes, it will be distributed between center and state. But what is the question of distributing it on time? Okay, so for that reason, they are again states are fighting like we don't want to put everything into central hands. If we put it into the central hands, central may unusually delay transferring funds and all to us. So that's why to distribute the funds in a timely manner, they thought there should be one more organization. So the funds are not routed to central government. The funds are routed through this organization, which makes the timely settlement. So that organization is called as GSTN. GSTN, which is called Goods and Service Tax Network. Goods and Service Tax Network. So this has been created to distribute the funds to both central and states in a timely manner. So anyhow, they created a new organization now called what? GSTN. Since already it is created, they thought of giving some other additional responsibilities also to this particular organization called GSTN. What are those? First one, to maintain the website or software. To implement GST in a smoother way, they need lot of technical functionalities. Okay, sir, income tax when it came, sir? 1961. Whereas GST 2017. It's a modern act, na? So everything here should be what? Related to everything, considering all these modern IT things and all, only the act has been framed. So now, to maintain in this way, they need lot of technical aspects as well. They need to maintain a website, they need to maintain server, all these in an efficient way. So now this server handling, all this website handling also given, the responsibility of handling all these also has been given to GSTN only. Okay. So now a new entity has been placed, which is called as GSTN. The first responsibility is to settle the revenue between center and states on a timely manner. Second one, like to maintain the IT infrastructure, not every IT infrastructure na, to run the website, to maintain the website, what and all the IT equipments they needed, that is called as what? IT infrastructure. So that would be taken care by whom? GSTN. Now sir, you need to register under GST. Do you need to go to GST office? No, you just open the GST website and from there you will be registering. So that functionality should be implemented by whom? GSTN. Okay, the website, if it has to be created in such a way where from here itself you could pay tax, from here itself you could register in GST. So to bring all those functionalities, GSTN is the one who is actually taking care of that software or that particular website. Understand, sir? So now we are going to discuss about this particular GSTN, how it is formed, what are its functions, all this we are going to discuss now. Okay. So keep the heading as GSTN. Goods and Service Tax Network. Goods and Service Tax Network, GSTN, Goods and Service Tax Network. It acts as a clearing house. It acts as a clearing house to timely settle the revenue between center and states. It acts as a clearing house to timely settle the revenue between center and states. GSTN, Goods and Service Tax Network, it acts as a clearing house to timely settle the revenue between center and states. So right answer, this is possible. This is possible only with strong IT infrastructure. This is possible only with strong IT infrastructure. హర్రర్ సినిమాలకు డబ్బింగ్ వాడుకోవచ్చు. వీళ్ళే నవ్వుకొని ఉంటారు అర్ధరాత్రుల పూట, మళ్ళీ దెయ్యాలు వచ్చినాయి అని చెప్పి అంటారు. అదే అయి ఉంటుందమ్మా మీరే. This is possible only with a strong IT infrastructure. Accordingly, government has established this is possible only with strong IT infrastructure. Accordingly, government has established a common GST electronic portal. Has established common GST electronic portal. Accordingly, government has established a common GST electronic portal. Common GST electronic portal, a website. So that portal is nothing but a website which is managed by GSTN. A website which is managed by GSTN. A website which is managed by GSTN. It provides the needed IT infrastructure it provides the needed IT infrastructure for central and states. It provides the needed IT infrastructure for central and states. So there will be so many taxpayers. All their sales data, purchase data, everything has to be stored. So all these states will be having so much of servers to store all these information and all. And one more thing, sir. Okay, don't write, just watch this one. Sir, a buyer will get what? ITC, right? Buyer will get ITC on what? Purchases, inwards, outwards. inwards, okay, or purchases, on his inwards, he will be having what? ITC. But this is not to be claimed by the buyer. It will be functioning on an automatic basis. So if you are a buyer, if you are a registered person and you are a buyer, you will not say like this is my purchases and all. That would be automatically reflecting into your account. How? See, sir, every seller, okay, you need not to write this one, just I am saying here, sir, there is a seller. This seller will report to the GSTN his sales data. Seller will report his sales data to GSTN in a format called GSTR1, Goods and Service Tax Return 1. In that format, he will furnish all his sales data to the GSTN. Not only this person, all the sellers in the India will be furnishing their information to GSTN. So now every sale is with what? GSTN. Whatever the sale happened in this month, that record is with what? GSTN. Now there is a buyer. Now this buyer has to claim ITC na. So this buyer has to claim ITC means he need to report his purchases, but he need not to report his purchases. From all these corresponding sales data, GSTN will only reciprocate, will automatically reflects to buyer. Automatically reflects to the buyer his purchases. So you need not to report your purchase. Your purchase will be automatically reflected to your portal based on your sales data. Sir, understand, if A sold to B and then A informed that I have sold goods to B. Now in B's ledger automatically it reflects like what? B has purchased goods from A. So like that every sale data will be reciprocated to corresponding buyer. Understand, sir? Now Tata Motors has sold cars to 1,000 people in a month. Now if all those 1,000 people open their GST accounts or GST ledgers, then they would be seeing like what? They had purchased the car from Tata Motors, like that it would be reflecting in their account. So this way of reflecting the sales data with the corresponding buyer, we call it as what? Matching concept. This is called as matching concept. This is called as what? Matching concept. So what is called matching concepts or matching concept means here the seller will report his sales transactions. That sale, if it is automatically reflected to the corresponding buyer, then that is called as matching concept. So what is the benefit of this concept, sir? If it was not there prior to GST, then what buyers used to do means, even though they purchased only 10 lakhs, they'll claim in the return as they purchased 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs. So that they'll get more ITC. Okay, whereas seller will be reporting only 10 lakhs as his sale and he'll pay tax only on 10 lakhs. But the buyer would be claiming it as like he purchased 20 lakhs or 30 lakhs and he'll be claiming more and more ITC. And it will take 2-3 years for the department to reconcile the corresponding seller with the corresponding buyer and to check whether exactly they reported same amounts or different amounts. But now it is not like that. When a seller reported it as 10 lakhs, now buyer don't even have the option to report it as 20 lakhs. Whatever seller reports, that only will be reflected to the buyer. So what if there is a deviation actually? Seller only did a mistake. You actually purchased 20 lakhs, but seller only reported as 10 lakhs. Then GSTN is not involved anywhere. You go and fight with your seller and ask him to update it as 20 lakhs. If you update it as 20 lakhs, then you'll be reflected it as 20 lakhs. So GST will reciprocate whatever the seller reported, that will only be reported it to the corresponding buyer. Understand, sir? Are you able to understand the point? So seller will be reporting his sales data in which format, sir? GSTR1. To whom? GSTN. Then it will automatically reflects to the buyer. Okay, it will automatically reflects to the buyer in the statements, sir, GSTR 2A or 2B. Okay, so no buyer need to report this purchase data. It will automatically gets reflected from the corresponding sales and all. Okay, this way of reporting every sale with the corresponding buyer is called as matching concept. So write down, sir, this one also. Sir, okay, so this is something called what, sir? Matching concept. Sir, to do all this matching and all, they need lot of technicalities, lot of software requirements and all. So all this is provided by whom? GSTN. I mean, it's not like they will only develop the software and all. They will manage everything. If they don't have the technical aspects and all, they may hire someone like Infosys, TCS, or some IT guys might be hired. But overall, that functioning is responsibility. The responsibility to take care of it is with GST. It doesn't mean they'll hire software engineers and they will only create a software and all. Okay, they'll get it done from somewhere, but they are the one responsible to maintain all these things. Understood, sir? So it acts as a clearinghouse to timely settle the revenue between center and states. Master, okay, it acts as a clearinghouse to timely settle the revenue between center and states. This is a possible way. Okay, it is possible only with what? This is possible only with strong IT infrastructure. Accordingly, government has established common GST electronic portal. Why common GST electronic portal, sir? Here one more advantage also. That is, previously there are multiple acts. Okay, so now every government need a separate website. Okay, since they need to have a separate website, every government need to hire another, okay, they need to hire some IT people and they need to get their website running and all. But now since it is a common website, their cost will also come down, like Pushpa. If you seen in Pushpa 1, if they are separately they are doing business, everybody has to pay for the police people and all. But when Allu Arjun came into, Pushpa came into picture, he said like what? As a syndicate, we'll pay only once to the police and all. So our overall costs will come down. That's what he'll be explaining in the second half. When that minister comes and all, he'll be explaining, then only he'll become the syndicate head, no. Okay, that time what is the idea, he said. So if they are doing it individually, they are paying like every check post, each and every smuggler is paying taxes. Paying money to the police people. Now they said what? They'll form as a syndicate only they'll pay. That means monthly they'll pay 10 lakhs at one particular check post. How many other vehicles go? Either X vehicle go, Y vehicle go, they'll pay only 10 lakhs. If they are collecting individually, they are ending up paying much more. So same here also, if every state government has to maintain their own website, they need to spend so much. Instead of that, all of the states and central are maintaining a common website, common infrastructure, everything. So which reduces their costs as well. So that's why, accordingly, government has established a common GST electronic portal, a website which is maintained by GSTN. It provides the needed IT infrastructure support to both central as well as states. So now we are discussing about the functions of, sir, this matching concept is not related to GSTN. We just written, okay, I am writing here, not related to GSTN. Otherwise, you will by heart this also and write it under GSTN question. Matching, I wrote that just to understand what is matching concept. You need not to write there under the GSTN question. Functions of GSTN. Functions of GSTN. First one, it facilitates registration. Facilitates registration. Sir, granting registration is different, facilitating registration is different. Understand, sir? Granting registration is different, facilitating registration is different. BCCA will facilitate you to become CMA. Directly BCCA cannot grant you CMA certificate. Understand? If that is the possibility, then whoever pays fees will get cleared. Just like BTech college or engineering colleges or 10, okay, any other school. Okay, if you see, sir, in 9th class, 8th class, everybody will pass. Only in 10th class, some students will fail. Why? 8th class, 9th class, school only will put more exams, na? They'll pass everyone because otherwise they'll not get 10th fees. So that's why what schools will do, they'll make all the students as pass only. If at all BCA has the right to pass everyone, then we will also produce what? Oh, you paid fees, na? Certificate, CMA enter. You paid 5 lakhs now, directly CMA final. So okay, it's not BCA. Every college or every institution will do the same. Okay, that's why BCA has no right to give directly the CMA course or CMA qualification. We just facilitate you. Facilitate na. I will provide classes or exams or some kind of guidance. Will help you to get CMA. That's what. The same here, GSTN will not directly grant registration. Okay, so what happens means, okay, this again you did not write, sir. Here there's a user who want to register. He made an application, so this application will come to GSTN. How do he apply, sir? He will not go to office manually and not fill a form manually. Through online, he'll fill an application here. That website is maintained by whom? GSTN. Okay, so now the data is with whom? GSTN. So this backend, there is a team. Okay, there will be so many people. All these are like GST people or CBAC. These are from Department of what? CBAC, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Customs. Now they will verify this application. They will verify this application and check whether registration can be provided or not. And these are the people who grant registration. GSTN directly don't grant registration. It just facilitates. Understand, sir? If at all there is no GSTN, you need to go to GST office. You should wait there till those people come. If they are on leave, you need to go some other day. And maybe they may be asking us to 4 or 5 days, 4 or 5 days for different details and all. So much of time waste, everything will happen if there is no GSTN. Now, because of GSTN, you could do it everything online. If at all they need any information also, here only they'll raise a query. Then you will again provide extra information. So GSTN is facilitating your registration, not granting your registration. Understand, sir? So facilitation means it just helping kind of. Zomato directly will not sell any food item. Zomato facilitates sale of food items. You understand, sir? Is there any something called Zomato biryani? Zomato restaurants are there? No, what Zomato will do? It facilitates restaurants to sell biryani over their platform. And again, Abhi Bus, did they have any buses, sir? There are like so many travels, but Abhi Bus travels is there? No, but through Abhi Bus, what it does, it facilitates the bus booking or transportation, travel booking and all. Same way, GSTN is also a website which facilitates registration. It does not directly grant registration. Understood, sir? Second one, sir. Forwards the returns to central and state authorities. Forwards the returns to central and state authorities. Forwards the returns to central and state authorities. It forwards the returns to central and state authorities. Okay, here there is a taxpayer. He filed his GSTR1 sales data. With whom? GSTN. Now what GSTN will do? It will share this information with central authorities or even state authorities. So they are the one who will be checking again whether this fellow reported the sales correctly or not. Okay, that is not the job of GSTN to check. Who will be checking? The central authorities or state authorities will be checking whether the sales has been reported correctly or not, tax has been paid correctly or not. Okay, they just forwards the data which was received by GSTN will be forwarded to the central and state authorities. Then third one. Computation and settlement of computation and settlement of IGST. How much is the IGST and how much share has to be given to state and that also to which state. All those computations and settlements will be done by whom? GSTN. Then fourth one. Matching tax payment details with bank network. Matching tax payment details with what? Bank network. Sir, you paid 60,000 rupees as tax. In your bank account, money got deducted. Then even in the GST portal also it should reflect na, that 60,000 tax has been paid. Let's say you ordered something in Amazon. Money got deducted in your bank account. Then immediately in Amazon account, how should it reflect? Like the order placed, payment received, like that it should show some message, right? The same way in GSTN portal also, when money got deducted in the bank account, it should reflect in the GST portal as tax paid at some place. So such kind of matching, whatever is the amount deducted in bank, the same amount should be reflecting in the GST portal also. If at all you paid 10,000, there it is saying as showing as only 1 rupee. What you will do immediately, sir? You paid Zomato 1,000 rupees, but Zomato wallet it is showing like only 1 rupee has been paid. Immediately what you will do? You will call customer care, Zomato customer care. Okay, you prepared or you made some Dabba website under, it is showing 1 rupee only when I paid 1,000 rupees. Okay, the same kind of, instead of getting those issues, it's not GSTN. Any online website will be maintaining the bank details or matching the bank details with the GST, with their corresponding website. Since we are into GST, here GSTN will match what? Match the tax payment details with the bank network. Whatever deducted in bank, that would be matching in the website or GST portal also. Fifth one, sir. Providing various MIS reports. MIS means, sir, Management Information System. Providing various MIS, Management Information System reports. Providing various MIS, Management Information System reports to central and state governments. Sir, MIS reports na summary reports. Let's say state government wants to know how much is the tax revenue that they are getting from transport industry. Then every sale data is with whom? GSTN. Now GSTN will not give the list of all those transporters. They'll prepare a summary. How many number of transporters are there? How much tax revenue is getting from all those transporters together? That kind of summary only we are calling it as what? Management Information System. And that also, let's say currently on transport industry, GST rate is 18%. They may give like how much revenue will jump to government if they increase it to 28%, and how much revenue fall when they decrease the tax rate to 12%. So now this website will compute in both those manners and give. Are you able to understand, sir? Now the revenue, let's say there are total in Andhra Pradesh state some 5,000 transporters. From those 5,000 transporters, AP government is getting some 4,000 crores as tax revenue. Now they will ask even a query like, if at all the tax rate has been increased to 28%, how much tax revenue will come? If they decrease it to 12%, how much tax revenue will be? So these kind of reports would be generated and will be given to the government. Why these reports are needed? Maybe government is thinking to increase tax rate. Then they want to know how much extra revenue they'll get. If government want to decrease the tax rates, then they want to know how much revenue they want to lose by making that amendment and all. So for that they need all these kind of management information system reports. So who will be preparing these reports, sir? GSTN. So GSTN will be providing various management information system reports to central and state governments. Then sixth one. Providing analysis on taxpayers profile. Providing analysis on taxpayers profile. Sir, our Abhishek registered in matrimony website. Abhishek, CA, CMA, working in so and so company, package 36 lakhs per annum. So like that everything he written there. Okay, now, okay, one particular girl parents has found out his match and then they thought of approaching Abhishek. So then they called Abhishek number and he said like, yes, I am a CSCMA, everything, all those things he said. So then immediately they'll do marriage. Huh? They'll verify or not. How do they verify? They'll find out someone who is working in the same company where he was mentioned. And then they'll check whether he is actually working or not. But then actually what he is doing is studying still in BCCA only. But still already in the website he kept it as like what? All those things. So for marriage itself they are doing so much of analysis. Then they'll send one more guy to their place or village or something. Then again they'll inquire, what is this Abhishek and all? Is he a psycho? Or is he having any past love stories and all? Or already he got married or what? So those kind of inquiries and all will do. Third thing, if at all they know like he has already studied in BCCA, they may send someone to BCCA, or they'll inquire some past student of BCCA or current student of BCCA and they'll ask how Abhishek is. Okay, how good he is he disciplined or is he, how he'll behave and all those inquiries will be there. Now, all this is nothing but what? Analysis of his profile. Analysis of his marriage profile, there. But now here for the purpose of tax, sir, profiling means nothing but there will be a record of your data is called as profile creation. Understand, sir? Profile is nothing but it have a record of all your information. That's called profiling. So even in GSTN also will maintain a profile for you. Nothing but manually there will be a file for you. In that file, it consists of all your biodata. And then 5 years back, what is your business and what you reported. 4 years back, what is your status. 3 years back, what is your status. So every month details will be there in that file. That's called profiling. But now it's not manual. Everything became online or electronic. So they'll have a profile. Just like as our Instagram account, you'll have even a GST profile. So there everything will be there. So 2 years back, what is the sales data you reported? 1.5 years back, what is the sales data you reported? How much is the tax you paid? So everything will be there. Oh, every information will be there regarding you there itself. Okay. Now they will analyze this one. Why to analyze, sir? In 2 years back, you paid 5 lakhs tax. Okay. But now you are paying only 4 lakhs. Obviously, business will go upward or downward. Usually, businesses will go upward. That means you should pay much more tax. But actually, what you are doing? You are paying less tax. So they are having a suspicion over you. So they'll analyze that. What is the reason for paying less tax? They'll send a notice to you. Then you need to reply, sir, my business and all gone. Previously, I only used to do business. Then my partner Tillu, okay, backstabbed me and started another business. So that's why my revenue has been fell down. So I am paying less tax and all. These kind of explanations you need to provide. So first thing what they'll do, sir, they'll analyze the taxpayer's profile so that if any deviations are there, if any differences are there, they'll identify and they'll try to find out any tax leakages and all. Okay, analysis of taxpayer's profile. Then 7th ones are running the matching engine. Running the matching engine. Running the matching engine. I already said what is called matching concept. Okay, the working of that concept itself is called as matching engine. So like nothing but reflecting the sales data with corresponding buyer itself is called as matching. So okay, that mechanism is worked or mechanism is run by whom? GSTN. Okay, so now another 5 minutes we have time, sir. So I am completing this topic. Wait. Salient features of GSTN. So GSTN. So the features of GSTN are like, it was incorporated in 2013 only, before GST. Because it's not like after introduction of GST, they'll maintain a website. Before GST only, they need to develop a software, website, everything they need to work before itself. That's why this GSTN is incorporated in which year, sir? 2013. So write down, it was incorporated in. ఎందుకు రాయట్లేదు నాన్న? అదేం ఉండదు మీ నోట్స్లో, మెటీరియల్లో కూడా ఉండదు. So many, okay, if any of your old students, if you are thinking like it will be there, many of these questions which we wrote in the past times and now which we are writing has been completely different, sir. ఓకే, అప్పుడు సమరీ మాత్రమే రాసేవాళ్ళం, ఇప్పుడు ఎలాబరేట్గా రాస్తున్నాం. ఇన్కార్పొరేటెడ్, ఓకే ఇప్పుడు అక్కర్లేదు ఇంక వదిలేసాను, వర్క్ బుక్లో చదువు, వర్క్ బుక్ వచ్చాడు. Incorporated in March 2013. When GSTN is incorporated, it is incorporated in March 2013. Under Section 25 of Companies Act 1956. Because by that time Companies Act 2013 didn't came. That's why Section 25. Whereas in 2013 the corresponding section is Section 8. I am writing even, or section, corresponding section of Section 8 of Companies Act 2013. You know what is called Companies Act 2013 Section 8? Non-profit organization. So this GSTN is formed as a non-profit organization under Section 25 of 1956 Act. Current Act, it will be Section 8 company. Corresponding Section 25 of 1956, whereas Section 8 of Companies Act 2013. It is a 100% government owned company. With paid up capital of ₹10 crores. It develops back-end modules for states. Back-end modules na nothing but IT softwares only for the states. Infosys is appointed as their service provider. I mean, they're taking the tech help from Infosys. Infosys appointed as their service provider. Appointed more than 70 GST Suvidha providers. Appointed more than GST Suvidha providers. Now, who are these GST Suvidha providers? These are IT companies which develop applications that bring GST functionalities. Applications that bring GST functionalities. Sir, applications, these are IT companies which will be developing accounting softwares like Tally, SAP, Oracle, Zoho. So these are certain kind of accounting softwares. See, before GST, they don't have functionality to account for GST. Okay, sorry. In Tally and all, if you want to post an entry and all, so directly if you post one side, the other side will be directly posted by the software itself. But now GST is introduced, so that software need to capture even the GST related amounts also. Sir, we wrote a sale entry with GST. What is the sale entry? Cash account debit to sales to GST payable. Now if you want to post a sale entry, if you write cash account debit, then the corresponding entry, it only should automatically show like sales pay to sales and even to GST payable. So that kind of functionality should be there within the software. So to develop such kind of softwares, GSTN has approached the IT companies and it has appointed 70 plus IT companies which would be developing accounting softwares. Understand, sir? So GST wouldn't be easy if at all the users maintain data electronically. మనం మాన్యువల్గానే డేటా మెయింటైన్ చేస్తా ఉంటే జిఎస్టీలో కష్టమైపోతుంది. దట్స్ వై దే ఆర్ ఫోర్సింగ్, దే వర్ gathering all these IT companies and even asking the IT companies also to bring the softwares which could have all these GST functionalities so that it would be easy to the business people also to fulfill all their obligations and all under GST. Next one, sir. Last one also. Functions as a common pass-through portal functions as a common pass-through portal for taxpayers. Functions as a common pass-through portal for taxpayers. Functions as a common pass-through portal for taxpayers for registration. To submit registration application. To submit registration application. File returns. And to make tax payments. So you need not to go to different websites to do all this. Actually, in income tax, you cannot do everything in a single website. Registration for income tax, there is a different website. For filing return, there is a different website. And for payment of tax, there is a different website under income tax. But in GST, not like that. Registration, tax payment, return filing, everything under a single website that would be maintained again by GSTN, because it was in 2017. They know much IT and all. So that's why they have integrated all these into one particular software only or one particular website only. All the functionalities are from one particular application only. Okay. So now if you see, sir, this is the question asked in June 2025 exam only, sir. This question also, the recent exam question, GSTN question. GSTN, a common platform is needed which act as a clearinghouse and verify the claims and inform the respective governments to transfer the funds. This is possible with the help of strong IT infrastructure. Accordingly, government has established common GST portal, a website managed by GSTN. Okay, so GSTN is a special purpose vehicle. The functions are: facilitates registration, forwards the return to central and state authorities, computation and settlement of IGST, matching tax payment details with bank network, providing various MIS reports to the central and state governments based on the taxpayer, providing analysis of taxpayer's profile, running the matching engine. Okay, then salient features like incorporated in March 2013 as a Section 25 company, 100% government owned company with paid up share capital of 10 crores. It functions as a common pass-through portal for taxpayers to submit registration application, to file return, and to make tax payments. It develops back-end modules for states. Infosys is appointed as a service provider, and it appointed more than 70 plus GST Suvidha providers. So this is the question regarding what? The salient features of or the short notes on GST. Okay, so we have only one more questions are actually pending, which is benefits of GST. So this one also council related only. We need not to write again. We'll discuss here once. Then we will be almost closing the first chapter tomorrow, maybe in the morning session itself. Okay. So, okay. So we are discussing now about the benefits of GST. So keep the heading as benefits of GST. Benefits of GST. So these benefits are from three aspects. One is from the business people, what benefits they got due to introduction of GST. Second one is from government side, and the third one is from consumer side. As a consumer, what we got benefits, as a business people, what benefits they got, and to the government, what benefits they got. So all those will be discussing. Okay. So first we'll be starting from sir, from the perspective for business and industry. Benefits of GST for business and industry. For business and industry, the first one is about easy compliance. Easy compliance. Sir, compliance means what? Following rules. Whatever might be the rule, you need to follow. So that following rules will become easy for the business. Why it becomes easy, that we'll be discussing now. Okay. A robust. Sir, if anybody don't know the Telugu meaning of robust, robust means tirugulenidi. Unstoppable, something like that. A robust, tirugulenidi. Okay, a robust. అలాంటి మీనింగ్లో అమ్మ. ఓకే, సో ఎగ్జాక్ట్ మీనింగ్ తిరుగులేనిదేనా అని కాదు. సో robust means like it's of unstoppable, it has so much of సో ఇంట్రడక్షన్లో ఇస్తుంటాం కదా, ఎలివేషన్ టైప్. సో అలా అన్నమాట. ఓకే, దానికి ఎవరు సాటి రారు. ఓకే, తనకు తానే సాటి, అలాంటి వర్డ్ మీనింగ్ అనమాట robust. And comprehensive. Okay, let me check even the meaning in ChatGPT also. Exact meaning. Robust means same, strong, healthy, unlikely to break or fail. ఓకే, డ్యూరబుల్, స్టడీ, రాక్ స్ట్రాంగ్. సో అలాంటి మీనింగ్స్ వస్తాయి, అందుకే తిరుగులేందని. ఓకే. ఓకే, తెలుగు మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ రోబస్ట్ ఈజ్ లైక్ బలమైన, దృఢమైన, శక్తివంతమైన. రోబస్ట్ అండ్ కాంప్రహెన్సివ్ ఫస్ట్ చాప్టర్లోనే అయిపోయాం. మైక్ ఎప్పుడు నా దగ్గరే ఉంటుంది సార్. robust and comprehensive. Okay, a strong and a fully covered. Comprehensive means covering completely. Okay, a robust and comprehensive IT system. Sir, this line will come in this question only for 4 or 5 times. A robust and comprehensive IT system, robust and comprehensive IT system. Okay, so robust means there is having a strong and fully covered IT system. That's what they mean. Robust and comprehensive IT system means. So fully covering means, yesterday also when we discussed about GSTN, we said like it not only covers one specific aspect, it covers the functions like, okay, if you need to register, you could register from there. Need to pay taxes from there. And then if you need to file returns, you could file returns from there. For government also, if they need any reports, they will take reports from there. Okay, if they need to analyze any taxpayer, they will be analyzing from there only. So it is not covering one particular aspect. It covers completely what are the areas related to GST. That's why a robust, I mean strong, a comprehensive, I mean fully covered IT system. A robust and comprehensive IT system was the foundation of GST regime. So GST is developed on a strong and fully covered IT system. I mean, the tax is completely integrated with the information technology available also. Was the foundation of GST regime. Therefore, so because the IT is a strong base, therefore all taxpayer services such as registration, returns, payments, therefore all taxpayer services such as registration, return, payments, etc. available to taxpayers online. Which make compliance easy and transparent. Sir, instead of going to bank and pay tax, you could pay now from your place itself through online. So it is easy or not? Instead of filing returns, and all, you need not to fill any form manually and to submit in the GST office. You could do it online. Again, for registering GST also, you need not to visit GST offices and all. Again, it also can be done online. So which makes easy. And everything is online, so it becomes transparent also. I mean, no other persons or human involvement is very less. So the process will go transparently also. Okay. So what is the point they are saying, sir? First, there is a strong and fully covered in IT is there first. That is the foundation for introducing GST. So, okay, so GST is integrated with a strong information technology and all. So because of this, what taxpayers can take various services like registration, payment of taxes, filing returns, all these online only. Since he could do everything online only, his compliances will become easy and even transparency will also increase. Okay. Transparency, if I tell Telugu meaning also, you will not understand, sir. Transparency means paradarshikata. Okay, so better it is. English only better. So transparency means nothing but you know what is happening there. So that's called transparency. Okay. Then the second benefits are uniformity of tax rates and structures. Uniformity of tax rates and structures. Sir, now across the country, how many tax laws are there? Indirect taxes. One tax law only, na? So you may say like, sir, CGST, SGST, IGST is there. But even though there were three names, conditions, procedures, rates, everything will remain same in the CGST, SGST and even in IGST mostly. Okay. So uniformity of tax rates and structures. So across GST ensures that. So what is the meaning of ensure? Make sure. Okay. GST ensure that. అంటే అలా జరిగేలా చూస్తుంది దాని అర్థం. ఓకే. GST ensure that indirect tax rates and structures GST ensures that indirect tax rates and structures GST ensures that indirect tax rates and structures are common across the country. GST ensure that indirect tax rates and structures are common across the country. Thereby increasing certainty and ease of doing business. GST ensure that indirect tax rates and the structures how you have to raise an invoice, how to file a return. So these kind of procedures will remain same across the country. So because of this, you'll have ease of doing business. What is the ease of doing business? Let's say you have one branch in Hyderabad. You learned everything, how to do GST and all. Now if you start one more branch in Vijayawada, you need not to learn the GST once again. Why? Because the same kind of procedures, same set of rules will be there even in the Vijayawada also. Because even though the state changed, the procedures will remain same. But previously it's not like that. Because the VAT law in one state is different from VAT law in another state. So in other state also you need to again learn the VAT law from the beginning. But now it's not like that. Okay, if you learn once, it would be applicable across the country. So your ease of doing business will be more. Okay, you'll be having more easy. It will be more easy to do business. Second one, sir, certainty also. Okay, you need not to worry about what would be the tax structure if you want to start a business in Gujarat. Okay, what happens if I start in Gujarat? How the tax payments will be there in Gujarat? That and all you need not to worry. Why? Because whatever is there in Hyderabad or Telangana, that would be the same even in Gujarat also. That would be the same even in West Bengal also. Understand, sir? So it improves certainty. So, okay, you could strongly believe like, okay, this only happens even if I go to Jammu and Kashmir, even if I go to Tamil Nadu, even if I go to West Bengal. Okay, and the same kind of procedures are there. So it increases your ease of doing business. So what is the second benefit, sir? Uniformity of tax rates and structure. GST ensure that across the country there will be uniform tax rates and procedures. Okay, ala okate rate of procedures untam valla enti benefit? It brings ease of doing business and certainty. Understand, sir? Uniform tax rates is not the benefit. Because of uniform tax rates, the business have ease of doing it. And the business has ease of doing it. And the second benefit is like what, sir? Certainty. Then third one, sir. Removal of cascading. Sir, you know what is called cascading? What is called cascading? Tax on tax is called as what? Cascading. So it helps in what? Removal of cascading. So now understand how the cascading will be removed. So the cascading will be removed because, sir, previously because of ITC itself we said like cascading is removed. But if you remember the previous example like double taxation and ITC we discussed, and even at the time of need for GST we discussed like even with ITC also there is excise duty and VAT. The excise duty element is included in the cost for levying VAT. So to the extent of excise duty, the tax is being included in the cost, and there is again double taxation. Let me write down once again, sir. Example is like, let's say the selling price of goods is like 1000. On this excise duty, let's say levied at a rate of 10%. How much, sir? 100. So overall it comes to how much? 1100. On this we levy VAT at a rate of 10%. So now you are levying VAT on 1000 or 1100. So when you are levying tax on this 1100 includes tax also. So tax on tax you are getting. Now VAT 10% is levied on 1100. Sir, understand, if it is levied only on 1000, it will be 100 only. But since it is levied on 1100, it will become 110. So to the extent of 10 rupees, there is what? Cascading effect. Yes or no? Cascading or not? Now with GST, sir. So now if you see, this is the example pre-GST. Let me write down here. You also will write, sir. This example is what? Pre-GST. Sir, excise duty is whose revenue? Central government revenue. Whereas VAT is whose revenue? Previously, state government revenue. So now post GST. So these examples and all you need not to write in exam. These are for you to understanding the concept only. Let's say the selling price equals 2000. First, what tax we should levy? CGST or SGST? Anything we could levy, CGST. Assume at a rate of 10%. How much? 100. Now, SGST has to be levied on 1100 or 1000 only? 1000 only. 10%, 100 only. So, overall it comes to how much? 1200. Is there cascading now? Previously, excise duty, the central part is also included in the cost and then state tax is levied. But now, on the same value, central tax is also levied, state tax is also levied. So, there is no concept of what? Cascading. So, now you understood now by with the example, there is no cascading now. A system of seamless ITC. A system of seamless ITC. Seamless ITC means here, ITC is not stopped or not, there were no barriers to ITC. Understand, sir? Previously, if you do interstate sale, which tax is levied? CST. Do you get CST as ITC? No. So that's a barrier another. And then excise duty levied on manufacturer. Can wholesaler take excise duty as ITC? No, that is a barrier. Na? But now there are no such kind of restrictions. This CGST or SGST, whether intrastate or interstate, ITC is available. Whether manufacturer or wholesaler, ITC is available. So that's why there are no barriers. There are no flow restrictions to the ITC. Everybody will be getting the ITC. So since without any barriers ITC is coming, there were no hidden costs. Okay, if there is no ITC, sir, that tax part will become in the cost, will be added into the cost. So now, since there is seamless flow of ITC, there are no barriers to that one, which gives overall cost reduction. Understand, sir? A system of seamless ITC throughout the value chain. Throughout the value chain. Sir, value chain means nothing but like this, from manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer. This every stage they will be adding little value will be there. Na? That's called value chain. A system, okay, so there is no credit restrictions across the value chain. Manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, everybody will get ITC. Both CGST they will get, SGST they will get. If it is interstate, what tax will be levied? IGST. That also can be taken as ITC. So a system of seamless ITC throughout the value chain and across boundaries of state. Even interstate also they mean here. And across boundaries of state. That means irrespective of value chain they will get credit, irrespective of state borders they will get credit. Intra or inter they will get ITC. Manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, whoever he is, he'll get ITC. Would ensure that there is minimal cascading of taxes. Would ensure that there is minimal cascading of taxes. Would you ensure that there is minimal cascading of taxes? This would reduce hidden cost of doing business. This would reduce hidden cost of doing business. A system of seamless ITC throughout the value chain and across boundaries of state would ensure that there is minimal cascading of taxes. This would reduce hidden cost of doing business. Sir, if there is no ITC, the tax part will become cost. Once it become cost, the prices will be increasing. So, okay, that's the point here. Understand, sir? What are the three benefits we discussed as of now? First one, easy compliance. How easy compliance is made? There's a robust and comprehensive IT infrastructure is the base for GST. Because of this strong IT, all the services are provided from one place only. All the services now, like what services? Registration, tax payment, returns. All these are provided from one place only. This has made doing business easy and even transparent. Then uniformity of tax rate. Uniformity of tax rate. GST ensures that across the country there will be uniform tax rates and procedures. So which will become what, sir? This thereby increasing certainty and ease of doing business. Business inka easy ga chesukochu. Next one, removal of cascading. How cascading is removed? Across the value chain credit is allowed. Irrespective of intrastate or interstate credit is allowed. So this would completely remove the cascading effect and even reduce the hidden costs. Fourth one, sir. Improved competitiveness. Improved competitiveness. Reduction of transaction costs of doing business. Reduction of transaction costs of doing business. So to do business, your cost will come down. Why? Because of the above 3 points, sir. First one, easy compliance. Since it is easy only, you can do instead of a consultant. Otherwise, you need to hire a consultant and you need to pay fees to the consultant. But now it's becoming easy, everything online. So you could do on it your own. That cost will come down or not? Yes. And there is even uniformity also. Since it is uniform, even if you scale up with another branch, I mean, you have one branch, now you start a second branch also. But still, the tax rates will change, procedures will change, the same thing. So even for second branch also, you could do on your own. So your costs will be coming down. And there is no cascading also. Since there is no cascading, there also cost is saving. So overall, reduction of transaction costs of doing business. It may be compliance related or maybe purchase related. Overall, you have reduction of costs. So reduction of transaction costs of doing business, right down, sir, would eventually, so what is the meaning of eventually? At last. Okay, ellesariki chivariki. Okay, reduction of transaction costs of doing business would eventually lead to an improved competitiveness. Lead to an improved competitiveness for the trade and industry. Improved competitiveness for the trade and industry. Sir, previously, these are not all the tax rates, all the procedures are not uniform. Now, a business in one state might have more advantages than compared to the business in another state. Why? Because of this tax rate changes, because of this credit availabilities and all. One state, the business in one state may be the same business. In one state, they may have more advantages than compared to the other state. But now, across the country, same. Okay, now same benefit now, so their competitive will come down. Sir, now for the same cost, both are providing. Now what would be the, sir, for 10 rupees only, both the products are coming. Now what you will choose? Based on quality. So now they will be much more competitiveness. So they'll bring more quality products. They'll maybe reduce the prices and also. So overall competitiveness will increase. Okay, instead of having monopoly and all, they'll have competitiveness. So reduction of transaction costs of doing business would eventually lead to an improved competitiveness for the trade and industry. Then gain to manufacturers and exporters. Gain to manufacturers and exporters. How to manufacturers and exporters see what they are explaining. Subsuming of major central and state taxes, subsuming of major central and state taxes, complete set off of ITC, subsuming all the taxes will remove cascading, and availing and providing set off of ITCs and all will again reduces their cost. So because of this, okay, reduce the cost of okay, subsuming major taxes and set off of ITC, reduce the cost of locally manufactured goods. Reduce the cost of locally manufactured goods. Reduce the cost of locally manufactured goods and services. Sir, compared to the previously, let's say your manufacturing cost is 20 rupees. Now, because of all this availability of ITC and all other transactional costs related price benefit and all, your cost may be coming down to somewhere like 17, 16 or even to 15 rupees only. Now, even in international market also, you will sell for a better price. Till now, because of this cascading and all, your cost itself is 20 here. Now, in let's say you want to export to USA, you could do it only for 25 in USA. But a China product can be sold at only 20 rupees in China. But our product could be sold in USA for only how much, sir? 20. Now, because of all these cascading effects gone, ITC is availed at all the places. Because of this uniformity and all, their transactional costs come down. Overall price reduced. So overall price reduced. Their cost of manufacturing in India is only 15. Now they also can sell in USA for only 20. So now in USA also they could get the more market. So in international market also our products will become more competitive. Competitive na nothing but we could provide a product at a better price. That is called competitiveness. So the cost of locally manufactured goods and services, this will increase the competitiveness. This will increase the competitiveness of Indian goods and services in international market. This will increase the competitiveness of Indian goods and services in international market. This will increase the competitiveness of Indian goods and services in international market and boost Indian exports. So these are the 5 benefits from whose side, sir? For business and industry. What are those 5 benefits? Easy compliance, uniform tax rates and procedures, removal of cascading, improved competitiveness, and gain to manufacturers and even exporters. Once again, sir, what are the 5 benefits? First one is easy compliance. Second one, uniform tax rates and procedures. Third one, removal of cascading. Fourth one, improved competitiveness. And the fifth ones are gain to manufacturers and exporters. Okay. Now we are talking about the benefits for central and state governments. For central and state governments. for central and state governments. Simple and easy to administer. Sir, why easy to administer? There are no multiple taxes now, only one tax. And then that also with a foundation of strong and robust IT. Since everything is online, they could easily generate a report. They could easily access a person's file and all. So because of all these functionalities and all, it will become easy only, na sir. So in movies and all we see, okay, previously to solve a crime and all, they used to do more of investigation. Now, okay, they'll verify the fingerprints and all with the whole biometric scans and all. Okay, previously, let's say if they want to, sir, there is one criminal, okay, you have a suspect here. To verify whether he has any criminal record and all, you need to check each and every police station records manually. Now, you need to do that manually, sir? No, why? Because if you put his name or thumb impression or any other data there, all the state information, if they possible, they could even the whole India information they could run through and check whether any case registered in at any other place or he has been booked for any other crime in any other state. All those details you could get them in the seconds only or in minutes only. Okay. Now the same thing here also. Since everything is centralized, every record is available online. They could easily administer whether you are a tax defaulter or not. Understand, sir? You might be doing 4 businesses in 4 different names. But still they could verify who is this person, how many businesses he is having, is he has a track record of any frauds previously. All those can be verified easily. So which gives them to administer and to do or to verify or to check everything in a much quicker way. So that gives them simple and easy to administer. So let us write down, sir. Multiple indirect taxes. Multiple indirect taxes at the central and state are replaced by GST. Multiple indirect taxes at the central and state levels are what? Replaced by GST. And backed with robust end-to-end IT. Sir, end-to-end IT is nothing but comprehensive only, covering everything. Comprehensive also means covering everything. End-to-end also means what? Covering everything. So with a robust end-to-end IT system, GST would be simpler. GST would be simpler and easy to, would be simpler and easier to administer. GST would be simpler and easy to administer. GST would be simpler and easy to administer. Then all the levels of then all the other taxes of central and states. No multiple taxes, strong IT infrastructure, which makes the compliances, the administration and all become easier compared to any other tax which is levied by central or levied by states. Second one, sir, simple and easy to administer is the first one. The second one is like better controls on leakage. Better controls on leakage. better controls on leakage. Sir, one best example is like in previous class we discussed about matching concept. What is matching concept? Okay, a registered person cannot claim his purchases because if the option is there to claim his purchases, he'll claim more and avail more ITC. But now that option is not there. Whatever a seller report as sale, that would be reflecting to the corresponding buyers as their purchase. Sir, I am the only seller who sold goods to all of you. Now if I file a return, from my return, your corresponding purchases will be automatically reflected. Okay, understand, sir? I am the only seller. You are 100 buyers. Okay, so now if I file a sales return, from my sales return only, your corresponding purchases will automatically gets reflected. Now you don't have the chance to claim more purchase. Whatever reflected there, that only you could claim. Let's say, sir, Tillu purchased for 10 lakhs, but I mistakenly reported as only 1 lakh. Can he ask GST to change that? No. He could only ask me to change that. Okay, if I change it to 10 lakhs, then he'll be reflecting it as 10 lakhs. He'll get equivalent of 10 lakhs ITC. The tax part on 10 lakhs, he'll be availing as ITC. So, better leakages, leakages has been controlled betterly here. Previously, what used to happen, since there is no this kind of matching and all, okay, Tillu has to report his own purchases. Then he is reporting 25 lakhs as his purchases. Okay, if at all you don't have any money in that particular month to pay taxes and all, he'll show more purchases in that month and will pay tax by adjusting ITC. Maybe in the coming months and all, if he has money, that month he'll decrease purchases to adjust the excess ITC and all. So such kind of adjustments and all is possible previously, but now is it possible? No. So better controls on leakage. GST will result in better tax compliance. GST will result in better tax compliance due to a robust IT infrastructure. GST will result in better tax compliance due to a robust IT infrastructure. GST will result in better tax compliance due to a robust IT infrastructure. Due to seamless flow of ITC, due to seamless flow of ITC from one stage to another, one stage to another across the value chain, there is an inbuilt mechanism to incentivize tax compliance. To incentivize tax compliance. Sir, if you are following rules properly, you will get ITC properly. And even the credit will also flow to your buyer also properly. So that's the incentive here. Okay. So GST will result in better tax compliance. Why? Because of strong IT. Third time, sir, this one. First one already once came in the industry, the robust IT. Now in the simple and easy it came robust end-to-end IT. Now here also it came robust IT infrastructure. Due to seamless flow of ITC from one stage to another across the value chain, there is an inbuilt mechanism. Like once you follow the rules, you will get ITC. Not only you will get, when you are selling it to your buyer also will get properly the credit and all. Okay. If any one person in the chain breaks, then the credit flow will get disturbed. The next one, higher revenue efficiency. Sir, because of all these, again, because of the strong IT and all, okay, this inbuilt incentivizing mechanism and all, the cost to government will also come down. What is the cost, sir? Previously, everything is manual and multiple taxes and all. For government also to verify whether all these people are paying taxes properly or not. If they are not paying, to recover the taxes from there and all, they need a team. For the team, they need to pay salaries and all. So that is the cost to do government. But because of this IT, everything is online, became transparent and all. So the cost to collect taxes to the government will also come down. Understand, sir? So higher revenue efficiency. So write down GST is expected to decrease the cost of collection of GST is expected to decrease the cost of collection of tax revenues to government. GST is expected to decrease the cost of collection of tax revenues to government. And therefore leads to higher revenue efficiency. Therefore leads to higher revenue efficiency. GST is expected to decrease the cost of collection of tax revenues to government and therefore leads to higher revenue efficiency. Boost to Make in India initiative. Boost to Make in India initiative. Sir, what is meant by Make in India initiative, sir? So from 2015-16, we are promoting one initiative called Make in India initiative. So Make in India initiative means, as a part of Make in India initiative, we'll ask the global manufacturers to come and start their business operations in India and then sell to us. Let's say why Tesla was not, why it is taken so much time to bring Tesla into India. Our government said like to Tesla to keep a manufacturing plant in India itself. Tesla's manufacturing plant in India and manufacture the Tesla cars in India only and sell in India. So they are asking like just to import the Tesla cars into India and sell them. See, if a fully manufactured product, if it comes to India, to protect our Indian manufacturers and all, we levy more customs duties. So almost 80% customs duty we are levying on Tesla car imports. Before like 2-3 months only, we decreased it somewhere to 40 or 50%. We have decreased it. Otherwise, it used to be there somewhere like 80%. That's why Tesla cars were not on the roads of India till now. But why government kept such kind of conditions? They want the Tesla to start a manufacturing unit in here. Once they start here, it would be manufactured within India. So at least Tesla may be manufactured outside India, but other components providers and all, there is a scope to keep industries here. Let's say Tesla wants some tires and all. Since they cannot start another tire manufacturing unit and all, they may be buying MRF tires. Or maybe one another company may be started to manufacture tires and all. Or maybe some other components are needed. All those would be manufactured here. So the connected industries at least will develop. Yes, the money of Tesla will go to US only, their profits. But the connected industries will be here. And second one, employment will be generated in India. Once employment is generated, our economy, so these people will have money. Once these people have money, they will be buying something and all. So the economy will grow. So that's why India wants to encourage Make in India initiative. Okay, even the global manufacturers also, like Apple company. Okay, so we are asking them to manufacture mobiles from India and then sell. Okay, so that they'll be starting some plants here. So related some connecting industries and all will come here. Okay, Kia is one part of Make in India. We asked the Kia company to start here only. So they'll be manufacturing Kia cars here only. So now some connected industries will be starting there, and employment will be generated first, because we have so much people here, so much population here. So we need to create employment. To create employment, manufacturing industry is the major source. That's why we are asking global companies and all to come in India to start their production in India. But to start their production in India, here cost should be low, no? If at all they have their cost of production in China, Vietnam or some other place, if it is lower, why they will come to India? So their cost of production should be in India. That is one thing. Second one, sir, even for our local manufacturers also, if their cost come down, they would be exporting across India. Exporting across the world also, because their cost at low, they'll be competing with the international goods and all as well. Okay, so boost to Make in India initiative. GST will give major boost. Sir, boost means what here? బూస్ట్ హార్లిక్స్ కాంప్లైన్ అని కాదురా. బూస్ట్ తాగితే ఏమొచ్చిందని చెప్తున్నాడు విరాట్ కోహ్లీ? స్టామినా. ఓకే, ఎనర్జీ, స్టామినా, స్ట్రెంగ్త్ అవి. సో జిఎస్టీ విల్ గివ్ మేజర్ స్ట్రెంగ్త్ హియర్, మీనింగ్ జిఎస్టీ విల్ గివ్ మేజర్ బూస్ట్ టు ద మేక్ ఇన్ ఇండియా ఇనిషియేటివ్. Of Make in India initiative of government. GST will give major boost to the Make in India initiative of government by making goods and services produced in India more competitive. Competitive na nothing but here the competitive refers to cheaper, sir, in the national and international market. In the national and international market, GST will give major boost to the Make in India initiative of government by making goods and services produced in India more competitive in the national and even international market. So what are the benefits of GST to the government, sir? See, simple and easy to administer, better controls on leakage, higher revenue efficiency, boost to Make in India initiative. Once again, sir. Simple and easy to administer, better controls on leakage, higher revenue efficiency, and boost to Make in India initiative. What are the benefits to the business and industry? Ease of doing business. Okay, first one, sir. Okay, easy compliances, first one. Second one, uniformity of tax rates and structures. Then removal of cascading, improved competitiveness, and gain to manufacturers and exporters. So there is one more aspect, sir, from the side of ultimate consumers. Single and transparent tax. Single and transparent tax. Proportionate to the value of goods and services. Single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services. Single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services. Single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services. So write down, sir, before GST, due to multiple indirect taxes by central government and state government, before GST due to multiple indirect taxes by central government and state government, with incomplete or no ITC. Before GST due to multiple indirect taxes by central government and state government with incomplete or no ITC, at progressive na, like going upward chain, manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, at progressive stages of value chain. Before GST due to multiple indirect taxes by central and state government with incomplete or no ITC at progressive stages of value addition, the cost of most goods and services are included with many hidden taxes. Included with many hidden taxes. So the same concept only we are again talking from customer benefit, customer perspective. What is the point here? Previously, there is no ITC properly. Okay, and multiple taxes, because of that cascading and all is there. Because of that, the hidden costs and all will be included into the price of the good. So once the hidden taxes are included, our price will increase. Yes or no? But okay, that's what only we said. Read the sentence once again. Before GST, due to multiple indirect taxes with incomplete, partial ITC or no ITC at each stage of value addition, the cost of goods and services are included with hidden taxes. So when they are included with hidden taxes, obviously their price might be higher. But now in GST, there were no hidden taxes, there were no multiple taxes, there are no hidden taxes. So because of that, what? The prices will come down. Once the price comes down, is it a benefit to us or not? Yes, that's what we are going to write now. Under GST, there is only one tax. There is only one tax leading to transparency and reduction of prices. Leading to transparency and reduction of prices. leading to transparency and relief of prices. Okay, na sir? Then reduction of, last one sir, this one. Reduction of overall tax burden. Because of efficiency gains. Sir, efficiency gains are nothing but here the gains because of ITC, reduction of costs. Okay, because of efficiency gains and prevention of leakages. Because of efficiency gains and prevention of leakages, the overall tax burden on most commodities will come down. The overall tax burden on most commodities will come down. Which will benefit consumers. The overall on most commodities will come down, which will benefit consumers. So overall tax burden come down, so price will come down. That's what they are saying here. So all this is for 7 marks only, sir. Hana, what can I do? That was given by institute, sir. You could see here, this is the question. Benefits of GST. Easy compliance, uniformity of tax rates and structures, removal of cascading, improved competitiveness, gain to manufacturers and exporters. Then for central and state government, simple and easy to administer, better controls on leakage, higher revenue efficiency, boost to Make in India initiative. Then for the consumer, single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services, and then relief in overall tax burden. Sir, this question alone, if we discuss here, okay, I'm not writing this in notes because this is much more as we discussed only. Once you receive workbook, then also you could read this. Discuss the role of GST Council. We already discussed about what is council, what are its functions and all. So first one, functions of council, policy formation. Sir, I said like what council is the one which is majorly involved in the decision making. Sir, previous question is what we discussed about constitution and functioning of council. This question is about role of council. So policy formulation, the council is responsible for recommending policy changes. Policy changes na, how the tax rates has to be there, how the tax has to be collected, how the law should be there. That's called policy. So council is responsible for recommending policy changes related to GST. If any policy has to be changed in GST, who has to give recommendations? Council, including the rates, exemptions and thresholds. This point we already know, sir. So for any policy formulation and changes, council has to give recommendations. Example, what kind of recommendations it give? It will give recommendation related to tax rates, exemptions, thresholds. Then rate setting. What rate should be there on what product? On water bottle, what should be the GST rate? Who will decide? Council. On TV, what should be the GST rate? On coaching classes, what should be the GST rate? Who will decide? Council. So it decides on the GST rate for different goods and services, which can vary between essential items and luxury items. What are essential items? Examples. Essential items, sir. Cooking oil, salt, rice, sugar. Okay, those are what? Essential items. Okay, what are luxury goods? Cosmetics, high-end model cars. Okay, they'll come under what? Luxury, tobacco, pan masala, they all come under what? Luxury goods. Then revenue distribution. What council will do, sir? Whatever is the IGST revenue collected, that would be distributed between center and states. The council determines how revenue from GST will be shared between central and state governments. Then resolving disputes. It addresses disputes and concerns raised by states regarding the implementation of GST, facilitating a collaborative approach. Sir, here if you see at last, yesterday we said like GST Council will establish a mechanism to adjudicate the disputes between states and center. One state and another state, or one states and center one side and another state zone, some other state zone one side. So that's what only mentioning here. It addresses disputes and concerns raised by states regarding the implementation of GST, facilitating a collaborative approach. Reviewing GST framework. It periodically every 3 months once, 6 months once, it will review the GST structure and makes recommendations for improvement based on evolving economic conditions. Sir, a tax law cannot be stagnant. Once the economy changes, based on economy changes, the rules, the way of living, the way of transactions, everything will change. So based on that, the GST law also has to be changed. So such kind of reviews will be made by whom? GST Council. Enhanced tax compliance. Enhanced means increased. Tax compliance now, rules and all will be followed much more better way. By addressing issues and providing clarity on GST related matters, the council encourages a environment for tax compliance among the business. So overall, it will make the law in such a way or make rules in such a way that business also will feel like, okay, it's better to follow the rules only. Then economic stability. The council role is ensuring a balanced approach to taxation. Sir, and okay, in the Independence Day speech, Narendra Modi said like, in October and November, they're going to decrease the tax rates on GST. Okay, now who is the one to decide actually that? Council only. But council may given a hint to Prime Minister. That's why Prime Minister said that in the Independence Day speech. Now understand, sir, why they are decreasing? Because currently the inflation levels are high. Inflation levels are high. So public cannot afford the goods or the goods and services mostly. Once they cannot afford, they'll not buy. They'll not buy, businesses will fall down. Once businesses will fall down, they'll not provide salaries to employees. Again, their money will come down. So it's a cycle kind of. Okay, if one affects, the other affects. The other affects, again, it will become a full circle. That's why to increase the spending capacity from government side, they are reducing tax rates. Once they reduce tax rates, they will become affordable. Once they become affordable, you will buy more. Understand, sir? So let's say you want to buy a car. Since the car price is 15 lakhs, you don't have budget, you are not buying. But let's say the car price came to 12 lakhs. You have only 10 lakhs, but still you try to push yourself to buy a car because it's within your range only. Okay, that's why the government is in a plan to reduce tax rates considering the economic conditions. So here also, council will always think of the economic parameters also. The council's role in ensuring a balanced approach to taxation helps maintain economic stability and promote growth across sectors. Then cooperative federalism. Cooperative federalism. The council embodies the principles of cooperative federalism. Sir, federalism means what? We discussed about federal structure. So federalism means what? Central, state have their autonomy. independence. Okay, so council embodies, I mean, whatever the decision it takes, it ensures that the federal essence remains the same. Understand, sir? So it does not disturb the federal structure. So the council embodies the principles of cooperative federalism as it brings together the central and state governments to make collective decisions regarding GST. Flexibility and adaptability. The council ability to recommend changes to tax rates and policies allows the GST framework to adapt to economic changes and emerging challenges. If any problem comes afterwards also, there is council which thinks of it and plans accordingly how to resolve that one, how to face that one, all those things. So this is the role of council. What is the role of council, sir? Again, I am reading the side headings alone. Policy formulation, rate setting, revenue distribution, resolving disputes, simplification of complaints, reviewing GST framework, enhanced tax compliance, economic stability, cooperative federalism, flexibility and adaptability. So there is no limit how many times you study these questions. Some people may revise with 5 times, remember with 5 times revision. Some may take 20 times also. Okay, so it's not like I already studied 5 times, I'm not able to get this question, I'll leave this one. That and all don't work. You need to clear CMA, no other chance. To clear CMA, you should get at least 50 to 60 in tax paper. Sir, again I'm saying, I am good in problematic, I'll get 60 in accounts, 670 in costing. All those are like daydreams only. Okay. So accounting and costing together, if you get 100 now, you did a good thing only. Okay, so together getting 100 itself is a tough task. So where you will get then 60? Target something like tax only. Okay, because if you see, you ask whoever your seniors from past 3 attempts, nobody is getting 60s in accounts. Everybody is saying like what? 40s, 45s, that only. So again, if you target accounts now, what's the problem here, sir? Sir, if at all you are a cricket batsman, okay, you know Jasprit Bumrah is the fastest, is the number 1 bowler. If you are a sensible batsman, you will target Bumrah only, na other bowlers, sir. Other bowlers you will target. So now accounts is like Bumrah. If you go and target again Bumrah only, you will get clean bowled. Okay, so that's why target something else. అర్థమవుతుందా అండి? సో కాబట్టి ట్యాక్స్లో మీరు ప్రాపర్గా చదివితే ఓకే అంటే సీరియస్ ప్రిపరేషన్ కావాల్సిందే సార్. ట్యాక్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ యూ కెనాట్ రిమెంబర్ విత్ 1 time రివిజన్, 2 times రివిజన్స్. ఇట్ టేక్స్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ రివిజన్. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మిమ్మల్ని నుంచోబెట్టి శాలరీ ప్రొవిజన్స్ అడిగితే ఒక్కడు కూడా కరెక్ట్గా చెప్పడు. ఓకే, వాట్ ఇస్ ద శాలరీ డెఫినేషన్ ఫర్ రెంట్ ఫ్రీ అకామిడేషన్ అడిగాను అనుకోండి, వారు హెచ్ఆర్ఏ దగ్గర శాలరీ డెఫినేషన్ అడిగితే మేబీ అట్లీస్ట్ చెప్పొచ్చు. హెచ్ఆర్ఏ శాలరీ డెఫినేషన్ గుర్తుందా అండి? ఏంటి? బేసిక్ ప్లస్ జిఏ ఫార్మింగ్ పార్ట్ ప్లస్ పోయింది కమిషన్ పెయిడ్ యాజ్ అ ఫిక్స్డ్ పర్సంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ టర్న్ ఓవర్. అదే ఇప్పుడు రెంట్ ఫ్రీ అకామిడేషన్ దగ్గర అడిగాం అనుకోండి, పెద్ద లిస్ట్ వచ్చింది. ఓకే, శాలరీ, బేసిక్ శాలరీ, బోనస్, కమిషన్ ప్లస్ ఆల్ ద taxable allowances, DA only to the extent of farming part. Commission, okay, commission paid, all those. If any monetary, okay, but క్వశ్చన్లో మనకి మానిటరీ పర్క్విజిట్స్ దాకా అడగట్ల. మ్యాక్సిమం మనం అక్కడ సమ్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎక్కడి దాకా వస్తుంది మనకి? బేసిక్ గుర్తుండాలి, కమిషన్ బోనస్ గుర్తుండాలి, ఆ టాక్సిబుల్ అలవెన్సెస్ గుర్తుండాలి. కానీ అడిగితే ఎంతమందికి గుర్తొస్తుంది? ప్రాబ్లం అది. సో ప్రాబ్లం ఇప్పుడు నేను ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడం కాదు. ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యూ కెన్ రిమెంబర్. సో మీరు చేసే మెయిన్ మిస్టేక్ ఏంటి అంటే, ఇఫ్ యూ డోంట్ రివైజ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ యూ విల్ నాట్ రిమెంబర్ ట్యాక్స్, ఇది ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ ఆర్. ఓకే, మీ పీజీబీబీ చాప్టర్ ఎవరైనా చేశారా? సో మీకు మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా, ఎట్లయినా ఫైనల్లో మళ్ళీ నేనే చెప్పాలి ట్యాక్స్. అప్పుడు ఎక్కడికి వస్తా? డీటీ చెప్పేటప్పుడు పీజీబీబీ చాప్టర్ నేర్చుకోకుండా నువ్వు సీఎంఏ అవ్వలేవు అసలే. యూ కెన్ నెవర్ బీ ఏ సీఎంఏ వితౌట్ లెర్నింగ్ పీజీబీబీ చాప్టర్. నువ్వు ఇంటర్లో నేర్చుకుంటావా? నేర్చుకుంటారా? నేర్చుకోలేవా? ఫైనల్కి వచ్చాకనే నేర్చుకుంటావు. నేర్చుకున్నంత వరకు నువ్వు సీఎంఏ అవ్వవు. ద సేమ్ థింగ్ విత్ అకౌంట్స్ ఆల్సో. సార్ నాకు ఎంట్రీస్ రావు సార్, ఏదో సమ్మలు బట్టి కొడుతున్నాను, నేర్చుకున్నాను, ఓకే ఇప్పుడు పాస్ అవుతామేమో, ఫైనల్ మాత్రం ఛాన్సే లేదు. సో నీకు ఎస్కేప్ అనడానికి రూట్ లేదు. ఓకే, ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ యూ నీడ్ టు స్టడీ, యూ నీడ్ టు క్రాక్ ఇట్. ఇంకా అదే, నేను కిటికీలో నుంచి దూరం వస్తా, వెంటిలేటర్ పగలు కొట్టుకుని వస్తా, ఎన్ని అవో. ఒకసారి దూరుతాయి, ఇంకో దగ్గర పెద్ద డోర్ ఉంటుంది, ఐరన్ డోర్, లాక్ పెట్టి, పాసిబుల్ కాదు. సో ఇంకా వదిలేయండి, ఈజీ వేలు అవన్నీ పని అవ్వవు. ఇక్కడ కాకపోతే అక్కడ, అక్కడ కాకపోతే అక్కడ, ఇంకా మొత్తం అన్ని ఈ ల్యాండ్ మైన్లే. ఇది తప్పుకున్నాను రా అంటే ఇంకో చోట ఉంటుంది. సో కాబట్టి నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ రివిజన్ చేయండి, చదవాల్సిందే, ఇంకొక ఆప్షన్ లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తుతానికి వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ ట్యాక్స్ చదవలేరు కాబట్టి అట్లీస్ట్ ఈ జిఎస్టీని అన్న ఇప్పుడు నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ చదువుతా వెళ్దండి. అర్థమవుతుంది సార్? ఆల్ దిస్ సార్ మీరు చూడండి, మీకు ఫైనల్ బుక్ ఇచ్చేసాను ఐడిటీ ఆల్రెడీ. ఏ చాప్టర్లు ఉన్నాయి? ఇవే చాప్టర్లు ఉన్నాయా లేవా? ఇక్కడ మీరు పర్ఫెక్ట్గా చదివితే ఎక్కడ ఈజీ అవుతుంది? ఫైనల్ ఈజీ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ చదువుకోకపోతే ఫైనల్ టఫ్ అవుతుంది. సేమ్ చాప్టర్లు ఉన్నాయి బాబు, సేమ్ డీటీలో కూడా అంతే, అదొక 100 మార్క్స్ అక్కడ. ఇదే పీజీపీపీ వచ్చిద్ది, క్యాపిటల్ గెయిన్స్ వచ్చిద్ది, డిడక్షన్స్ వచ్చిద్ది, టీడీఎస్ టీసీఎస్ వచ్చిద్ది, శాలరీస్ హౌస్ ప్రాపర్టీ మాత్రమే అక్కడ పెద్దగా రావు, ఏదో చిన్న చిన్నగా వస్తాయి అంతే. మిగతా అన్నీ యాస్టీస్ వస్తాయి. చేసి చదువుతున్నాం రోజు. సార్ నా ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్ ప్రకారం దీస్ క్వశ్చన్స్ రిక్వైర్ minimum by the time exam, this first chapter questions require minimum of 10 times revision. 10 సార్లు చదివి రివిజన్ చదవటం కాదు, నువ్వు ఫస్ట్ సార్ చదివేటప్పుడే 3-4 సార్లు కావాలి, బికాజ్ నీకు ఎక్కదు కాబట్టి. దట్ ఆల్ కౌంట్స్ యాజ్ వన్ ఓన్లీ. ఓకే, దెన్ ఇంకొక 2-3 డేస్కి ఇంకొకసారి, అట్లా బై ద టైమ్ యూ గో టు ఎగ్జామ్ దిస్ ఫస్ట్ చాప్టర్ లోన్ రిక్వైర్స్ సమ్ 10 times రివిజన్, అదర్వైజ్ యూ విల్ నాట్ రిమెంబర్ ఎనీథింగ్. సో లెస్ దాన్ 10 times ఈ చాప్టర్కి జరిగింది అని అంటే ఇంకది మీరు ఆన్సర్ ప్రాపర్గా రాయలేరు, యూ విల్ నాట్ గెట్ ఫుల్ మార్క్స్. సార్ హియర్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ 8 or 9 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఓన్లీ దెర్ ఆర్ 2 7 marks క్వశ్చన్స్, 14 marks. సో యూ కుడ్ ఎఫర్ట్ దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్ ఫర్ ఇట్ కన్సిడరింగ్ ద వెయిటేజ్ ఆఫ్ ద చాప్టర్స్. సో అది రివిజన్ చేస్తే అట్లా గుర్తుంటేనే అవి రాయగలిగితేనే వస్తాయి. ఓకే, రివిజన్ చేసాము అని అంటే మళ్ళీ వెంటనే ఎన్ని పాయింట్లు మీకు గుర్తు వస్తున్నాయి అని చెప్పి ఒకసారి ట్రై చేయండి. ఊరికే చదివేసి వదిలేయటం కాకుండా జస్ట్ రీడ్ ఇట్. వన్స్ యూ ఫీల్ లైక్ కంప్లీటెడ్ యువర్ రివిజన్ అండ్ ఆల్, దెన్ ట్రై టు రీకాల్. ఓకే, బెనిఫిట్స్ ఆఫ్ జిఎస్టీ, హౌ మెనీ పాయింట్స్ యూ కుడ్ రిమెంబర్. ఆ పాయింటే కాదు, ఆ పాయింట్కి రాయాల్సిన సెంటెన్స్ ఎంతవరకు గుర్తొస్తుంది, దాన్ని నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్ రివైజ్ చేయండి, రీకాల్ చేయండి. ఏది చేసినా అంతే. నెక్స్ట్ ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆన్సర్లు చూసి ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయొద్దు. నువ్వు ముందు సమ్ చేయడం స్టార్ట్ చేసి సగంలో ఆగిపోతే అప్పుడు ఆన్సర్ చూడు. If you straight away start seeing answer, you'll never learn the sum. Start on your own. Once you get struck, then open and see the answer. Then again, start solving on your own. ఓకే, అలా అని చెప్పి ఫస్ట్ స్టెప్ దగ్గర డౌట్ వచ్చిందని ఒకసారి చూసి మళ్ళీ మూసి, మళ్ళీ ఇంకో స్టెప్ మళ్ళీ డౌట్ వచ్చిందని మళ్ళీ మూసి, అట్లా కాదు. గో హెడ్ లైక్ అసలు కంప్లీట్గా డెడ్ ఎండ్. ఇంకా అక్కడ నువ్వు అసలు ఏం చేయాలో కూడా తెలియట్లా, అలాంటప్పుడు బుక్ ఓపెన్ చేయి. ఓ ఇలా కూడా చేయొచ్చు, లేదా ఇలా కూడా చేయొచ్చు అనే డౌట్ సిచ్యువేషన్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏదో కాల్ తీసుకొని చేసేయి. చేసిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు లాస్ట్ వెళ్ళి బుక్ ఓపెన్ చేసి ఓకే ఇక్కడ మిస్టేక్ చేశానా అని చెప్పి రియలైజ్ అవ్వు. మిస్టేక్ చేసే ముందే నేను చేయకూడదు, మిస్టేక్ చేయకూడదు అని చెప్పి ముందు ఓపెన్ చేయకు. యు ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ హియర్. సో ఇట్స్ ఇన్ ప్రాక్టీస్ వీ షుడ్ డూ మిస్టేక్స్. ఓకే, అప్పుడు ఆ మిస్టేక్ ఏం చేసావు అనేది నువ్వు అర్థం చేసుకో. దెన్ యు విల్ నాట్ డూ ద సేమ్ ఇన్ ఎగ్జామ్. అదర్వైజ్ ఎగ్జామ్లో కూడా సేమ్ అవే చేస్తూ ఉంటావు, నీకు అల్టిమేట్గా యు విల్ నాట్ లెర్న్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్స్. అర్థమవుతుందా? Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We'll meet again in the afternoon with the supply chapter.